What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP. I am producer Kyle. I'm your host, and I am live at Dreamers and Make Believers and Reverie Coffee in Baltimore, Maryland. Looks like we're having trouble streaming to Facebook. Of course we are, Meta. It's because I talked bad about you in the last segment, isn't it? I'll get that fixed. But I can't be too angry because, the people we're going to go visit now at the start of this show, they're just too polite for that because they're Canadians. So we're gonna throw north of the border, to that might be the most offensive thing I said all day, other than maybe talking about comic books not nicely. But we are gonna throw north of the border to my friend Kelly at Red Skull Comics. Kelly, are you there?
These are all. Well, hello. This is actually Roberto. I work for Kelly.
Hi, Roberto.
We're at our signing here at Red Skull Comics.
Awesome. So tell us what's going on there at Red Skull right now. Who's signing? What do you guys have happening in the shop?
So right now we have a big line. If you guys can see what's going on, we have a line up here for signing with Eric Zadowatsky, who actually does assorted crisis events over at Image. He is a local creator, so he's his book is a big deal right now. So it's actually quite exciting to have him here, and there's a lot of people here waiting to come and check out his stuff.
Yeah, he and Dennis Camp are doing some great work on that book there.
Absolutely. Sorry, guys, we're just coming all the way through. Sorry, like I said, we have a tight space, but we have a lot of people who are very enthusiastic for the signing coming up for it right now. And here's the guy who's in charge of it all.
Oh, hey. It's good to see you.
Hey, Kyle.
So, Roberto, I see Kelly's probably pretty busy doing crowd control and making sure people don't knock stuff over. Can you give us a tour of the shop while we're hanging out?
So we got right here. This is our front desk. We have a whole bunch of other stuff going on over there. A lot of our local comic shop variants are actually just kicking it right over here. So we're making sure everybody can see those, that they're ready to go. We got our big wall of DC single issues here with a lot of our supplies. Got some more of these boxes. This is last week's comic books that come through. And then we have a whole bunch more singles just with all of our indie publishers like Dark Horse and Scouts, all that kind of stuff. Got our Marvels. We got our Image, our big Image section right there. A lot of our children's books right here. Not children's books, but like the more younger audience kind of stuff. And these are our local creators. Anyone here in town can get their stuff. And I'm just going to be a cheap little cheeky guy. That's my book right there, Septembrio. And then, when you enter the door, this is what you see. Just wall-to-wall comic books, trade paperbacks, hardcovers, the whole thing. Like I said, we are a small store, but we utilize our space as best as we possibly can.
So I'm going to put you on the spot now. I need you to tell me about Septembrio.
Yeah, for sure. So I'll just head back over there. So Septembrio is a book that I draw with my writing partner, Michael. He's a musician, and it's about a struggling musician who questions everything about his life when a freak accident turns him towards the world of the supernatural. So if you're a big fan of like X-Files and Stranger Things, all that kind of stuff, this is kind of right down your alley. We're about 6 issues in right now. We're hoping to go for 9. And yeah.
If someone wanted to buy an issue of that, but they're not able to get to Red Skull, where can they do that?
Unfortunately, we're still trying to figure that out, especially with being up in Canada. It's really tough to try and get, the post office to not be on strike, and for just shipping down into the States or anywhere internationally is tough in general. But we're trying our best. We're going to see if we can try and do something that's a little bit easier, like a big trade paperback or maybe a digital version of it. We're trying to come up with better ways to get it into the hands of everybody that possibly can read it and want to read it.
Hey, Kelly, you got 30 seconds?
Absolutely. So, all right. Where can people follow Red Skull Comics? Where can people follow the shop? Where can they find out what's going on there in the shop?
So basically, it's the best way to do it right now is on Instagram at red_skull. It is the best place. We post every week about what's new in the comic book, our top 10 kind of list. Anytime we go to a convention, we are there to help anybody that we possibly can. And then also we have it on Facebook as well. We do almost the exact same thing. Red Skull Comics on Facebook. That's the best way to go. Instagram and Facebook. And then just to make sure it's red with 2 D's, because we are super cool that way.
Absolutely. All right, Roberto, thank you for calling in. Thank you for giving us some of your time. Maybe our next guest can help you figure out how to get your books to the States, but I got to imagine that's not going to be easy for him either. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys being here. Shout out to Eric. He and Dennis are doing tremendous work on this sort of crisis events. And shout out to Kelly for selling me that art that time from at ComicsPRO. So he knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, exactly. Thank you guys so much for this. Right. Have a great day.
Talk to you later. Thank you very much. All right, everybody. Our next guest, he's on the EXP almost as much as I am these days, which is kind of funny because he's also saving the comic book industry one computer system at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in from Earth 519 and Manage Comics, Ryan Garside.
It's me. I feel like I'm here every day, Kyle.
Right. Are you feeling better?
I feel like I'm about 65% okay right now.
Hey, that's pretty good. I mean, I feel less than that, and I wasn't sick earlier in the week.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it's not the worst I've ever been.
So we were talking about doing this segment, and we wanted to do an Earth 519 segment. Sam says hi.
Sam.
So we wanted to do an Earth 519 thing because we wanted to talk about some of the challenges of being a Canadian retailer, and especially with your model of doing more mail orders. So I'm going to do this. You know what you want to do, and you know how to click the buttons. So I'm going to do this, which is a joke to our Tuesday afternoon show, Comic Industry Insiders. So,
my goodness.
Let's talk about
over each other.
Right. Let's talk about Earth 519 a little bit, buddy.
Yeah, sure. So I'll go way back in time. I'm going to go all the way back to 2005. So way back in 2005, I ordered a bunch of comics. So I had moved outside of Toronto, and I was living about 20 minutes outside of Toronto. So a round trip to my comic shop was taking me, better part of an hour and a half. We had a brand new kid. Actually, no, we didn't at the time. We were about to have a brand new kid. And I just knew that that wasn't sustainable. So I looked for stores near me, and I had like the most hostile comic store experiences I've ever had in my life. One guy told me that I could buy off them for the next couple months and they'd see how it goes. Like I was trying to set up a pull box. And at the time I was probably getting this is 2005. I was probably getting $150, $200 worth of comics a month. So, not a ton, but enough that it was significant. And a lot of that was kind of indie stuff. And so I was just like, yeah, that's not going to work for me. So I started ordering online, and I can't remember which service it was. It wasn't Midtown, but it may have been DCBS. I don't think so. There was
Heavy
something
Ink?
kind of in between those. That kind of sounds familiar. But one month I got
Heavy Ink was real popular at that time.
I got an order of about $80 worth of comics, and it came with a $65 duty bill. And I was just so angry. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm going to start my own comic store. Because I knew there were more Canadians than just me that were going through this thing. So I reached out to a buddy of mine, Pete, who used to be a manager at a store. And I said, yeah, I think I want to start a thing. So we spun up a corporation, and we created All New Comics in June 14th of 2005, which is hilarious because in August 16th of 2005, my daughter was born, my first kid. So my timing wasn't great. But we basically spun up a website, started advertising subscriptions. It used this really janky system called Candy Press back then. We had an online store. This is pre-WooCommerce, pre-Shopify. It's a long time ago too. So 20 years ago, on June, we celebrated our 20th anniversary. So I did that with Pete until 2011. And I had moved to London at that point, and just like I wasn't involved in the day-to-day anymore. So I told him it makes more sense for you to kind of take this thing over, and I will help you out with marketing, but like this should be your baby. So I sold my shares in it. He took it over. Yeah, we're still like good buddies to this day, and I've done marketing for him for years. And then in 2015, I was working at this really great IT consulting firm. I loved the job. It was great. I was managing like 26 people. But I just had this like feeling that I needed to do something else. And at the time I was like 43, and I figured worst comes to worst, I am like super employable right now. So I'll give this a year. I'm going to go off and like build websites for companies and do stuff like that. And then my side gig was going to be, we'd been maintaining these subscriptions for like at that point, I guess 10 years. And I thought it was just as easy for me to manage 1,000 stores as it was to manage one store in terms of the data that I was inputting. So with my buddy Taras, we built the first platform of managed comics, and All New Comics like literally beta tested it for a year. And to this day, that site still exists. It's about to be mothballed finally. So after 10 years, we're finally mothballing what we call Managed Comics Classic. And then a year later, I started letting new people outside of that, like outside of Pete, use that and system. So I'll talk about that later when I talk about Managed Comics. But yeah, we kept on keeping on. I migrated them over to WooCommerce. Then I updated everything to Shopify in 2021. And that's when the plan was to bring him into Managed Comics 2, but he just never felt comfortable with it. So he stayed on the old platform the whole time. And then in November of last year, he called me, and I've been kind of teasing him for probably a year that if you ever decide you want to quit doing this, let me know and I'll buy it. And he had a buddy that was going to buy it. And then in November that year, he was like, with all the diamond changes that were going on and all this crazy stuff that was happening, he was just like, I don't think I want to do this anymore. And I was like, cool. What's going on with your buddy? And he's like, oh yeah, he's not taking it over. And I was like, okay, well, I'll buy it off you. So we kind of arranged, we talked about, how much it was going to cost and everything. And then at some point he was just like, you know what, you helped build this thing. Why don't you just take the customers? Because otherwise they're probably just going to, not have service. And I was like, that's super awesome. Yes, please. Because starting up a new comics shop from nothing is an expensive venture. And I had a little bit of cash stocked away, but man, you run through that cash quickly. Just, buying stock and just your first, like our business model is we ship out at the end of the month. So I have to float all that cash for a month and then collect it at the end of the month. So that gets expensive real fast. So in January 2025, we took our first shipments. We experienced the inside of Diamond's bankruptcy before it was really public. We started getting like Canpar is our shipper for Diamond stuff. And Pete was really dedicated to like supporting Diamond. So he was getting Marvel from them, and like anything he could get through Diamond, he would get through Diamond. And by the end of January, I was like, yeah, this has got to change, because our Canpar orders were getting like sometimes a week and two behind. So it was a real problem. And we found out later that Canpar just wasn't getting paid. So they were just leaving stuff on the dock for a long time. So we weathered that. And then, I had set up a PRH account, and I took over his Lunar account and his Diamond account. And we've been running for 9 months now, and it's actually doing pretty good. Like I'm really happy with where we are. Yeah, we kind of announced it formally on January 1st. And told all of our customers that they were migrating to All New Comics, to Earth 519. We lost a half dozen customers or so. But by and large, they love the new platform because it's using Managed Comics 2. They got a lot more control over their subscriptions. And you know, this is actually my account, by the way. So if you ever want to know what I read, there you go. Now you know I'm not lying when I say that I love the future is. Yeah, so it's been 9 months and things are going well. The things that we're trying to kind of lock down now are how do we do, you know, we're doing live auctions now, for example. How do we translate our stuff online so that we can kind of build a new audience and help more people? We've got 130 regular customers right now. We've grown, I think, probably 15 customers over the last year. But yeah, I want to grow that even more because I know there's tons of people out there that just don't have shops around them. Like when you look at our customer list, we're not talking about people in Toronto. We're talking about people in Stratford, where your nearest comic shop is 45-minute drive away, maybe 30 if you want to go Kitchener. Woodstock, where you know your nearest comic shop is London, or you're going to go to Guelph, which either way you're looking at a 45-minute drive. So yeah, I think there's a huge appetite for this. And you know, my whole, like, you know, we're on the precipice of this massive demographic thing that I've talked about a few times, which I'd love to talk about because that's a drum I will bang all day long.
Well, I mean, and it's an interesting thing because I'm gonna do this really quickly and show you like this because we're talking about. Hold on, I need to turn the speed up here. We're talking about a demographic shift as I sit in a store with an amazing all ages section.
Yeah,
but it's a kids section.
Yeah.
And you and I have been having conversations about what happens after you outgrow stuffed unicorns and kids books. Where I have a theory, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, and that's that comic companies sort of jump you from kids to grown-ups.
Mhm.
There
Yep.
is no in the middle. They get abandoned. You said it best. They get abandoned, or they get written down to.
Yeah, 100%. And when I was a kid, that wasn't the case. Like you think about like X-Men, right? The Claremont X-Men and the Perez and Wolfman Teen Titans. You had to catch up to kind of understand those things, even though they're not Watchmen, right? But you weren't being written down to by any means. Even the earlier stuff that I wasn't necessarily reading, like Neil Adams' Batman and Marshall Rogers and who was writing that stuff? Probably Denny O'Neil, right?
Yeah, I think
Like all
so.
these Pacenik guys. Like I wonder why I'm such a raging liberal. Like, you know, I grew up on Denny O'Neil, who was probably the biggest liberal fanatic on the planet. And those were all my favorite books growing up. So yeah, it's interesting that the comics we read didn't write down to us. So yeah, getting kids into comics. And so my son he's 16 and he's actually literally the same age I was when I first started working in my first comic store, which is one of my favorite, like, kind of, you know, parallels. But he has been getting friends at school into comics. So the first month that we did a ZCN, do you say Z or yeah, you say Z, right? ZCN advertisement. Adam and Chip sent me literally like 250 extra copies of that issue. And I had already bought like 150, figuring I'd throw one in every single one of my subs boxes. So now I've got 250, and what do I do with them? Because I can't just hand them out. I gave a bunch to a couple of the local stores, and we're like, here, give these away. So I gave a handful of them, probably 2 bundles. Like, no, it would have been 5 bundles because they're 10 in a bundle. So I gave 50 of them to my son and just said, just give these out to your friends at school. So he gave a bunch out, and then he had kids coming up to him at the end of the day, like, hey, do you still have that thing? Because I saw one of those and I'm going to check it out. And then pretty soon he had kids coming up to him going, hey, where do I get these comics? And he was like, well, you can get them through me. So we've got a handful, probably a half dozen or more of his buddies that are buying stuff fairly regularly from us. And that for them, like the absolute line is their line, right? Like that's their Batman, that's their Superman, that's their Wonder Woman. They love them. And by and large, even when I'm at shows and stuff, it's like younger people that are coming up and totally getting into it because it has a very like almost manga kind of sensibility about it, right? Like the look and feel is very different than the mainline DC stuff.
Well,
So
and
yeah,
that's an interesting aspect too. The just explosion of manga. When I
Yeah.
was coming up, you had to know a guy who knew a guy,
oh, too,
or
yeah.
had to know what time the truck came to media play, because they got
Yeah.
one copy of Dragon Ball and that was it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and when I was coming up, like we used to have, I remember we had Macross on TV. There was like the Ohio Superstation used to carry Macross in the afternoons at 4 o'clock. And so my buddy and I got really into like anime, which we didn't, I think back then it was called Japanimation, although that's like totally a taboo term now.
Yeah.
But there was one video store, a jumbo video store in the city, which ironically is like 2 blocks away from where I live now, but was literally across the street. And he and I used to ride our bikes across the city to get to this one anime store that would have like, you know, I can't even remember the anime we watched. So we watched Dirty Pair and Appleseed and like all this OG anime stuff that was impossible to get to. I think Harmony Gold ended up carrying a lot of it, but back then, like that stuff was so hard to find, especially in Canada. Like we may
Right.
as well have been, you know, in Brazil for a lot of this stuff when I was a kid.
Well, I mean, I got into manga and anime the same way I got into independent wrestling, tape trading.
Yeah.
Like it was, you'd have a friend who had a tape
Yeah.
that he had dubbed from another friend's tape.
Yeah.
Of, you know, again, like, I don't know, Initial Day or something, and you'd be like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah. You know, it's funny, speaking of Canada in the like 90s. So I used to drive a motorcycle and I would go across to Port Huron about once a month and pick up a bunch of stuff that we couldn't get here. And then I had my motorcycle's seat had like a space under it just above the battery that was literally big enough for about 30 comics, and that was it. So I would buy Faust and like, oh man, there was a bunch of comics I used to buy and basically smuggle back across the border because they were not allowed to be imported into Canada. And then I'd sell them for like 10, 15 bucks a copy in Toronto to stores that I knew and pay for my trips back and forth to Toronto. I was like the worst drug dealer on the planet. Just selling 4-color stories.
I don't know about that. We used to go to Canada to get other things that we couldn't get in Ohio and bring it back across the border. So, you know, it's not like they don't know what's happening. I mean, hell, at one point I offered Universal, if they'd give me a distribution account in Canada, I'd meet them in the middle of Lake Erie on a boat just to get my books.
That's hilarious.
So,
dude, these days you'd get blown up for doing that kind of thing.
I understand, which is why it was funny.
That means Canada, it is on strike. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on with Canada Post these days. Luckily, so that's another interesting thing is when Pete ran All New Comics, he had an exclusive deal with Canada Post to distribute everything. Our Canada Post went on strike in November all the way through past Christmas. It was the worst like timing ever, and it was done on purpose, right? Like they wanted to force an arbitration. At the time, as soon as January came around, I just started looking for alternatives, and I found an alternative that turns out to be like literally half the price, and they're upwards of 3 times faster to get my packages to people. And so far, in the last 9 months, and knock on wood, I've only had one package that went missing. It didn't even go missing. It was delivered to like the wrong building. So they take pictures of it, but the entrance was like a Boys and Girls Club. And obviously the package was no longer there. And the guy was like, the guy that I shipped it to was like, my address is like 625 and that one clearly says 112. Like it's obviously not even close. And it wasn't even the same street or anything. But they were great with giving us a refund, and I managed to find all the comics and everything, so it was fine. So yeah, in 9 months, we've only had one kind of mishap.
So let's kind of we had a couple of things we wanted to kind of talk through here, including that demographic shift. So let's spend some time. Would you break down what it is you're seeing with your kids and their friends?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very similar, I think, to the thing that happened to my generation in the like late 80s, early 90s. These only more so because these are kids who grew up from diapers reading, Dogman and Captain Underpants. Captain Underpants is more than 30 years old because I remember seeing it when I was in my 20s. So Captain Underpants, Dogman, Raina Telgemeier stuff, right? Like comics are also something that have been cool for girls and boys, which is totally different than my generation. My generation, one, if you were a boy and reading comics, you were probably a nerd. And two, there's no way a girl would ever read comics until Sandman came around. I can't remember. There's one girl, Deanna Tamblin, who's like a good friend of mine. And she was like, she and Jen were the only girls that ever came into our comic store when I worked there. Yeah, so it's a much different demographic now. And also girls have learned right from the beginning how to read them. There's also like an interesting educational challenge that is, if you don't read comics before a certain age, it is really, really hard to understand the language of comics. Brains are really elastic when you're young, but when you're older and you like, there's no opportunity to read comics in the newspaper like there was, right? So if these kids weren't learning how to read and how to use the language of comics at an early age, I think it could have kind of really, really had a detrimental effect on like the adoption of it. But I'll never say it would die because there's no way. Comics have been dying since I was 10 years old, and they'll be dying long before and long after I'm gone. But yeah, so these kids have grown up with comics, right? And now they need that next. So they get the scholastic book fairs where they're buying comics, and then they get to high school and there's nothing. And I've talked to DC about like, you need a street team for the high school students where you start to get comics into the high schools. So with my son and his friends, we've actually talked about starting to run like a monthly kind of comic club thing where we'll bring in a bunch of comics and say, here's a cool, like almost a scholastic book fair, but it'll be the Earth 519 inspired scholastic book fair. And I'm trying to encourage, once we kind of build the model of it, I'm going to try and encourage more of the stores in London to start doing that to different high schools, because I think there's a huge potential there. And the teachers were super psyched because if you know anything about teenage boys, they don't like to read, but they also really like comics. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. Like my son reads so many comics, but will not read a prose book to save his life. So getting him to read, I think, is important no matter what it is.
Well, and that was something that I encountered real early on, like not even before I started working in a shop, is that I had cousins and, younger friends, friends, little brothers or whatever, that had grown up again reading Captain Underpants because we had picked them up when we were at Scholastic Book Fair as kids, or reading, the Dave Pilkey style stuff or Goosebumps, which were prose, but we're really like, we're a very special kind of alternative thing, right?
Did you have like choose your own adventure books? Did those exist when you were, or were they? Yeah, man, those things. Like, I didn't love reading prose, but man, I would gobble those things up. And it wasn't until I think it was like Stephen King, and of course at the time, all my teachers were like, "Oh, Stephen King, he's just such a pop writer, blah blah blah," and they didn't really, respect him as an author. And I think that's part of the reason why I wanted to read it, because I'm a bit of a rebel. Turns out that's an ADHD trait. Who knew? So
yeah. Well, and like I have this vivid memory of these kids like coming to me, and I must have been reading like Amazing Spider-Man 700,
Yeah.
Nah, it could have been that. It might have been 650, something like that. And going, wait, what are you reading? And I'm going, it's a comic book. And they're like, wait, people buy comic books?
I know.
And I'm like, yeah, did you guys not read all of my Captain Underpants and all of this kind of stuff? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, well, it's the same thing. It's just smaller.
Yeah.
And having to explain to them like the concept of the hand from Daredevil
Mhm.
and watching their eyes light up and going, oh, they're not getting any of this anymore. And so it became like my job to be like, hey, here's what's happening with Galactus.
Yeah.
How do we overcome that? How do we circumvent that? How do we fix that?
So I think like I said, I think it's going to be some grassroots kind of stuff. In the beginning, we're going to have to like figure out how to build a model where we can introduce this stuff to the older kids again. This is something that has been a challenge forever. The difference is these kids are already familiar with the material. So getting it into high school kids, getting it into like early university kids, because these kids are all hitting that age where, you know, they have disposable income and they're getting disposable income, and then they need places to spend it. Then the other really interesting fact is like these kids have grown up in a digital world and they prize physical artifacts. My son has records and he until December didn't have a record player, but they just like the physical, you know, nature of a record. So they're really interested in the physical and digital the physical acquisition of stuff, and having that to read. So yeah, it's a really cool time to be a comic retailer if you're looking at those kids and you make sure that you kind of steer them to the things they'll be interested in. And what I'd caution people is like, don't steer them to, you know, the simple stuff. Steer them to the things that are a little bit dangerous, because no teenage boy or girl wants to be shown, you know, the stuff that's got all the sharp edges shaved down from it. One of my employees he's 16, just bought Exquisite Corpses, which is an amazing, like as soon as he said, yeah, I'm interested in this, I was like, dude, you need to read this because you're going to love it. And these kids have also watched like, you know, every horror movie ever, like we all did when we were 16. So I'm not worried about him, like, and his parents are pretty cool, but I'm not worried about him, like, you know, that it's too much for him. He'll love it, and it will be his new, you know, favorite comic for the next little while. So yeah, it's the danger artifact portion of it, I think is important too.
Well, and that was
Alan Moore's Swamp Thing when I was reading Alan Moore's Swamp Thing, but it was so good.
Well, that's one of the things that I kind of wanted to, you know, talk about is that, like, we growing up, I read a bunch of stuff I definitely shouldn't have read.
Yeah.
Right. I think we all did.
Yeah.
And so it's like now my 11-year-old nephew's like, hey, Uncle Kyle, what can I read? What would you what do you want to what would you want to read? And if you were my age, and I'd be like, all right, I see you. Let's do, you know, this. And like, he lives in England, and I'm like, I really want to give him V for Vendetta, but he's still a little too young.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
But and I started putting.
There's also like there's a time when if you hit those things right, and I've had to do this with my kids with movies too, right? Like if you introduce them to certain concepts before they're ready for it, then one, it ruins other things, and two, it like you wouldn't ever introduce somebody to Watchmen before they had a pretty good like kind of basis for comics, or you don't introduce them to Planetary until they've read enough comics that, you know, Doc Strange and all that stuff makes sense. So Planetary is one that I still haven't given my son because he doesn't quite have the vocabulary to be reading it and going, oh, I get it. That's an analogy for, you know, this or that's. Yeah. So Yeah, you gotta be careful about the required reading before you give somebody something too.
Right. So I mean, like I started him on like I sent him to Venom. I'm like, okay, here this is a little more violent than you're used to. It's a little more
Yeah.
adult than you're used to, but it's not the kind of stuff that Uncle Kyle reads.
Yeah.
Because he wants nothing more than to dive into my Mouse and my Faust and my, my really weird underground collection. I'm like, no, man, we need to be a little closer to Spider-Man and a little further away from like Cherry Pop-Tart. Anyway,
Yeah. There's no Cherry Pop-Tart right now.
So,
oh goodness.
Shout out to Marvin Wynn. He's been here all day, and he's signing at New Dimension Comics at the Waterfront in Pittsburgh right now. So shout out to Marvin for being here with us all
Look
day.
at you, Marvin. You're a rock star.
So let's talk about the Earth 519 model. We've got a few more minutes I want to talk about. So you do all online mail order. There's no brick and mortar. There's no traditional kind of what we talk about. You're like me, a non-traditional retailer.
Yeah, which is interesting too, because like I would like to be a traditional retailer, but one, I have a day job which is manage comics, and so I have to be super careful about what I do with this thing because I love this, and like someday this will be my thing. Like this will be my full-time thing. Just that time is not right now. So the other thing is like if I could find a decent retail space that I could also have managed comics offices in, I would totally do that tomorrow. Because I'm tired of working out of my home. Before the pandemic, I actually had an office. We closed it during the pandemic, and we haven't reopened. And I would love to have an office again. But if I could find retail in my area, because so London has like an East End and a West End, and then like a South End. If I could find retail in like the northwest end of the city, I would do it tomorrow. Because there's nothing near us in terms of comic stores. There's like one game store, which is only opened in the last like 6 months. They're doing really, really well. So I would love to have something up here. And then it would also, give my kids a place to work too. Should be great. So yeah, I would like to, but I'm just not at that point right now. So yeah, we're doing online. We're doing really, really well. And I'm cognizant of who I'm targeting. I'm not targeting Jen at the Dragons customers. I'm not targeting even like the Heroes and LA Mood in my city's customers. I'm targeting the people that are outside. Earth 519, it was really like I bought that URL probably 3 years ago, thinking I was going to do something with it at some point. But the reason I bought it is because it represents over 2.5 million people that live in the 519 area code. And that area code goes from like Guelph to Windsor, which is about I'll say it in miles. It's probably a 350 square mile kind of zone, which is fairly significant. It's about a quarter of our province, which is, half the size. Well, our province is about the size of Michigan. So it's kind of like the lower half of Michigan.
Although ironically, geographically closer to me than Detroit.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Too funny. I love the palm. I also love that when you talk to somebody from Michigan, they always say, "Oh, I live here." Right? That's my favorite thing in the world.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Detroit is here. Windsor's here.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's so great. So great. Yeah. So like you said, a non-traditional model. We deliver. Our customers are all over the country. I've got them in literally every province. We don't ship to the States anymore because the tariff stuff kind of got a little wacky right now. So once that stuff all kind of calms down, then we'll revisit whether or not we're going to ship to the USA.
Let's talk about your auctions, because this is something new that you're doing that I'm fascinated by, and I want to throw this out there, everybody. If you listen to what Brian's doing and you decide you want to do it as a retailer, check your local laws first.
Right. Yeah.
Do not pull a Kyle and have the state come after you for your business license because you're conducting illegal auctions because you live in a state with draconian auction laws.
Oh, that's amazing. That's wild. Yeah, so we just started doing these auctions. There's an app from Raremark. They charge, I think it's 5% of the value, but it's going up to 10% once they go public. They're in like a beta right now. So with Raremark, we get an auction thing on our page and people can bid on it. It's on our site. And at the end of it, the transaction actually happens through our website. So we're not dealing with eBay. We're also dealing with, actual named human beings and not Twinkle Toes 76 or, MJ 14.
Right.
Which to me, like, since January, I've done probably 30 or 40 transactions on eBay. And I would say 10 of those have somehow resulted in me refunding some or all of the money. And it's not worth it. And then on top of that, you're looking at 30% in fees. You have to use their stupid shipping, which is way, way worse than my shipping. And then everything is tracked through their shipping portal instead of through mine. And then on top of that, they hold your money until the thing is confirmed delivered. So you're looking at, sometimes a 20-day payout, which to me, that's just unacceptable. So I stopped doing eBay auctions a while ago. But yeah, this has been really, really cool. We try and make our auctions end on either Sunday or Monday nights because I just find that they have better kind of uptake at the end. And so far, I think this will be my 4th and 5th auctions that we're doing. And a couple of things have sold more than what we would normally post them for, and a couple of things have sold a little bit less. But from now on, like my 1 in 25s, I'm going to start them at $5.99, and every week we'll auction them all off. Because I've got way too many of these things at $14.99 just sitting in my back stock. So if I get $6 for it, it's $6, right? Like it's better than it's sitting there not making me any money. And then
100%.
if I'm only paying 5% auction fee on it, that's a pittance. So
Still better than Feebay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's so much better. And it is treated as just a product in my system. Like I don't have to do anything weird to it. I don't have to it's literally one click to make it an auction. So yeah, I've been really excited about it. I think we're having these guys on Comic Industry Insiders Live on Tuesday. And I was talking to them on Friday and they've got a whole bunch of things planned. Like they're going to make this whole area here way more customizable so that it'll use your look and feel and everything. And
you and I are going to have a conversation about this once I get through the next 4 weeks of this insane contract I'm running, because I am fascinated by this idea. And I think with what we do here at the EXP, it could be a very interesting partnership. It could be a very interesting thing for what we do here.
I was even thinking, like, when I was originally thinking about tonight, like I just didn't have time to kind of prep, all my social medias and everything that I would have needed to do some live selling. But what I was thinking was like, it'd be really cool to have an auction that we start at the beginning of a show that has an end date at the end of the show so that we could actually watch that auction kind of close out at the end. I didn't have time.
If you could prep something, you could almost do it to start as soon, like when we switch over here in 15 minutes to the managed comics portion of the evening, and have it end in the Data Bros portion of the evening, and then we could discuss the data we've generated from the sale.
That'd be genius. That'd be very smart. I love it. Hey, we got an interesting question. Locke Wynn says, Brain, what was the shipping company you're using in Canada? That is Stallion Shipping, which is also known as, there's another name for them, like Spark Shipping or something like that. Yeah, it's
Locke is a Canadian artist.
Oh yeah. That's
so
cool.
Shout out to Locke. He's been on the EXP on SketchUp with Mel and Mog. So
that's awesome. Where's Locke based?
I don't know. As far as I know, he's based on SketchUp with Mel and Mog.
What's hilarious is one of my best friends at TSN when I worked there was named Locke Wynn as well. So That's hilarious.
What are the odds they're the same guy? Anyway,
No, very, very impossible. He lives in Australia now. Data. I love Data. Also, Lux
TJ
told
James.
me that
Mhm.
Win is the
Good.
equivalent of Smith or Jones.
No, that's true.
In Vietnam.
TJ James, you're going to want to be here at midnight Eastern Standard Time for a very punchy Kyle and probably a slightly punchy Brian with Django and Jeff for the Data Bros podcast live on Local Comic Shop Day on the EXP. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing for a second.
The Midnight Brian may be a couple of old fashions in by the time we get there. So
that's what we're hoping for, Brian.
Could be a good show. Could be a good show. Yeah, you want to see a couple of really cool things. So
let's do it.
One of my favorite things about running this store is that I get to experiment with all the wackadoodle things that, I do in other things. So one of the things I did is I built these, I call them storylines, but they're not really storylines. They're actually like, I don't know. I got to have a better name for it than storylines, but it's like similarly created things. So these are not actual pages. They use a concept in Shopify called metadata. And then with the metadata, you can actually create like virtual pages out of it. So these only exist as data. There's no like
so it's almost like a filtered search that is formatted into a page.
Kind of a little bit. I'll show you actually. It's kind of really cool. And for those of you who aren't into this kind of stuff, I apologize in advance. But,
we've transitioned into the managed comics portion of the afternoon.
No, this is still just Shopify. This is pure Shopify. So anybody that has a Shopify store can do this kind of stuff. The data that we're pulling in is just tags, and you could create these tags without managed comics. It's just managed comics kind of builds them. But I've basically written each one of these little things, right? And then I can actually have a page for that thing here. So where's my DC and Marvel crossovers? So it's that blurb. So this page only exists as data. It doesn't exist as the end stuff. And they're really, really easy to use. Like they're easy to build and they're super flexible. And like my day job is North IQ, the parent company of Managed Comics, we're marketers. So this is using all of like the kind of marketing kung fu that gets you seen by many people. So we found very quickly that these pages, the Absolute DC one in particular, ranks really high in search, which means that my site kind of bubbles up above others when we're selling some of the stuff. So yeah, it's a super kind of great little hack. And then I figured out how to do this page, which is my favorite page on the internet, which has like a list of all my little storylines. And you want to know how I figured it out? I actually did it for a client first. So when I built the properties pages for Ignition Press, it uses the same concepts. So this kind of bubbles up. And the thing I want to do on this is then add the creators with links to all their other stuff so that we can kind of cross-pollinate things.
So there are pages that I had to code this week for this show that having this ability would have saved me hours.
Right. I know. Then here's another little thing. And these are just like Shopify hacks. So if anybody wants to know how I do these things, just send me a message and I'll give you the how-to. So I wrote a little thing that actually adds the UPC, the brand, and all this stuff as tags. So now all of Jason Aaron's stuff is linked when you click on Jason Aaron. All of Raphael Sandal's stuff is linked. And then the UPC, I just wanted to have a UPC code so that I could like literally copy and paste it when I need to look something up. So yeah, these things are all really, really easy to do with Shopify. You just have to write a little bit of liquid code, and then you can actually implement that code into any page because Shopify's backend has a really, really nice editor that lets you like kind of modify your pages really quickly. So yeah, if anybody is interested in this kind of stuff, just reach out to me and I'll show you some of my my secret codes.
That's super cool. We're gonna have a conversation. I need to be able to see the sun for the trees.
I feel you, brother.
Speaking of beneath the trees, no, I'm kidding. Let's transition over a little bit to your day job, which is manage comics, which is, we have all three, in a way, all three of the major RM retail management or POS kind of companies represented. We've got you with Managed Comics. We're going to have Django and Jeff from CSA later. And we also have Pete representing Comic Hub. So, everybody kind of showed up because I want to put all the best. I want to give everybody all the best information on all their options. So you say it all the time, and I want to make sure everybody understands it. Managed Comics is not a point of sale system.
That's right.
But that isn't to say you aren't developing something. So tell us what's going on at Managed Comics.
Yeah, we're like the connective tissue that connects points of sale systems to the comics data. So really, we built like a really awesome comics data warehouse, and then Managed Comics is like kind of the front end for that thing. So every one of our websites has a subscription portal, and that portal has the same data for every single store. The difference between us and other solutions is that page is going to look like that individual store. So if I go to, I don't want to pick on Challengers Comics and Conversation out of Chicago, Illinois. Their site, their Managed Comics stuff looks different than ours. It's black on black with white text, but the chewy middle, the stuff that's in the middle, is the same no matter where. So that's kind of the thing that we do to tie all the stuff together. And then your customers have access to all these different comics and can pre-order them. They can subscribe to series, that kind of stuff. On the back end, you've got a whole host of tools that let you do even more cool things. And until last month, we only worked with Shopify. But starting last month, we built a standalone system that we call Managed Comics Oryx, which lets you do all this same stuff, but from a platform agnostic system. So right now, out of the gate, it works with RMH, which means that it's basically your comic suite replacement. But we've got plans to have it work with Lightspeed, which is our next one. I think we're 2 or 3 weeks away from that one going on. And then we're going to look at other things like Square and Clover and all that stuff. So my idea is really Managed Comics should be the Rosetta Stone that works with any point of sale system. I don't really want to write a point of sale system because I think there's a lot of things that people get wrong with point of sale systems. And there are these $100 billion companies that are building point of sale systems that have all the bells and whistles that it would take me, 5 years to build. Instead, I've built this thing for the last 5 years, and I think it's a pretty awesome front end system.
So, platforming with Shopify, some of the things that you and I have talked about it gives you a lot of capability in terms of building a website, in terms of not having to do all of the hard coding and things that we used to have to do.
Correct. Yeah.
What made you choose Shopify and now RMS or RMH and Lightspeed?
Yep.
And some of the other platforms you're working with.
Yeah. So with Shopify specifically, so Managed Comics was a standalone system back in before 2020. And really all it was doing was managing subscriptions. It was basically League of Comic Geeks before League of Comic Geeks came around. But the way we were doing things was a lot different than the way we do it now. Like we had a subset of the catalog. We didn't have everything every month. And so we were managing this kind of curated catalog that had, maybe 300 new products a month. The current system literally has everything from everybody, and we're adding new distributors all the time. So that old version was great until the pandemic hit. There was some billing tools in it, but that was it really. And it didn't really have any kind of customer, like way for you to transact stuff that was left over in the store after the subscriptions were accounted for. So in 2020, we realized that we needed to help stores stay online because they were literally physically, not allowed to open anymore. So we quickly built some front end tools so that stores could still like invoice people and sell stuff at the curb, and it was okay. But then we started looking around like, okay, should we integrate with WooCommerce? Should we look at other systems? And WooCommerce is awesome, but I had built a WooCommerce store at that point that had, I want to say 15,000 products on it, and it was dog slow. And no matter what I did to speed it up, it just got slower. So to me, it was like an average store is going to have 50 to 60,000 SKUs, which, by the way, if you tell any other industry that a store has 60,000 SKUs, they look at you like you have four heads, right? And it's like, yeah, comic stores bring in 100 to 300 new SKUs every week. It's just what we do, right? So that's a limitation. So at some point I looked at Shopify and I was like, oh, they have an API and they have an app store that is like super robust, and they will handle all the transaction on that app store. So I don't have to build a separate billing engine for selling managed comics. All I have to focus on is like our app. And the day that we figured out that we could embed pages in the Shopify stuff, that was a light switch moment. So we decided to go all in and like rebuild our app from the ground up in Shopify. That was great for 2 years, but then we started kind of hitting up against a bunch of limitations. One of them is Shopify changes their API really, really frequently, and that causes problems for us. So we were spending a lot of time just like upgrading our API just to stay ahead of the curve. So we realized at some point that we probably need to like fragment ourselves and pull ourselves a little bit out of the Shopify ecosystem. So that's something we'll probably do over the next 2 years, is like, we're still going to be involved in Shopify. It's just, it probably won't be fully in the Shopify store all the time. And then in January, when there was the whole rumor that Comics Week could get shut down, we reached out to a couple of places to possibly build like an integration with Managed Comics and Shopify. And so what our plan is to integrate the Managed Comics system with Shopify into RMH. Because I've worked with a couple of stores that have had RMH Shopify integrations. Even Jen Haynes at the Dragon, theirs was a Shopify integration with RMH. But that didn't go very far, and I kind of just put that away until like June when Comic Suite decided they were just shutting down. They were just like, we're going to stop adding new data and we'll be shutting down shortly. And so we scrambled and built, we basically took Managed Comics, we cloned the repo, and we just ripped all the Shopify stuff out. It took our guys 12 days to get it done. And then we started beta testing it. And that's when we found out all the problems. And it took about a month to kind of fix all those problems and everything. But we've been adding new stores to our standalone product that doesn't have any Shopify connection at all since like mid to late August. So we've got, I think last time I looked, we have like 42 people on it. I'm working with an RMH installer named Sean, who runs MCS Communications, and he is a authorized reseller of RMH, and he's like rebuilding or importing all the customers for us and doing all that stuff. So yeah, it's been really great. In the meantime, so the RMH thing kind of came just like we wanted to support the stores that are using Comic Suite, and we don't want to force them into another system because having worked with stores for now, 5 years, getting them to move out of Comic Suite and onto another point of sale is really hard because there's a lot of internal resistance. So you don't have to leave your system. You can continue using it. We'll just plug in at the front and help you to manage your subscriptions and stuff the same way that Comic Suite did. It takes a little bit of a learning curve to learn that new stuff, but every store that has like moved over has been like, oh yeah, this is already better than Comic Suite, and we're improving daily, right? So it's getting better. And then Lightspeed reached out to us and was like, hey, we'd like to integrate with your system because a lot of people are coming to us and saying, do you integrate with Managed Comics? No? Okay, well then I'll check something else out. So we started working on that last Monday, and that should be done in the next 2 weeks. It's not a lot of work, to be honest. But yeah, then we'll have integration with that. And then just this last week, my team started working on a front end for Managed Comics, which will live on its own place. And this will have, and I'm not prepared to say what the name of the URL is yet, but it's going to have its own URL. This is what the pages are going to look like. I spent a month really, really fine tuning both the SEO on these pages and the look and feel so that it has really good SEO, really, really user friendly. And then we're going to layer on top the actual subscription tools. So right now, this is going to be just a data repository where we take all of our Geek Fetch stuff and give it a nice kind of front end. But very quickly, we'll add the subscription tools. And every store that uses Managed Comics Oryx will have their own site that looks and feels like them. And if you're logged into this website, you know what, I'll tell you. It's called comicpreviews.com. I bought that URL, yes. And I didn't. There we go. So it's launching in 10 days. So sign up for the wait list if you want to check out Comic Previews when it goes live. And this is a scoop, by the way, Kyle. You can tell people that we scooped it here on.
Well, I was going to offer you what's left of my cinnamon roll if you told me the URL, but you did it anyway.
So yeah, folks will be able to set up their account on here, once it's live, and it will let you create pull lists and stuff like that, and then those pull lists can be shared with your store when you're ready to move over to them. So yeah, the sites will look like the stores. We've got a really, really simple interface for stores to update their colors and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm super excited about this. I think this is kind of like the next place that I see Managed Comics going. And then what we'll do at some point is just basically all this kind of center stuff. We'll just port back to the Managed Comics pages, so people will find that here.
All right, runs over, joins waitlist. Because
yeah, get on
needs
there.
Website. Needs website desperately. Needs website.
I love it.
We make the joke all the time on the Tuesday show that you're out here trying to save comics. It's true and it's not, and it's tongue in cheek, but it's not. I remember being in text conversations with you and Adam back in June when Comic Suite shut down, right? And made that announcement, and just watching you go into superhero mode to try to bail all these people out. Managed Comics is doing a lot, but the thing I want to make sure is that everybody, yourself, CSA, and Comic Hub, are all just trying to help people sell more comics.
Yeah, 100%. And I think everybody, if you're needing to switch, or you need to look at your options. First of all, one of the impetuses for this was I don't want people making decisions under duress. I'd rather that they could look at what they've got and choose if they need to move things. So look at all the solutions. And whenever I'm talking to somebody about them wanting to move from whatever they're on to Shopify Managed Comics, I'm like, book a call with Django, book a call with Stu. Make sure that you look at all three solutions, because one of them is going to be right for you. And like,
Right.
I honestly can't figure out either Stu or Django's platforms. And Django doesn't understand our platform. Like, he looks at it and he's like, I don't understand how this works. And I'm sure we'd both be the same way with Stu's platform. And that doesn't mean that any one of them are wrong. It means there's three different ways of skinning this particular cat, and we've all chosen a different way. Maybe we shouldn't be skinning cats, but that's a whole other conversation that we could have. But yeah, I think everybody should look at the one that works for them. Everything works differently for different brains, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm still
So one
trying
of
to
the
figure
things-
out RMH. I'm so confused by it, and I've been using it for 2 months.
Right. So one of the things I wanted to ask about, and this is, kind of the whole kit and or caboodle here. As we talk about this, when you sit down to look at the future of comics as a retailer with Earth 519, and as someone who is, underwear on the outside trying to save comics, what are you most excited about?
So, okay, there's two things. First of all, every store I've talked to has said that this is their best year that they've had in a few years. So that makes me really, really hopeful that things are going in the right direction. The flip side of that is next year could be terrible. We don't know, right? But well, we've got this thing. Let's grab it and take it by the reins. There's that demographic shift that I talked about earlier. I think there's a massive untapped market that we haven't really seen in a long, long time that we can jump on. And then on top of that, there's just so much opportunity right now, and there's so much stuff that is happening. So I've worked 14 to 16-hour days since June. When Diamond made their announcement that they were closing down Comic Suite, I was on vacation with my wife and kids, and I immediately said to my wife, like, you're going to have to go on without me for the next couple of hours. I swear to you, I'll be back. But if I'm with you right now, I'm going to be useless because my brain is just going to be engrossed in this thing and figuring it out. So I immediately contacted my team and I was like, guys, let's figure out if we can do this thing. Like, does it make sense to build a solution for this? And then in 2 hours, we were like, yes, here's our plan. That opportunity wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for what was going on with Diamond. The flip side of that is, if we didn't have the stuff in place that we have right now, Diamond's inevitable death, and let's be clear, Diamond's death was inevitable. 2019, Diamond was in trouble. The pandemic, honestly, probably saved them more than harmed them. And then things like DC and Marvel leaving them was going to happen. It was an inevitability. So anybody that's like, oh, DC screwed this, they did not. This was going to happen at some point. The good thing is that we had alternatives. If we did not have Lunar and we did not have PRH and Diamond closed, this industry would be in a lot of trouble. And on top of that, we had things like Comet, where we had actually figured out how to help streamline some of the data. And we're nowhere near where we need to be with that, but we're a heck of a lot further ahead than we were 2 years ago. So all these little pieces fell into place at the right time to make what's happening right now possible. And like I said, it was an inevitability. Like, Diamond was too big and was doing a lot of stuff as we start looking at the court transcripts and stuff that, was not long-term sustainable business practices. And at some point, there are going to be key figures in that company that are no longer with us on this earth. And I think that's what would have really, really had all the cards crumble. So we're lucky that the things worked out the way they did. And I think, there's just so much opportunity right now, which is why I'm working 16-hour days. Cause there's so many opportunities that will disappear in 6 months because we'll have either solved them or we'll figure out that we don't need to do that thing anymore. So that's a long way of explaining what I think makes me excited.
And I think I know the answer to the next question, but again, looking at it from your unique perspective, and you like me, and I think like Adam, like we're friends because we all kind of sit in a unique position
Mhm.
in comics, right? What do you see as the biggest challenge we face going forward?
Man, there's so many. Like I think honestly, metadata is a huge one, and we really, really need to focus on it in the next year. And there's three primary reasons. One, everything requires metadata these days. Like metadata is like the thing that one will help you get recurring subscriptions for things. If we're fighting with our metadata, then it makes it harder for us to create subscriptions for the things. And even Stu, who has said for years that he solved this stuff, he's still dedicating untold resources to fixing it. I know he is because I am, right? And Django is like, we're all dedicating. And it frustrates me to no end that there are three separate companies at least that are putting all this effort into something that really, if it was coming to us clean in the beginning, we wouldn't be putting effort into it. And can you imagine the cool crap we could build if we weren't fighting with metadata? So I think metadata is like the number one challenge. It's also an institutional problem because we've lost to the industry a lot of the people that understood how this stuff was fundamentally put together, like down to the fact that there are precious few people who understand how a barcode is structured. And like, it's been my mission in life for the last 3 years to teach people how barcodes work, to the point where I wrote an entire like massive blog post on the Comet Standard that's just about barcodes and how you build a barcode. And if you go right here, everything you need to know about barcodes, and you click on Comic Book Barcodes Explained on cometstandard.com, you'll actually see what I think is the best anatomical breakdown of a comic book barcode and an explanation of what all the pieces look. This existed in many, many different places, but it didn't exist kind of comprehensively the way that I broke it down here. And this is the thing that we need to teach everybody at every comic company, because all these new little guys that are coming up through Filbo, like this is the very first thing that they don't know about, that there's a 5-digit extension. So they're burning through, 5 barcodes to get out 5 different covers. Why are you doing that? You could have one barcode that would represent your entire series and all of its covers. So this stuff is like fundamental to the business, and explaining it really, really helps a lot of stuff, just because a barcode is still the primary identifier for anything. And doing things like keeping the series code within the barcode, which is how Lunar's doing it now, it really, really helps the stuff.
Hey, Sam, we're talking about barcodes.
Sam.
Just so you know. Yeah.
That blog,
he loves a good barcode.
So this is primarily comics, but we also apply it to magazines, because magazine readers will also read the 5-digit code. It's called an EAN with supplementals, if you're looking for the nerd terminology behind it. And we even have like where you can purchase UPC barcodes in this thing. So if you're looking for it, go to cometstandard.com and just look at the Comic Book Barcodes Explained.
Very, very cool. I want to talk more about Comet Standard, and I want to talk more about that stuff, but I feel like we should save that for an entire podcast dedicated to talking about that, which is happening tonight at midnight.
I'm going to talk to Django and Jeff tonight. And one of the things I want to talk about is like, I think we should give the full secret history of how the Comet Standard was formed, because the behind the scenes chat about what happened that first night and some of the things that happened that almost caused it not to happen are pretty fun. And I don't know, I may not have enough alcohol in me by then to actually be honest about all of it, but yeah, there's some good story there. Let's just say that
Fantastic.
Django and I were sitting next to each other, and at one point I texted him while he was sitting next to me an entire conversation.
Yeah. That makes sense for those meetings.
Yeah. We tend to have a back channel no matter where we are.
Right. I mean, I feel like at this point it's almost telepathic.
Yeah,
But
yeah, it's getting that way. It's sad though. I haven't seen him in like the longest time. Like I went down to Bellingham in November last year, and spent a week there and helped them set up their new store, which wasn't what we were planning on doing, but man, we had the best time. Like
I bet.
Django and I share a brain, and we were just like, I think we need to wire this. And he'd be like, yeah, let's do that. And then I'd disappear and he'd be like, where'd you go? Oh, I just did the wiring that we talked about. Oh, okay, cool.
See, and I feel like Jeff and I would just be there like making fun of the old guys. I don't know. So
Oh, Jeff's the hardest worker I know.
I know
That dude
Jeff
works
is
so hard.
Jeff is the best. So with a few minutes left before we kick it down to Texas to Miss Jen and Josh Starnes from AMP, I wanted to we'll do the business first and then we'll go to the fun. Where can people follow Earth 519 on the internets and find out what's going on there?
Yeah, absolutely. So earth519.com is the best place to go. And then I think we have socials, but honestly, I don't post them anymore. My kids are supposed to take them over. Yeah, look at that. We've got an Instagram. Oh yeah, we actually did a show recently, and that was our little setup. We had a 10 by 10 booth. Oh my god. Okay, if you are doing a comic show anytime in the near future, you need to put new comics outside of your booth. Nothing drew more people into my booth than those comics that were sitting outside. It was the greatest thing I did. So we put out Batman and Murder Podcast, like all stuff that came out that week. And I just kept cycling through stuff. So I had a bunch of new comics that had just come out. And yeah, it was so much fun. So yeah, put comics out front. Yeah, look at that. Dr. Doom in my sign. I gotta say too, my buddy Craig has built all my graphics, and man, I love him so much. So yeah, we're on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. I don't think we've ever posted anything to YouTube, but you'll find all that.
Well, I mean, we only go live to YouTube. Oh, we don't go live to Earth 519. We go live to Managed Comics, which is where can people follow Managed Comics on the internet?
So you just look up managedcomics.com. Hey, want another scoop? I'll show you another scoop. Oh, that's not managedcomics.com. If you go to managedcomics.com, it's going to redirect you to info.managedcomics.com, and you can follow all of our stuff here. We do have YouTube's, Facebook's, and Instagrams, and apparently an X account, which I don't think I've posted to in a couple of years. I'll show you. This is the new website we're working on, and this one actually has pages about our two different platforms. So Ordo is the Shopify platform, and Oryx is the other one. We're not allowed to actually say Shopify in any of our stuff, so we had to give it a fake name. But yeah, this should be live, I think, this week. Our new website.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that.
We got about 5 or 6 minutes left, so I'm going to ask you some local comic shop day questions. Do you remember your first local comic shop experience?
Look at that. DCKO. I absolutely do. It was, what year did Dark Knight come out? Dark Knight number 4.
Before I was born.
I remember distinctly. Returns number 4. So the store was called Multimag in London, Ontario. And I went in and I bought Dark Knight Returns number 4 because it was out on the shelf. Before that, I had been buying my comics exclusively off a newsstand, and specifically one newsstand that was like near my grandparents' house. And this was the first time I had walked into a comic store that, like, it was a magazine store, but they had a massive dedicated comics section. And the guys that were running the comics part of that ended up opening a store on Queen Street called Bid Time Return. And I hung around there long enough that eventually the manager just said, "Do you just want to work here?" And I said, "Yes, please." I would bring her coffee every day. Like, I was the best pre-employee that you ever had. And I would just when I was standing there, I'd just be like, "Do you want me to make some bags and boards?" And I'd just make bags and boards while I was talking to people. It was the best. And then they hired me, and I worked at that store. And then Heroes Cards and Comics, I got to help start up. until I want to say like 93 or 94 when I went off to college. And that was my first comic shop, was multi-mag periodicals.
Very cool. What when you go into a shop now as a person, again, who does, everything, what are some of the things you look for in a comic shop to be like, this is a shop that I can relate to. This is a shop that I like.
Yeah, well, I'll even go further, and I'll tell you the store that I'm going to open someday, because it's basically, so you've been to Vault of Midnight, right?
I have many thousands of dollars.
Have you been to the Detroit location?
Absolutely.
So the Detroit location is in an old, it's an old kind of industrial area that has been gentrified into like this really cool artsy area. And that location is my favorite because all of their fixtures are on wheels. And so they can move everything in that store out of the way to have an event. I love that. And they have a solid floor and everything. And it's so well lit, and it's got like bright outdoor lights, and it has like these beautiful, like absolutely gorgeous fixtures. And they've got vinyl wrapping on them, which it's surprisingly inexpensive to get vinyl wrapping, and it looks so nice, and it's so incredibly durable. So yeah, that's my dream store. And I think the difference is, what I'd really like to do is have a fusion between like a high-end bookstore and a bit of an art gallery, because I collect original comic art, and I've got tons of original comic art floating around here. And I would love to have like original art that's for sale up on the kind of the high areas. And then down low, you've got your comics, and then you've got, books and I wouldn't do a ton of like toys and stuff like that. First of all, because I don't really understand that market. And second, because like, unless you're churning through that stuff really quickly, it becomes kind of a junk store really, really quickly. So like, you can have older books and they look awesome, but older toys start to just look junky. So that's my goal, is like, a cool Vault of Midnight kind of vibe with, our Earth 519 graphics everywhere, and bright, like our colors are bright green, bright blue. Just have like really, really bright, vibrant colors as well.
If you're going to do anything, my one suggestion to improve on Vault of Midnight is turn the K-pop down just a couple of decibels.
Yeah.
That's my only note.
That's fair.
So, all right, Brian, you'll be back in a few hours to join me and Brian, or Jeff and Django, with all kinds of late night madness here on Local Comic Shop Day on the EXP. I want to thank you for being here. Tuesdays at 2:00 Eastern, Brian is a big part of Comic Industry Insiders Live, which happens here on the EXP with Adam Freeman and the gang at Prana Direct Market Solutions. We'll see other people from that show a little bit later when our buddy Blake, the producer of that show, the guy who makes it so I don't have to do a whole lot of work, interviews some of the gang from Recca Publishing. So
that's exciting. When's that going to be?
After Data Bros.
That is not fair for me to ask.
Yeah,
awesome.
After Data Bros. Cool. So we'll have all of that stuff available on the EXP YouTube as well. So everybody stay tuned. We're gonna transition. We're gonna fly all the way from London, Ontario, southwest to the Woodlands, Texas, or Houston, as it were. And we're going to join Miss Jen and Joshua Starnes from AMP Comics live at her shop here in just a second. But first, how about a word from AMP Comics, a company that stepped up big to make sure that today happened by providing sponsorship and content. And we've got 3 AMP Comics creators on the show in terms of Josh Starnes, David Byrne, and later on tonight, Hector from Chispa, who is partnered with AMP Comics. So let's maybe promote some of that stuff. Here we go.
War is worse than hell. It takes everyone without mercy. Until there is nothing left.
Hooray! Prince Jack has returned.
But my name is Georgie.
Still got that humor.
What on earth is that?
You are hereby a prisoner under orders of the Red Queen. Come with us now.
What happened to Grandma Alice?
The Jabberwock. It's poisoned her mind.
Fetch the Vorpal blade, face the creature, free all of Wonderland and your grandmother, before it's too late.
This is the Prince of Hearts. I order you to release us, or I will have your heads.
Tonight, Oz will burn.
What if I'm not the hero they're looking for?
There's a hero in all of us, Prince Jack. You just have to be brave enough to find it.
I need to get you out of here, Corporal Crow. Even if that means leaving this world.
Of all the places you could have sent us, you sent us here.
I thought we would be safe, but something's wrong. Here lies the man of tin, murdered by the dastardly lion.
I think there's an evil in this land that we are not prepared to deal with.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Local Comic Shop Day live on the Experience, live from Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland. And welcome in to everybody who's joining us on Instagram, as well as those people who are joining us now on Comic Book Shopping Network as we head down to Space Cadets Collection, a show with a collection, a store with a collection so big they had to mention it twice. And Miss Jen and Joshua Starnes, welcome in, guys.
Hi, y'all. Hey. It's been crazy today. I was like, genuinely, I said, Josh, are you okay if I'm like not in the show, if I have to run away?
And I said, no, I don't know what to do. But
well, if Miss Jen has to run away, we'll talk. But I'm going to let you guys talk.
You know what was really fun today is that I know that following us is Shopping for Superman. And we actually had Superman show up today at the store, which was awesome because I just mentioned to him, I was in a different event, and I mentioned to him, this might have been a month or two ago, hey, would you come to Local Comic Shop Day? And he was like, absolutely. And then I didn't have a way to talk to him. He friended me on Instagram, and I did not realize it because I'm not an Instagram girl. I'm kind of there of some, but he showed up. This kid is, you know, because he's Superman, if he says he's going to do a thing, he does the thing. And what's awesome is that he low-key has his dad with him. Don't worry. this won't break. This is different universe, Superman, obviously. But his dad is a hero too. He's like a vet. And so I like to sit around and talk to his dad while Superman is doing superhero-y things in my shop. So we made kids happy today. It was a lot of fun. We had tons of people enjoy our up until about 4 o'clock. We had an outside pop-up tent with long boxes of comic books and some other goodies. It was such a beautiful day today. We don't usually get this kind of weather, right?
Not in September, not in Texas.
It was so like crisp outside, and it didn't start to get a little bit warm until about now, which is like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Which is great because I had to tear all that stuff down and run in here for this. So if I look sweaty, as what's happened. So local comic shop day, just like always, is about local comic shops. So hope you visited yours and or enjoying feeling like you have a local comic shop near you by using, this, where we're going into lots of local comic shops. But it's also about comic books, right? It's about who's making comic books, who's excited about comic books, who's on the edge of making great comic books that you guys will like. Hey, Nick, is this Flash No, we sold the Flash costume. It's gone. But I do have, a cool Harley Quinn jacket up here. So I'm going to introduce you guys Josh Starnes. I've actually known Josh for a long time, and he's always been so kind with his time. He used to come on the Comic Book Shopping Network like once every 3 months and sit down and show us all the cool things that he was working on and excited about. And our big joke is that he has a very tiny voice. He's a very peaceful guy. So turn up your volume.
So I'm standing close.
That's right.
So you can hear me.
And Josh is going to tell you what he's been up to with AMP.
All right. So AMP Comics. I've been here a couple of times with Miss Jen, I think. But for anyone who hasn't heard from us, this is our first year in existence. So that's why you haven't heard of us. I was, for the last 8 or 9 years, I was a co-publisher at Red 5 Comics, and last year left to kind of go out on my own and connected with Don Hanfield and David Byrne, who both previously used to be at Scout Comics, and we were all leaving the previous publishers that we were at around the same time, and decided that we still, for whatever reason, because we're clinically insane, we still wanted to keep publishing comics and selling them because we love them too much, but we wanted to do things differently than we had been before. So we kind of collectively came together and put our heads together and we're talking about if we started a new comic book company from scratch right now at the best possible time to launch a new comic book publisher, what would it be? How would it go about what it's doing? What would we want to change from what we have learned from the last several years of publishing?
See, this is what happens when you're
We'll
live.
scoot over. Yeah. And so that is the basics, the genesis of AMP, that we wanted to do something that was always high quality, not too much quantity, that we focused on stories and storytellers first, especially making sure that not only were we giving voices to interesting and in a lot of cases undiscovered young independent comics talent, but making sure that they were supported, that both on the front end on sales and marketing, and making sure that people found out about their books and getting them in front of readers and retailers, that retailers were supported, that we weren't just dumping a ton of product and or going in other directions and selling it through multiple channels without everyone knowing, that we wanted to be partners with both our readers and with retailers for getting books in front of people, and also that our storytellers are supported in the back as well to make sure that everything was transparent, that you didn't have any bad associations with us as far as finding out what your books were sold, finding out where they were being sold, making sure royalties were being covered, marketing was being covered, and part of the way we wanted to do that is also we wanted to be very selective with what we picked to go out, which means we're probably only going to be doing maybe 4 or 5 titles in any given year. You weren't going to be seeing a giant dump of different titles, and that we would also be working with some partners to be able to bring some of their books out into stands as well through what we know and the connections we have already in publishing. So anyone who stays on is going to hear from Hector from Chispa Comics, who we partner with to bring some of their titles out, and we have been publishing their titles under a Chispa imprint in order to get them on stands, get them in front of readers. They're really interesting. One of them we have actually here now as one of our local comic shop day specific. One of our local comic shop day specific covers. One of the 2 that we did, one was a Chispa book. I'm sure Hector will be showing it off and talking about it later. Alex Segura's The Dusk.
Mm-hmm. We talk about that pretty in depth because I love Alex Segura and I'm really fascinated by the concept of The Dusk. So we talk about that pretty in depth.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, fantastic. So check it out. 4 issues going to be going through the rest of the year. First issue is out now, so you'll be able to look at that. But we decided to start the year off with the 2 as different as you can get series. Prodigal Son, which is a Western, because I still love Westerns. We all still love Westerns. It always seems. I can go over here. All right. So I know Westerns in comics used to be a big part of comics. You don't see them as much anymore, and we wanted to do a classic one. I love I love Weird Tales. I loved all the Vertigo Jonah Hex books, but we wanted to do something that was more like a straightforward Western, not supernatural Western or steampunk Western or things with that. So it's just a classic. Oh, my family got killed by this bandit, and a 9-year-old boy, am going to go hunt them down, and no one's going to get in my way. And I will connect with whoever I have to connect with to help me in my mission of vengeance. Classic Western. And so we launched with that, and along with our strange fantasy epic Never Wars, which is about halfway in right now. It's the special Space Cadets only version of the
Janet Lee art.
issue 1 cover. So
issue 1A.
Issue 1A. So let me explain what does issue 1A means. It means we put our weird marketing caps on. So we wanted to get people to know about these retailers and readers, and have them want to go and look for things and give them a reason to find things. And there's a story reason why as well. So in Never Wars, it is about a war happening between Neverland, Oz, and Wonderland. And so obviously when you start dealing with those 3 backgrounds, you've got their main characters as well. You have Dorothy, you have Peter Pan, and you have Alice and the grandson of Alice, because this actually picks up several years after those original stories happened. And so everyone has grown a little bit. Everyone's about 10 or 12 years older. They're young adults and in the trenches of World War I. And then when they find themselves whisked away to the trenches of a very different war, where you have Captain Hook and his flying sky ship fighting off against the cannons against the great Jabberwock from Wonderland, and the Dastardly Lion and his armies, sending his armies into Oz and Wonderland. So here's Peter Pan, fighter pilot turned Pan again. Mm-hmm. Can't stop him from flying, whether he's in the real world or in Neverland. The boy's got to fly. So we launched it because it has these three distinct worlds that are going to be intertwined and 3 major characters. We decided we were going to do 3 versions of number 1, each from the point of view of their main characters. One for Peter, one for Dorothy, and one for Georgie, the grandson of Alice of Wonderland. And so it's not just a variant cover, but you can tell by the cover itself tells you which one you're looking at. So it's not just a variant cover. It is a different interior. Each of them gets to the point where those 3 characters, each number 1 gets you to the point where those 3 characters meet each other, and then the story will go on from there all the way down to issue 8. And but you can start from any starting point, or you can go all 3 starting points, and you can get all the different points of view and all the different side characters and understand them as they meet each other, and then continue on into issues 2, 3, and 4. So we did in issue 1, we actually did a big print run and made free for retailers. We wanted to get it easily into retailers' hands, easily into readers' hands. We thought that made for a really good, really interesting way to supercharge it and get people wanting to look for it, and for retailers to want to have a handhold and throw to people. Plus, we did a lot of retailer-specific covers, like the Space Cadets version that Miss Jen was showing up just a minute ago. Lots of different ways to put it into retailers' hands and to help you guys have different versions that you can put into readers' hands.
And don't worry, y'all, because we are definitely on this live stream going to offer all these books that we're talking about. I just wanted to make sure you guys got to hear all of the cool stuff about them, and then I'll show those so that if you don't already have them, a lot of our viewership has them, because especially Never Wars, we've got a bunch of people reading that, loving it. Mm-hmm. We're up to issue 4 drops soon, right?
Issue 4 drops soon, and I have issue 5 here
snap in
my hot little hands. If somebody wants to, already has 4. I have some issue 4s here too. So if anybody wants to get ahead a little bit and see what's happening in issue 5.
Wait, are you breaking all the rules?
Shh. No one knows. No retailers are here looking at stuff.
Aren't they technically his rules to break?
Yes. That's why it's hilarious.
I can break it for you guys, or because I like you guys the best.
By the way, I do want to say hi to Seat, one of our regular viewers. He's watching us over on Facebook. Thank you so much. Marvin Wynn, who writes has an amazing book called The Edge. If you can hunt that down or tell your local comic shop to get that series, you absolutely should. Support these very creative folks and all of the things that they're making. If you were like, I don't know anything about that book, you should absolutely hunt it down. Marvin, you have my permission to type in the comments, and we'll put up, if you want to put down what it is about, we'll pop it up for you, okay?
Marvin Wynn's interview is in part 1 of Local Comic Shop Day Live on the EXP. And if you head over to theexplive.com and click on links at the bottom of the page, there's a link right to Comicsburg and to the Edge's website so that you can pick it up directly from Marvin.
Oh, yeah. All right, what are the books you want to talk about?
So, and I know I mentioned, I don't have any sitting here. I know I mentioned Prodigal Son at the top. So it's actually one of the first books that we put out when we were solely distributed by Diamond. So, which meant that your store may have had a hard time finding it.
I have one, and it's very special because Marty signed it.
So it's signed by Martin Cove from Cobra Kai, who is the creator and co-writer of the series, and obviously the one of the main characters based very heavily around him. Is that because I know this is a personal story that he's always wanted to do, and we had him. He came out to ComicsPRO earlier this year and signed a bunch of the early trades. So this is the last one? I know we did not print very many, so that's nice to.
Yeah, this is really cool.
When we started distributing with Lunar later in the spring, we wanted to make sure everybody who had a chance could get in front of it. So we have been pushing Prodigal Son with slightly different new covers by the cover artist, by Edwin Arosa, who is also our cover artist for Never Wars. Made a bunch of new covers for Prodigal Son for us to put onto Lunar, which if you've been ordering from Lunar, that's what they are. And it kind of says second printing, but really it's the Lunar print run that we had to make. We made a special print run for them so that we would know we could basically print for FOC for what anyone ordered through Lunar, to make sure if you need some, if you had a customer who was looking for some, especially if they heard about it earlier in the year and weren't able to find it, that we would be able to have plenty that would get to you and you could see the story.
Yeah.
Grab it. About Love Struck. These are both issue 3 with our nice. We've been doing these variant movie poster covers for each issue. So here we did. I know we had done Bad Boys with issue 1, and now we have Back to the Future, because who doesn't love Back to the Future?
Love Struck is producer Kyle's favorite AMP comic, and
I'm going to go upstairs and get you the rarest thing that ever existed for Love Struck.
Oh, do you have? You have some of the. We made some ash cans for Love Struck #1 last year when we did our announcement at San Diego last year, and there's not very many of them, but I know we brought a few back, and Miss Jen took a few back from there, so that is nice. I am going to be talking about that steak book. I'm glad somebody's picking up and liking it. I've had a lot of good responses for the local comic shop day steak presents Jessamy book, so we're going to talk about that in a second, because I'm super excited about that. If anybody's already, I think David may have already come on the channel and talked about it some, so you might have heard about it already, but we won't stop talking about it. But
so while we talk about Love Struck, I want to tell you that I definitely pitched David and Don both my pitch for Love Struck Volume 2.
Oh, what is your pitch for Love Struck? I haven't heard it. What is Love Struck Volume 2?
We run over a leprechaun with a car, and someone has to save St. Patrick's Day.
There you go. All right. Do they get the pot of gold? Do they have to keep?
That's exactly it. They have to Brewster's Million, the leprechaun's pot of gold.
Oh,
they have until the end of St. Patrick's Day to give away the whole pot of gold.
I love that. That's great. Even better.
You can have it. Somebody at AMP write it. I'm just an idea guy. You guys have it. I don't want credit. I just want the book.
a good funny title to go with that love struck too. So if anybody who's not familiar with the concept, why we're talking about that and what seems like fictional creatures. So the book focuses on this young woman, Triss, who is the least romantic person on Earth. She doesn't really like relationships. She's not good at them by her own admission. Doesn't get along with people very well. She is in the middle of trying to break up with her current boyfriend, who apparently is on a completely different page from her because he has set up a flash mob wedding proposal for her, marriage proposal for her. So in her desperation to flee before he can go through with it, she runs over Cupid, the god of love, who was put into a coma. And so her punishment from the DA of Los Angeles, who also happens to be one of the gods of Olympus, who's kind of slumming it down, working in the Los Angeles legal system, is that she is going to have to take over Cupid's job. She has X number of people she has to get together into a relationship before she is free, and she's not good at it. I'll tell you, she's not good at it. They knew what punishment. This is worse than hell for her, so it's hilarious.
Oh, TJ got the steak book.
Yeah.
Excellent, TJ. Drop your local comic shop with the drop its name in the comments so we can give them some ups. There is the rarest love struck thing there is.
Not many of those. Not many of those.
These were made for their very first panel, and since we're a brand new company, they put them at a weird time and in a weird place. And so there weren't very many people in the panel, and I think they gave away like 4 copies.
Yeah. We printed like 200. We came back with a few, so you can tell it's got the old 2024 Comic-Con logo on it.
And they didn't do it anywhere else. You had to be at the panel to get it. So I have all the rest of them that exist. When I get around to it, or you can just call them now if you want to, I'm going to do something stupid because they're $40 books. I will do them for $10 for as many as you want until they're gone.
And there's not going to be more.
Nope.
We don't have them on our store. We don't have them
anywhere. Whatnot those things for as much as you want.
Yep. So issue 3 is getting ready to come out. I have some issue 3s here for this 4-issue series, which may well be on your TV screens / streaming services in the near future. They've been talking about it for quite a while with maximum effort with Ryan Reynolds production company to turn into a TV series, because it's got, honestly, it has TV series written all over it.
Ryan's crazy. He's going to do such a good job. I love hearing people that I like attached to properties that I like. It makes me happy. All right, so the shout out from TJ over on YouTube is to Pensacola Pop Comics. What a great naming place. And Nick has a question. Did the leprechaun resemble Cecil Kellaway? I don't know who that is.
So we were getting getting a pitch for if we do a second series of Love Struck, to do it where they run over a leprechaun and they have to save St. Patrick's Day by giving away all the leprechaun's gold. Which
not drinking lots of green beer.
You can do that too.
Yeah, that's got to be part of it.
Yeah.
And they're in Boston instead of LA, you know. But
get drunk and give away leprechaun gold.
Yep. Everybody's got a thick
Lucky Strike.
Oh, I like it. There we go.
I may or may not have put some time into this. I'm just saying.
They've got the thick Boston accent. The leprechaun's got a thick Irish accent. No one can understand anybody else. I think we can work with it.
You know what's so funny?
This
guys?
is why somebody from AMP has to write it. I just come up with the ideas.
There you go. You know what's so funny is that sometimes when you're at conventions or you're meeting like creators and they're like sharing with you some information and something comes out of your mouth, like Kyle, sometimes that actually happens, y'all. Because I was talking to a creator who was really thinking about what it's a series of books that they've been writing. And they were like, I don't know what the next title should be. And so it just came out of my mouth. I was like, it's obvious. It has to be this. And he was like, okay, that's the name of the title. So
there you go.
Someday soon, the title of a book that I named, and he was very sweet to tell me that he was going to do it. I'm so excited.
All right, I got to slow down and talk slower because I'm racing through everything.
Nah, it's okay. I got stuff to fill the time. If you get done with this kind of stuff, we can just offer your stuff.
That is true. We can. Well, since somebody was talking about our Steak Lucky Comics Day issue, I thought I'd bring it out and we'll talk about Jessamy. Yeah.
Because this is way too pretty. Here you go. Look how gorgeous. That's one for the local comic shop day.
So if anyone remembers Steak from back, I will say back in the day, back in a couple of years ago, from Scout Comics, as I mentioned earlier at the top. So David Byrne, who I knew from Scout, was one of our co-founders. He's publisher for AMP Comics. So Steak is his baby. He's been writing since 2019. It's a great, fantastic idea. This young girl, young woman, her entire family is wiped out by vampires. Vampires have come out of hiding and announced their presence to the world. Now they're everywhere, but it's not like True Blood. They're not always looking to get along. It's more like the world is at war in its own way against vampires, and so she joins the Vampire Bounty Hunters Union to go out and. She's going to kill every vampire she can until she finds the ones who attacked her family. And in the process, she connects with an older vampire who's kind of had it with the rest of her kind, named Jessamy, who is her mentor in the ways of vampires and learning about them so that she can fight them. Volume one of Steak, around the main character, ended. Was it 23? During its run on Scout and kind of went into a hiatus, but there will be more. But so in the meantime, David was writing and working on Steak Presents Jessamy, which Jessamy is the older vampire mentor who comes in and helps the main character of the book learn about vampires. So he has been writing his own series going into her past, how she came to be, how she got fed up with vampire kind and got to the point of wanting to actually help a human take out other vampires. So we have a 4-issue series starting now that is going to go into her backstory so that you can kind of get up to speed if you ever want to.
There's the first volume.
It's more about our punk rock vampire killer.
I like the back cover.
Great book with great art. And then in the future, after Jessamy is finished, David has told me he is working on a Steak Volume 2 and will be continuing that series through AMP Comics as well as this. So we, especially when we found out about local comic shop day, and we definitely knew we wanted to do something with it. And David was far along on working on Jessamy as it was. We were like, that should be the book. We should do it. Plus, he had this incredible. I'm going to keep showing you up because I love the cover. He had this incredible cover for issue 1. And we're like, yeah, obviously, who wouldn't walk past that and stop in their tracks and go, I need to know what this book is about. And so he made this special sepia toned version only for LCSD. I've got a nice little badge on the cover. Not very many of these. Mostly what's printed is the regular volume 1 cover or issue 1 cover of that, which is the full color version of that art. So there are not too many of the local comic shop day variants in the wild. Keep an eye out for those.
Let's get it down for you, okay?
Yeah. And if you like Jessamy, there will be more Steak in the future.
You talking about the individual ones or the?
Our other, I know I mentioned this at the top, our other local comic shop day book is The Dusk, that we did a special LCSD cover for. So not very many of these either. Mostly it's the standard issue 1 cover is mostly what's out there. So there's not very, if you can find one of these local shop comic day covers, take a look at this. So The Dusk from Alex Segura, from Fantastic Four, a number of different Segura books at Marvel and DC. He has been working on his own creator-owned material with Chispa Comics, who we have we have partnered with to bring to shelves. And so this is one of his. He's a take on superheroes that he has been wanting to do for a long time, about a defense attorney who, when he sees things about the justice system going wrong, he, with family money he's inherited, he has created this alter ego of the Dusk, and he starts going out. He lives in Boston, and decides to go out and start righting wrongs in a place that has never really had, superheroes and costume vigilantes only existed in comic book stories in that world. So to have someone actually trying it for real in the real world, everyone thinks it's crazy, but it's something that he has to do. So it's kind of in its way a deconstruction and reconstruction of those very specific Batman, Daredevil, Spider-Man type stories. So keep a look for it. The Dusk, it'll be coming out 4 issues starting this month, and then through the rest of this year. And Never Wars will run through the rest of this year and into January, when issue 1 comes out, or issue 8 comes out, which will be the end of the Never Wars story, followed by a collection. And then next year we will start. We have a fantastic new series. I'm going to send some of that art along to Miss Jen, and maybe we can put it up on the experience just to get people's. It's only on my phone right now in very low resolution, so I don't know if I want to hold it up. We have this. Guess which one it is. We're going to start with this book called Kiva, which we've been looking at for a while. About Kiva is a dog in Japan, owned by a family in Tokyo, with a young boy who he loves desperately, and an earthquake caused tsunami ravages Tokyo, and the family is separated. The boy is separated from his parents for a little while. Kiva is separated from his owner. There are wild wolves coming down out of the hills. There are people who are starting to get desperate and are starting to loot or go to find anything they can to survive. And so young little Kiva has to go, not really knowing what's going on, because he's just a dog, has to go he has to fight off and survive these wolves, escape from the looters, find his little boy, keep his little boy safe against all of these terrible things that are happening around him, and help him find his parents or get them all safe. So it's a great art from a Japanese writer artist. A fantastic, just heartwarming story. I mean, heartwarming, I don't know if it's the right word. I feel like it's you. There are definitely places that you get the warm fuzzies, but there's definitely lots of places where you're like, oh, they're going through some stuff. But,
yeah. We were talking about what a good comp for it was, and I thought that Animosity was a good comp.
Yeah. Less fantastic, but I think that's less fantastic Animosity, that probably might give you the right idea. But with manga art style is not right, because that'll give you the wrong idea, but more like something that looks almost like a Miyazaki movie. Not fantastic though, that's the one thing I would say, but not fantastic. It's very much real world grounded, with real world dangers that this dog and his young owner are going through.
I like it.
Yeah. So look for Kiva next year, and then House of Lothar by Kaylin Smith, which we have showed off twice now at Miss Jen. I've seen it several times now.
I have an ash can from New York Comic Con like a year ago.
From a long. You want to talk about something that's hard to find? The original ash can for House of Lothar. It's about a young woman who takes a job as at an insane asylum, or at an asylum, and starts to discover that its various inmates and people living there's something wrong with them. So she starts to discover they are monsters of different type. In some cases because they're imprisoned there, in some cases because they've gone there to kind of escape from the terrors of man's world. And she is in the midst of a mystery that she's caught in this place that she is trying to solve. And at first she thinks trying to survive around these monsters, and then more trying to solve this mystery and or help those of them that are that may have been ensnared in it. And that will be issues running through probably, I think now, the second quarter through to the middle or third quarter of next year. So look for that for Kiva and for House of Lothar.
Listen, I said it on my interview with David earlier, and I'm going to say it again now. retailers out there listening, when House of Lothar is on order, order deep. Kaylin Smith is a rock star that too many publishers have missed with now. She is going to absolutely hit it out of the park with House of Lothar. And it's not just because I think technically I've been drawn into it and killed pretty quickly. But Kaylin is a very good friend of mine who is an absolute rock star of an artist. And the fact that Plume and some of the other things she's done aren't bigger names and bigger titles, and she's not super famous, is a shame. And Amp's going to get it right, I promise.
That's right.
Yes, we definitely want to put muscle behind this, get this in front of retailers, get this in front of readers, get people excited about it. She is an unbelievable writer artist, and with a unique style both on her writing and her art, and a very unique point of view. So I can't wait for we've been trying to find like the right window for this, because we've been talking about it now for since before we launched up through this first year here. So I think by this 2026, you guys are finally going to get to see it, and I am so excited for it. We found Plume. So to give you a sense of what Kaylin Smith is like and bring to the table. Show some really cool pages. Yeah,
I just like her style is very big-eyed, gorgeous cleanness.
Yeah.
I wish I had known that you guys were doing House of Lothar. I'd have brought the leather-bound Kickstarter edition that I have and shown off on the air, and some of my original Kaylin Smith art, like some of the stuff she's drawn me over the years, because I've got a ton of it. So I love Kaylin Smith. I'm just going to say that in a totally friendly way, because her husband is also awesome. But guys, trust me when I say do not miss this.
It is, her art is deceptively simple. That's my favorite way to describe it. So it looks, if you just look at it, you're like, oh, it's kind of a few lines, very clean, almost cartoony. But the more you look into it, you're like, oh no, there's a lot of stuff happening here. And I can't wait for you guys to see House of Lothar. All right. And then also starting next summer will be our 6 issues of Axon Infinity, which is a sci-fi series from our editor-in-chief, Josh Malkin. There's multiple Joshes. You guys are surrounded when you come to deal with AMP. You're surrounded by Joshes. The Council of Joshes are working on some weird books for you. So it's a book our EIC has been working on in between trying to getting these other books ship-shape and ready to come out to you guys. He's been writing several of his own titles, and it's like Axon will be the first out. It's a unique science fiction. I like to call it science fiction coming of age action book. You have this young boy who's on the spectrum, who is hired / recruited by a company along with a lot of other kids like him with a strong affinity for engineering, for maths and sciences. And they find out that the company they have been recruited to is actually the first front of an alien invasion, cultural and technological invasion of an alien group that's going to slowly try to take over and secretly run the world for its own means. And they are being brought in at the ground floor to be part of that. And he starts to discover, as he discovers that, starts to find out what they want and why, and prepare to actually try to save the Earth. They gather together a group of the other kids who are there with him, and they're going to try to fight or send these invaders away. So it's got a lot of secrets and twists and turns. So look for Axon Infinity starting. We'll be, I think, showing off the first issue at San Diego. My plan is to have some ash cans for it, some specialty Comic-Con ash cans for it for giveaway. So if you can come to see our panel for San Diego in 26, we definitely plan to have some, and or any place that we are going to be able to set up on the floor. We'll have some giveaways for Axon as well. And I will try to hook some up with retailers who are interested, either that we can bring or ship out for previews, for giveaways, handouts, or even sales to customers who really like, especially like sci-fi coming of age adventures. So look for that. We're going to be doing making a lot of little things with it and doing a big marketing push for Axon Infinity. And the other thing that you will definitely be hearing about at Comic-Con this next year will be Greatest American Hero. So we announced, actually Miss Jen announced for us.
It
Did a
did.
big, great presentation. Tried to get a room. We had a full room. We had a full room of, I would say, like 200, over 200 people.
They looked at me like I had 12 heads, like they had never heard the theme song.
I think some of them did. We tried to get a room full of people to sing the Greatest American Hero theme song.
You guys have got this. Put it in the feed. Believe it or not, I'm. What's next?
Someone
floating on air.
What's next?
Someone must know.
All I can hear is St. Elmo's Fire in my head now.
Oh no!
I never thought. Here we go.
I never thought I could feel so free. What's next?
There's multiple verses. I only ever knew the first verse.
Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. By the way, that was my childhood. I loved so much that, like, Blonde Fro was in, and Tripping on Your Own Feet was totally cool. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
The kind of corduroy jackets with patches. It was very 80s. I forgot how 80s it was. Yeah, so we connected with the estate of the show's creator, Stephen J. Cannell, and got the rights to start what will be a continuation series. Don Hanfield's working on it with the daughter of Stephen Cannell and with Ralph Hinckley himself, William Catt, who's come in and agreed to consult. And our goal is to have him with us at San Diego next year when we are at the very least able to show off starting art. And I want to have some kind of ash can to give away, so look for that. We're going to be bringing something GAH with us. Going to do some signings while we are there at San Diego, so look for lots of GAH art and giveaway material, and then the series itself starting in the second half of 26. I know because of the emails I've gotten that there are people might have thought it's forgotten, but I have gotten so many emails from people asking, when's it going to come out? What's it going to be? Can I work on it? Can I write it? Can I draw? This was my favorite show when I was a kid, and I must be allowed to. I want to pitch you something for it. So I know that we've got people out there waiting for it. I'm waiting for it, and can't wait for everyone to see it. So, Greatest American Hero next year.
All right. Did you mention the crazy one? It's my favorite thing that's coming.
Oh, Hillbillies versus Zombie Aliens. Oh my goodness. So I don't have a date for it, but this was the other thing that we had as an ash can at this past year's San Diego. And I know the writer is still working on it, so as soon as it exists in a finished form, you'll see it. It has a title that speaks for itself. I don't know if I need to say anything else about it. It's called Hillbillies versus Zombie Aliens. It is exactly what it sounds like. A bunch of aliens land in the middle of nowhere, Arkansas, start turning the people and animals around them into zombies as part of their first wave to conquer the planet. And the only people that know and are able to fight them off are the hillbillies that live there. Hillbillies versus zombie aliens.
They're very resourceful.
They are.
You might, I mean, if you got to make moonshine and avoid the law, you could probably do just about anything. Imagine what you can make out of a still as a weapon. Just thinking it all through here.
They got shotguns. They got pitchforks. They hunt. They've got bows and arrows, and then they can just grab whatever.
My friend Forrest is claiming things over on CBSN. Don't freak out. I got you, Forrest.
Yes, please. Whatever.
We're gonna offer things. Don't worry.
There's a ton. I have all of Never Wars from 1 through 5 with multiple different covers are sitting over here. So there's a bunch of stuff that Miss Jen's gonna be able to hold up and show off to see who wants stuff. If you have been waiting until now to get Never Wars, check it out. I've got all of it for you right now. Here, some of it before anyone else. And we've got all of Love Struck here too, or at least up through issue 3.
Okay, so your money is on the hillbillies, but think all of this through. What kind of aliens are they that are zombified? Are they gray aliens? like, I don't know, they could be like the really smart gray aliens from SG-1.
And when they start, they don't know what a human is. They don't know who the dominant life forms. So when they start zombifying anything, what if they make a zombie cow? Is a zombie cow dangerous? Is a zombie cow more dangerous?
Do zombie cows then do like the whole like cut out just like one random part of your body and leave you in a field to get back at us?
They should.
They should.
If zombie cows start
I still can't
human
figure
tipping.
out why. Tipping. Oh, that's so awesome. Did I miss it? Did you talk about widows?
Widows. I'm so glad you mentioned it. I totally forgot about it. So
I might be an expert on
the other. She's heard this so many times. She knows it better than I do. So in this, we don't yet have it's not on the schedule. So I'm not sure when next year it's coming out. So I talk on the stuff I know is on the schedule. So we have a book. We have a book that is going to be one of our first big theatrical releases that's coming out right now. We have a horror book by said EIC Council of Josh's member Josh Malkin and our CEO Don Hanfield called Widows.
We need a shirt that says
Council of Josh's, but you got to make it whatever the Council of Owls thing, and you got to kind of make it look like just a bunch of Joshes, just like the owl faces, but it's Josh faces.
Yeah.
Council. That's what I call us, the Council of Joshes. We've got so this book Widows. It's about a young girl who has run away from her family with her daughter, who is trying to find her and force her back into the marriage and relationship that she is escaping from. And in the process, they all stumble into something. I'm trying to figure out how to describe this without spoilers. Into something. I'll tell you, on the front cover is basically an image of this giant, terrifying spider covered in blood and human skin. So they stumble into stuff that is even worse than what's chasing her, it seems. And so it is going to be a big horror movie coming out next year. Don is actually in the middle of filming the movie of Widows right now. I think he's in Vancouver, and so it will be finished by January. And hopefully coming out next year. And we're going to see once we've got some idea about when the film is coming out, because the book has been finished and we just it was already going to be a movie. People saw the concept and were like, this has to be a horror movie. So it was already going to become a horror movie even before the book the horror movie's based on came out. And so I think that the book itself will get tied to the release of the movie, which we'll have a better idea of by the spring. But look for Widows. Do you have did you bring back any of the Widows ash cans? Because we also made a very small number of ash cans of the first 16 pages. I want an AMP Council of Josh's hat. I need to ask our hat people that they need to make something that just says several things that just say Council of Josh's. But in order to get one and wear it, your name has to be Josh. So if it's not actually Josh, you are going to have to change your name to Josh in order to get one officially. I want to see if it's not on the birth certificate, I want to see like the legal change of name form, something on your driver's license, in order to be allowed to wear one of the official Council of Josh's hat or shirts. You gotta go all in. I want some real Joshes here. That's right.
The fact is, I think that I actually did. I only got one copy of each of them.
Yeah, there weren't very many. There weren't too many of them.
But I did score that. So I've got the second year rare. Only at the convention.
I'm the Josh. Can't be two the Joshes. I'm the Josh. Except for Malkin would say he's the Josh. And then you start getting a fight. Who is Josh Prime? This is what happens when you get two Joshes together. It's not pretty.
Gosh, you guys are so funny.
I do have somewhere. I'm certain somewhere I have some ash cans. So we did do some ash cans of Widows. I'm going to see what I can do about getting some of them here.
I wonder where they went.
I think they might be in a box in Los Angeles in the office. I'm going to see if I can get them here. If we didn't give all of them away, I'm going to check. It was a pretty
it was so different, y'all. This year's panel opposed to last year's panel because everybody kind of knew what this company was. And they had some really top people on the panel, which is incredible. But I was really impressed. It was like the room was full, and then people stayed afterwards and to talk to the creators and the publishers. It was really cool to see support for new companies.
It's cool. People brought portfolios. People brought some books they were pitching. Or they had some early pages on, and we have picked up at least one book from people bringing stuff to us. They say like, "Hey, this is something I'm working on. Does this look interesting?" And so like, come to panels. Bring stuff with you to panels. Show them to the publishers. It might be something that they really like.
TJ, we don't poke bears here. We're a positive place. All right. You guys have heard all of what is coming. We're going to offer you now the stuff that is available now, including the stuff that really isn't available anywhere else, but is available here. So if you're watching us through the EXP stream, that's awesome. If you're watching us over here on our CBSN stream, you can call your stuff from either place. I will see it because I've got whole things open. So you guys.
Hey, Miss Jen. Yeah. Before we start selling, can I ask you and Josh the local comic shop day questions?
Ooh, please do.
Do you guys remember your first local comic shop experience?
I do.
Go.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about it?
All right. Yes, it was when it led really very directly into me becoming a lifelong comics reader. It was probably when I was 6 years old. I'm originally from North Carolina, from Durham, North Carolina. And as a kid, I'm old enough that I remember getting comics from spinner racks at 7-Elevens and grocery stores. They still had those when I was a little kid. And but when I was probably when I was 7 or 8 years old, at my local mall had opened a joint comic shop used bookstore, which we would go to. My dad would take me there. I could not possibly. I know where it was. I can drive to the mall where it was at, but I couldn't tell you for the life of me what it was called. It's been too many. I won't say how many decades, but it's several decades in the past. We would go there so he could go through the racks with all the used books, or the bookshelves in the back with all the used books that he would buy, like science fiction books and detective novels from. And then my brother and I would then be left could go wander, because the first time I saw back issue boxes. And the idea that, it doesn't just disappear off the rack and it's gone forever. You can go and you can look through these and find an old issue that came out months ago or a year ago. It's the first time I saw regular display stands of all the new issues with the trade art. So I remember they had a big poster for radioactive adolescent hamsters. Black belt hamsters. I remember the first back issue I got Secret Wars number 8 for $10.
What?
Yes,
no.
I had discovered the black costume in Amazing Spider-Man, and I was like, what? And it was like, see, Secret Wars. I'm like, what is that? That's never been on a spinner rack, but the comic store had it. The guy at the register knew what it was and could explain what it was, and that led to all of this craziness. And now everywhere I go, I have to start looking for. When I moved to Texas, first thing was like, right, I got to find out if they have a comic store, because I got really used to going to a local comic store on a regular basis, and I need to find one.
Awesome. Mine is also the same as my origin story for comic bookdom. So when I was in graduate school, in between my morning and evening classes, I would wander over to this area that had a used bookshop and also a sports card place right next to each other. And I will say that when I decided to do what I was doing was because of the used bookstore, which had comic books in it, because I hadn't been exposed to comic books except for like when I was a kid. There were like just a couple of ratty ones at my friend's house. But I had bought Aliens comics, like the Aliens movies, and had accidentally gotten the same one twice. And I went back like the next day and said, hey, I accidentally got this book twice. Can I trade it for one I don't have? And they're like, nope, can't do that, but we'll give you, I think they said they give me 50 cents for it. It was like $1.75 book. In my little brain, I was like going, I need to make this right and be on the other side of the counter. And it was cool that years later I got to see that exact same thing happen. And even though our policy is a no return policy, I got to say, this is the moment when I get to do what I want to do, which is to say, absolutely, go pick out a different comic book, because it didn't cost me anything. It would cost me a customer, and a happy customer at that, because they wanted a comic book. They just got it twice. Yep. So I was very happy to fulfill my destiny and right the wrongs of the universe. They were within their right, by the way, to only offer me 50 cents, but my brain was like, what? And then I made really good friends with Al at the sports car place. He had like 5 long boxes of comic books in his store just randomly. And I organized them for him. And I used to, in exchange for cleaning his back room out, which hadn't been cleaned out in maybe 3 decades, and making collating sets. I was the perfect person because I didn't collect ball cards. I didn't care a thing about them, but I was a careful person. So I'd make collated sets for him in exchange for Yo MTV rap cards.
There you go.
Yeah,
I
made out.
I think you made out on that.
I did. I'm going to retire on my Yo MTV Raps cards. I don't even think I ever got
So, Josh, as a publisher and Jen as a retailer, when you look at the future of comics, what is the thing that has you most excited?
That it's going to sound weird after the year we've had, that we're moving into a world outside of one distributor, which I think is actually long-term going to open up options for, we're gonna have to work together, publishers and retailers. It's going to take us working together, but I think it's both informing, it's getting us away from business as usual, and forcing us to change the way we do business, which is, I think, for the best. And that's going to include having to work together better to make people more aware of what is out there and get it in front of people. And it's going to force those of us who are making books to really work to get them. You can't take for granted that there's someone out there that's going to buy them, or that you can just throw things out into the world and it will find a home. That you're going to have, if you really believe in a book and you want someone to see it, you're going to have to work within the entire ecosystem. And I think it's a lot of pain. It definitely hasn't been fun to live through, but I see long-term actually benefits for the industry.
Oh, yeah. And then I'm going to say that there's a person in the movie space that has clearly been kind of like listening to what we as comic book store owners have been just asking for very sweetly for, I don't know, decades and decades, that if movie makers told the customer base what their movies were based on, if it was a comic book based movie, they don't have to like push it. They don't have to say where to go get them. Just do what James Gunn has done, which is to just hold it up. No context.
Mm-hmm.
It gets people excited. Like, I cannot keep in stock New 52, DC, anything because he held up one. So this is my love to you. It's such a simple thing, but it is changed comic books for our store. We have so many people that are brand new to comic books, never had a comic book in their whole life, coming in and buying the entire catalog of New 52 because of that. Thank you.
All right. Well, those are my questions that are appropriate for this particular stream. So, no, I'm not asking inappropriate questions, but like, neither of you need to answer my data-based questions or my distribution-based questions or any of those things. So, let's just sell some comics.
I'm gonna be someone that's gonna lift people up. This company and the people that are behind it are doing Comic Standard from the get-go.
Yep, makes sense.
There you go.
Just makes sense.
Which is the digital data that's going to make everything easier to run on every single person's POS system. If you don't know what that is, it's the point of sale system that people use in their stores to bring stuff up for you and get your pull box the right book, instead of it being like weird disparate data that gets you cover C instead of A because the data is wrong. So, is everyone ready to shop? Shopping time. We have a whole half an hour.
Yeah.
All right, so
you have 45 minutes. Actually, what? 50 minutes.
How is that possible?
We had like 40.
It was an hour and a half person.
Well, we started a little early, and things change. So you got as much as 50 minutes.
I'm in a comic book store. I might be able to find some comic books to sell.
All right.
It's possible. Well, let's do the things we talked about first. So I have, until I run out of them, I think I'm fine for 3 sets The Never Wars that we talked about at the very top of our discussion with Mr. Starnes. Remember that the 3 different issues of number 1, A, B, and C, are 3 different complete stories. They're not just like there's a little bit changed from one to the other. They're completely different stories about the 3 main characters that in issue 2, all of their storylines converge. But they're kind of important to read all 3. Not, necessarily you must. But that is what the A cover looks like. That is Dorothy's tale, in which she is a nurse. This is the B cover, which is about Georgie, which is Alice's grandson, right?
Yes, Alice's grandson.
I'm getting it all straight. And then that's the C cover, and that one is the one that is Pete, the pilot.
Pete the pilot.
And there's a variant cover for that book, which is the B cover of it, which is hilarious because that looks just like Don Hanfield. It is exactly.
It is. It's Don with. I didn't even notice that you said it. It is Don with a mustache. They took Don and they put a World War I mustache on it.
So you can click. Oh, and they're all just cover price, $5.
And I believe these are. This is the issue 1. I think this is the B cover. So this is the Dorothy story, but a variant cover.
Oh, I've never seen that one. Those ones you brought?
I think they were in a stack. I think they were in one of your stacks. Yeah, these were in one of your stacks.
Oh, that's funny. I must have just put it back. All right, and then I have a couple copies left of number 2, which is really great because you get to see kind of who's causing some trouble here.
The Dastardly Lion.
Which is crazy, right? Because you expect him to be the cowardly guy who just kind of like is part of the crew, but nope, he's up to no good.
Give him a little courage, and now look what you got.
Then number 3. And I only have one of those guys, so that's what I got for that.
First come, first serve.
And then I have one copy of number 4.
I have.
Do you have some 4s with you?
4s of another of these.
Oh, those are pretty.
It's a variant cover, cover B, but this is also number 4. So I have some of the variant of number 4.
Feels like an homage to something. It's an old Dracula poster.
It's supposed to be like sort of like these. It's supposed to be like World War. They were doing them as a bunch of like World War I, World War II military posters. So it's like join the Red Queen, go and fight in her army. That sort of thing.
Yeah, so it makes sense because the first books all take place during wartime, and at the end of the book they all like swirl into not war. And then you can get them here way in advance. There's issue 5.
Before anybody else.
Before anybody else. And then also I've got a couple other offers for y'all. That is, we showed this also at the beginning. This is Janet Leigh's variant that is exclusive to our shop. They're just $10 because we wanted to make sure our exclusive was very affordable. It's a very detailed cover. I think my instructions to her were something very simple, like make it look like the Audubon like images. They're just really pretty.
It's really pretty.
And then down here at the bottom, if you can see them, you can see there's the hair and the Mad Hatter. Steve, Steve says, what version of Fortress Maximus is that on the big box behind you? The big gigantic one, that is the San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, and it's $300. $300. Good eye. You guys are good. And then, do you want something that's really, really rare? Really rare. Way ahead of the book's actual releasing, Scout at New York Comic-Con, I think pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
Actually had these variants of, I think it's cover A version?
Cover A. I want to say, I'm pretty sure that these are Dorothy. Those are the Dorothy story.
And they did these definitely as war posters, but there's 2 versions of this exclusive. They called it an ash can at New York Comic Con. So there is Dorothy all wicked witched out, and there's her as her nurse self. And those are $20 a piece. I haven't tried to change the price. That is exactly the price from back in the day from that Comic-Con. So.
Not many of those. Like the only ones you'll ever see that'll have like an old Scout logo on them.
Yeah. Sometimes it's cool to have like the things that don't exist.
Yep.
You're short a few hairs. No, Steve. And then you also brought with you some love stuff. Are these ones?
These
aren't out yet, right?
These are not out yet. Number 3. They'll be coming out soon, but they're not out yet.
So there is the A cover for Love Strike 3. And the cool variant that is obviously Back to the Future variant. And those are, of course, regular cover price. Okay, and I also teased you guys with some other stuff. This is the one that I offered you to have as many copies as you wanted. I have them at $40 because I am the only person that has these. They were only available at year before last Comic-Con.
2 years ago.
Very tinily attended opening panel because it was at a bad place at a bad time.
Yep.
I think it was
Thursday morning.
First thing in the morning. That's
First
right.
thing.
So here's your logo. This is going to be probably the rarest of what you can get. Those are $10 a piece just today, just from this show. You can have as many as you want until we sell a lot of those. But I only have one of these from this year. They are all these cool black and white ones, and that one's 10 also, but I only have one. So I apologize.
Yeah, did a handful of those. Those and like the widows, those are what we were kind of giving away at the panel this past year.
We also mentioned Kaylin Smith that's going to do the House of Lothar. I could not find my ash can. I either sold it or I've hidden it somewhere. It's a small thing. Like she printed them like this size. So I'll see if I can hunt it down at some point. But this is her other series that she did under Devil's Due. I have issues 1, 2, and 3, I think. The soft cover number 1 is $18 if you wanted to try out a really cool Western. I also have the hardcover at $30. I don't think these are remarked. Some of them from a Devil's Due were, so I think this one is. Nope. Just cool. And we talked about, I love, someone wrote this. This is Liam doing this. So this is Stake Volume 1 by David. This is the Jessamy book, right? But they put in here cover warning or content warning. Ooh la la BDSM. So anyway, just gonna let you know
what you are getting into. Should make that part of the art from now on.
That's right. Just a little.
I'm gonna send a note to David. All right, you gotta put these on your art covers.
Thanks, Akers. Sorry I couldn't answer your question. We're kind of a focus group right now. And I only have one copy of this. I didn't even put a price on it. I'm just gonna put random price. Prodigal Son, super low print run, only made for ComicsPRO. You have to be a member of ComicsPRO to be able to get one. Yeah. There's only like 150 members that went this year to the thing, and you had to have stopped by the booth and actually pick this up, which
I think we only printed like 200. I think that was it. So there's like not very many of them, and not very many signed by Martin. He came by the booth for like an hour one period. He signed like a bunch of them. I think he signed maybe like 25 or 30 of them and left that many signed.
He was kind of over it when I saw him. And I was fine with that because it was like his character. I have one with Marty's autograph right there, Dawn's autograph down here, and then someone else signed it.
That's his son who co-wrote it with him.
That's
Chris, I think. I'm trying to remember.
So this is $100 because it's.
At ComicsPRO, I missed that Martin Cove was there, and I'm walking down the hall, and I just go, "Hey, wait a minute, is that John Kreese? What the hell?"
Did you try to join Cobra Kai?
No, I was just like, that can't be him. That's got to be somebody who just looks like him. And then I see the Ant presentation. I'm like, oh, holy crap, that was that guy.
We did a party for all the retailers at the AMP headquarters. We had them there. I think we're going to try and do something maybe Greatest American Hero themed for ComicsPRO. again, since it's in
Oh, I'm gonna
both
find a
are
way to get
in
there.
are in Los Angeles, and our office is in Los Angeles. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think the reason that less people came is like, you know, we're all lazy retailers. So unless there was like a bus taking us there, we were like, eh. We're weirdos.
I'm gonna try and do.
I think
next time.
I think Jen and I's problem was that the Brainy didn't take us there.
Oh yeah, Brainy is the most amazing retailer on the planet, but also was taxed to the max, because this is how you know who you ride or die are. I got stuck in Dallas on the way to the event, and the only way I was going to make it to ComicsPRO at all was to take any flight to California out of there, because they were closing the airport. I watched them close each gate as I was going. So I actually accepted a flight to Bakersfield, which I had no idea where that was, but I knew it was California. So I just sent a message to Brady, not asking him to do anything, but just say, I'm sorry, I'm going to there. I was like, maybe in the morning I'll get a flight from there in. But no, he's like, I'll be there. And I didn't know until later on. It was like a 2.5 hour drive there, that out and back. So that's how you know.
And then he was our Uber all weekend, basically. So it's like, oh, we want to go to the Ant Party, and Brainy's like, let's just go to In-N-Out. And I'm like, sold.
In-N-Out was kind of meh.
By that point, I was just ready to fall into bed face down. So it's true.
True. Yeah.
Well, I think next year we're going to make sure we're not doing it at the same time as the Ignition Party or whatever the other thing was. I guess the retailer visit.
That's
something.
a bad idea.
Everyone was so tired.
Yeah, it was a bad idea. It was a revenge of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We drove by that party, but there was nowhere to park, so we were like, man. Because again, we're a lazy retailer.
Next year we'll have it. Will get you guys gotta come. It was pretty full.
Oh,
yeah.
See, people did make the effort. It's just us. All right. And this is a Kyle question. Has every stream offered the local comic shop day books? Am I doing double?
No one has offered the local comic shop day books.
Stupid. Here, let's do it.
Oh, could you?
All right. I'm going to sell these until they're gone, because we're kind of in the closer to the end of our day here. So if you don't have a local comic shop near you, or if you just wanted doubles, or your comic shop was restricting the amounts or whatever, here is your opportunity. All the books have got very special logos that somebody that's a producer on the show might have had a hand in designing. This is DCKO Preview at just $2. By the way, if you guys haven't put this on your pull box, you are missing something. We are so ramped up excited about this series. I cannot even explain to you. Here, I'm going to explain it to you, because I have time to explain it to you. All right. Do you remember when Scott Snyder, like 2 or 3 years ago, said, oh, there's a really cool thing we're doing called All In. We promise, pinky swear, that it's going to be really cool and you should be into it. I said, okay. So we ordered it. So there was like a big first arc that was just called All In, right? Very cool. And then they had this thing called Absolute Power, in which you had Amanda Waller being very Amanda Wallery and taking the main storylines that happened in the All In part of the story, which was using Failsafe, which is the exact duplicate of Batman that you can control and, do murdery things, because you can't do that with real Batman. And the Brainiac Queen, which very dangerous, and Amazos, which come out of the Wonder Woman storyline. She uses all of those things in order to steal all the characters, main characters, superheroes, all their power, and basically throws it into one Amazo, who becomes infinitely powerful. Things all go crazy wrong at the very end, thank goodness, and she ends up in prison, and all the superheroes get powers back, but not necessarily exactly the ones they started with, which is fine. Okay, then all of a sudden there's this like interesting universe that shows up. Absolute, right? Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman led the grouping. And a lot of people have been asking me, is that going to end? And is it not important? It's going to be one of these things that like they're just going to overwrite it. No, because it is integral to the entirety of the storyline. We are just now starting phase 2. So if you're wondering where we are in the giant plan that is Snyder Plan, that's it. So what you need to know is that Darkseid's not dead. Okay? He has created the absolute universe in order to generate Omega energy. If he gets enough Omega energy, he can declare himself King Omega, and he will never be defeated ever. This is a really high stakes battle we're into. The superheroes figure us out and realize that they have to start generating their own Omega energy in order to have their own King Omega, hence KO. And they also know that they can't pull any punches because it's only generated under real battles thing. And I will tell you, inside information, you didn't hear it from me, there are real deaths that occur in order to generate this energy. This is where the party's at. So here you go. So that is why you want to be in DC KO or King Omega. It is the battle to become the King Omega, in which everyone is going to try. They've announced the first 32 contestants. So you can kind of like start guessing who's going to be matched up, what's going to happen. So you should look at that list and see if you can even possibly decide what might happen next. Okay. So here you go. DCKO, those are $2, and you will get a good synopsis, but not as entertaining as my two breaths and describe the entire universe for you. By the way, the last time I had to do this was my last big attack that I had to like actually do. Oh, when everyone was trying to kill Nick Spencer because he had Captain America say Hail Hydra. I had to explain to them the entirety what happened the summer before in the was it something on Pleasant Hill. Was it Attack on Pleasant Hill? Anyway, that was a big storyline that contributed to that. Okay, this is the local comic shop day version of The Last Starship. I read The Last Starship and it made me cry. There is a part in the book where after a giant devastational event happens and destroys a bunch of ships, they actually show the last words that are coming from some of the ships, their last broadcasts. And most of them are kind of mundane. We're seeing this thing. You guys should prepare for it. Everyone knows that this is the thing that we figured out is happening. Blah, blah, blah. And one is a message from one of the just regular crew members to their family. And that made me lose it. There's some crazy stuff that happens in this. If you're not reading anything Star Trek, read this or Red Shirt. Call. Please, I need you to call her.
Excuse me.
Go. Awesome technology. All right, and that is $6.
You know, it's really great when like you're not answering your texts and your significant other jumps on your live stream is like, "Hey, call me." I appreciate that about you, Teresa.
We love you, and we do mean it when we invite you out to dinner all the time. That we really love you. We really love you. All right, and this was previously supposed to be a local comic shop day, but things went crazy and sideways. So now it is an awesome local comic shop day. This is Mike Kunkel's Hero, Bear, and the Kid, which you absolutely should own.
It was supposed to be a free comic book day. Now it's a local comic shop day.
Did I say that backwards?
No, you said local comic shop day twice.
Oh. Yeah. So there you go. This is all age awesomeness. You absolutely should own this. This one's a whole $3. This one was a hot book for us. In case you missed the hot book and you need to have a copy of it, this is the local comic shop day version of Spider-Man 94, which feels very much like an episode of the cartoon, which I loved. There you go. That is the Marvel offering for this special day, and that one's $5. And big things happen in this book, including a very cool reveal in the Ultimate Universe. This is Ultimate Hawkeye. Ultimate Hawkeye themselves is a First Peoples character who finds themselves up against Ronin. And that all is heck of amazing. This is like a one-shot, I think, in the universe. So if you're going to read it, this is the way you're going to be able to read it. And this one has the local comic shop day logo on it, and that one is 6.
The main story in Ultimate Hawkeye is written by Taboo from the Black Eyed Peas.
I did not know that.
That's cool.
How is that something that I didn't know? Kyle, you know way cool things. Nick, I got you.
Well, I know because I tried to find an email for Taboo to try to get him to join the show. Turns out it's significantly harder to email a Black Eyed Pea than you would think.
Oh, well.
You just need to know people that know Black Eyed Peas. That's all.
You would think that would help, but no. It's still pretty hard to email a Black Eyed Pea.
Oh, man. Okay. Next. Oh.
The Dusk.
The Dusk. I love this. This is from the what is it? Imprint?
Yeah, Imprint. We'll call it Imprint.
Which is awesome. I have other work of theirs, and this is 100% awesome. I'm always trying to tell people it's really hard to get your mind wrapped around another superhero that is not Marvel or DC, but this one is really cool, y'all. The main character feels way more grounded. There's no real drama in his life. It's just straight up superhero for being a superhero. And it's complicated, y'all. So it's Alex Segura, $5, and one is claimed by the Kyle. Wow, Kyle, none of the places you went today had one.
Well, I let them sell out before. I didn't claim my books here until after the store closed. So wanted to make sure that they, had enough. And oh, by the way, tune in later tonight. I believe it starts at 10 o'clock Pacific time for Hector's interview about Chispa Comics.
Yay!
Hey, Hector's a great guy.
Yeah.
And they're doing some awesome stuff at Chispa.
We had a great time talking last night. We were both pretty exhausted by the time we got to do our interview. And so there was way more Lucha Libre talking than maybe comic books. So we had to fix that a little.
I was going to say, if anybody didn't know, but on top of all the comic stuff, Hector's heavily involved with Lucha Libre and professional wrestling in the indie scene here in Texas. So ask him about that. When we were at the party at ComicsPRO, because he was preparing a program back in San Antonio, I was his videographer while he taped evil promos aimed at his rival Lucha factions for him to show on shows.
Oh, I got you, TJ.
Yeah. Well, and I'm involved in local indie in Michigan, so it's one of those we just kind of hit it off. Like all the Spanish I know is related to professional wrestling, so if that's what's in the Dusk, then I can read it.
He and I both went to the big AEW show in Arlington, and we only found out later that we were both there at the same time. We never hooked up together.
That's funny.
All right. This is one I only have one left of. This one's the Catacomb of Torment. This is the foil cover. That one was $20 because full covers are expensive. Cool EC Oni Press.
I will let you guys know that is less money than I paid for my copy of that book. So if you're into it, Jen has a pretty good price.
I don't know. You can thank Shanice because she priced all of these. So here's your chance at $5 to get this version of Stakes Jessamy. You can get them until we run out of them. Should have called it Catacomb of Torma.
Well, I mean, if you tried to watch Torma's live stream earlier, it's Catacomb of Torma's cell service.
Oh, no.
Torma is one of the best people in comic books, by the way. Very positive, just incredible person.
He was wearing an EC Hawaiian shirt, and I'm like, it was everything I do not to jump him and steal it.
Oh, Nick's going to take that Catacomb. It's gone. Nick, I got a pile. Yeah. I promise I'm going to do stuff other than just the stuff from today. I've got a cool box of fancy stuff over here. Okay, this one I love so much. This one says, there are some things a man just can't give up. Everything Dead and Dying, which looks like an old paperback.
Mm-hmm.
This one is an amazing book that was released 2 weeks ago, where a man finds himself. Man, how much spoiling can I do? It's been a couple weeks. You can see here that there's something undeady about the cow. He finds himself in a world in which everything has become zombified, all animals and everything else, people, and he isn't. And so it's just a heartbreaking tale about him making his way through this world. And it's 100% awesome. That one is 10 because it's got gold foil on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I'm going to give you guys some free stuff away because you're attending local comic shop day right now. So all you have to do is have ordered something, I don't care what, and say you want one. Okay? From Ignition Press, you can have an ash can of Voyeur. They sent these for this event. Voyeur. I don't know more about it except for, I can probably read the back. Hold on. It says, the Kingfisher Resort in Southeast Asia is a great place to steal away from the pressures of regular life. It's also a great place to steal. When gallery owner Madeline arrives on the island, the last thing she's expected to do is meet an international art thief posing as a security guard. But that's what she finds when she tracks down the man who's been spying on her through the resort's closed-circuit cameras. She's the only one who knows Rook is not who he seems, but he also sees her differently than everyone else. Sparks soon fly, and a sexy adventure begins. Woo! Written by Leah Williams, art by David Baldion. So, sorry, this is upside down. It is not really printed upside down. You can have them for free. Just order something so you don't have to pay for free shippings.
Shout out to Leah Williams. She tried really hard to get on the show to get an interview done. We just couldn't make the time work. So shout out to her trying really hard to get here.
One for your class. Yeah, we got some crazy. We got a couple of Williams. All right, and from Jeremy Hahn, their awesome book that's already come out, #1, Murder Podcast, which is exactly what you expect, except for if you listen to Murder Podcast, as a very specific one, you might not remember what you're doing, but you become very murdery. This is probably not healthy. And you do also cock your head like that. It makes it really creepy. All right. I have a small amount of these. This is from Scholastic Graphics. Mm-hmm. So for the kiddos in your life, this is called Snowlands. It is a free comic book preview of Snowlands. For fans of Unico, which was a very famous Japanese unicorn tale that they just made and put in the American market a couple years ago.
I might have to steal one for Hannah.
Go for it. All right, so fast typers. I only have 2 copies of this. Oni Press sent us just 2 copies of High Strangeness, which doesn't have a description. It's the suggested for mature readers. So the first 2 people. Okay, one of them goes to Kyle, who is playing something.
So High Strangeness is the story of people's interactions with the real life Men in Black. And no, not Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith, the actual 7-foot tall, nondescript, creepy guys who come to your house and do stuff.
Oh,
yeah, the actual Men in Black, the people you don't remember after you talk to them, but they don't flash a little thing in your face. So just know that is High Strangeness.
All right, Kaylee, you're going to have to order something else also so that we can ship it all together, okay? I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to put your name on it. You can figure out what, you got a lot more stuff to ship. And also, pretty please, will you fill out the form? So
I'm going to have to go get the form for Kaylee because that is in a different window.
Sorry, my friend.
No, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't think that one through.
Athena. Okay, I got you. All right, I'll pull the rest of you guys stuff. Hold on. Okay, so next thing that I saw. Ooh, gotta grab. And then Murder
Compact, Murder Compact.
Murder Compact.
I think I'm going to write that down.
Hey, Sam.
That's the name of a comic.
Did you guys get any of the Voyeur ash cans that Ignition sent out? Okay,
Hey,
Kaylee, who was here earlier, just bought one from Jen. If I can save her from having to buy another one, can you set one aside for her?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
It's the name of the book now.
And then High Strangeness, the other one goes to Nick.
All right, so to save Kaylee a lot of headache, Sam and Miranda are holding a copy of Voyeur for you at Dreamers and Make Believers.
Yay! Power. And then I only have one of this. What is it? Doesn't have any on it. Okay, so From the World of Minor Threats and our good friend.
Welcome to Twilight? Is that what it's called?
Welcome to Twilight. The script is by Matt Fraction. I don't know. He's writing some bat something. And Patton Oswalt and Jordan Bloom, also part of the plotting of the story.
Okay.
Art by the Allreds. I have one copy.
So just a bunch of people you've never heard of before.
It's a convention exclusive and it's free because they will it so. So whoever types in the fastest, whatever name I just called this thing. Welcome to Twilight. It has the birth of a baby on the very first cover who has wings.
Cupid. Secret tie-in.
Secret tie-in. I don't know. Like here's someone in got wings. I don't know all the characters well enough to know if there already exists one. I know that guy. That's the Barfly, also known as. He has a potty name. He has an actual potty name.
Well, there's Patton Oswalt. There you go.
Right. It was cool to see Patton. And by the way, Patton and Jordan are like fully into supporting this event.
That's good.
With
That's
being
so cool.
Epic.
That's so cool.
All right, I'm going to grab this box. We're getting into some cool comic books that are not related to the event. If you like old books and rare books, this is the box for you.
We have about 20 minutes left, guys, so make sure you take advantage of this time.
Sweet. Oh, this is crazy. I'm going to do stupid stuff. Ready? This is just for y'all for local comic shop day. Nick says welcome. Right? That's the first one. All right. There you go, Nick. Okay. This is first print, Canto #1, by my good friend David Boer. First print. $50.
We had a guy come in today wearing a Canto t-shirt. I'd never seen one before.
What? I need one of those. Here, I'm gonna remember where.
Also, hey, Josh Starnes, where can someone order an Amp Comics hat?
Oh yeah, we need to know that stuff.
Good question. We don't put. We made
ask
handful
Teresa.
of them. We made a handful of them. Let me talk internally and see if this is something we want to. If enough people write on the thing they want one, we'll put them in the store.
We can offer.
Yeah, I will buy at least 2 as long as they're fitted. I will buy at least 2.
At least 2. Let me see. I'm getting ready to email about the Council of Josh's shirt.
Are they snapback?
So yeah, that's what you get.
Awesome.
Let me see.
I need fitted, but we'll work it out.
Okay.
All right, I have a copy of Aliens #1. This is a first print. It is not perfect. It's very hard to get perfect copies of this because it has a nice black spine. I have $50 on this one, but I'm going to be stupid today, $25. This is a little bit about the fact that I don't have any more room to put fancy books, although I am going to go to a convention next week. Buy it before I think about it too hard. You meant that you wanted to grab issue #1 of the Voyeur. I don't think it's out yet, baby. You're gonna have to tell the comic book store and have them order it for you. That'll be awesome. Okay, this is Alien Encounters, Eclipse #6. This is John Carpenter's They Live Roddy Piper appearance. There is the crease that is in this book, but it's so rare. That one is just $10. My crazy stupid pricing today. Okay, so for anybody that is not used to live selling, let me explain some stuff because I don't want anyone to be all sad. So we're right now in the part of the show where we're doing live sales. So the way you claim anything in live sales in a live sales show, whether you're doing it on YouTube or Instagram or Facebook or anywhere else they're doing live, all you have to do is in the comments, type the name of the book. That is assumed a claim for a copy of the book. And every show has a different way of doing it. We have a form to fill out that has been provided in the comments. You only have to fill it out once for us, unless you change your address. Then you need to fill it out again. Otherwise, we're sending it to your old house. I will also tell you guys, I never explained how much shipping is, but it's very inexpensive. You can get up to 10 books and get it shipped for $6 unless you live outside of the United States. And then we'd have to talk about it. It might be expensive. Good grab, Nick. I thought this kind of show might be your show. Nick cleaned up on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
He got some amazing stuff. And we ship in Gemini mailers. We do our invoicing and shipping out on Wednesday. So you can combine all your stuff together. Larkin, that's okay. Lurking is good. We allow it. I have got number 3 in the 4-issue limited Transformers series, which also has guest starring black suited Spider-Man. This is number 3. It is a $25 book that I'm going to be selling for halfsies today, which is $12.50. You can quite literally take these books and flip them at this price, clearly.
And then remember, at number 4, it doesn't say have a limited series because they decided to make it an ongoing. And then when issue 80 came out, they put issue 80 of a 4-issue limited series on the cover.
My favorite is also, there's a Punisher limited series of 5, in which number 1 they said was a 4-issue series. The number 2 said it was a 5-issue series. Number 3 said it was a 4-issue series. I went back and forth. Yeah. It was kind of crazy. All right, this is Transformers Universe number 1 in BF Plus. It is a $50 book, $25 today only during this show.
I read the cover off of mine, and it just
you loved it that much?
Yeah.
It's the beginning of 4-issue guide to all the Autobots and Decepticons, their powers, weaknesses, and more.
It was tatters, and then it disappeared.
We got a few more Transformer-y things here. Oh, also, I have the rest. Oh, that was for, hold please. That was for the whole series.
Oh, that's a good deal.
There's the 2, 3, and 4. So that price was for all of them. So $25 gets you 1 through 4. Crazy town. All right, and I've got Transformers number 19, First Omega Supreme, for just $10. There he is right there. Have you guys ever had Omega Supreme? Those big yellow wingy things or white wingy things are always kind of like, what? But it made him taller and more awesomer. That's a real word.
Yeah, we do some with those train tracks.
Right. Okay. This one is an EC book, but as always, it is the reprinted versions because otherwise it'd be millions of dollars. This one is Weird Fantasy number 13. Great Fieldstein cover. That one is just 10. By the way, the EC reprints happened long ago, so they're still rare.
What's crazy is the reprint collections are now rare and expensive to get if you just want to get like the trades.
That is 100% right. Luke Cage Power Man number 19, first appearance of Cottonmouth. Here is the book. That one's a $25 book for $12.50. I love Luke Cage. I think it's patently unfair that he doesn't get more respect.
Maybe he'll show up in there.
Yeah, feels like it. When they write him into a book, they put him in jail right away. That's his defining characteristic, was mad in jail and impenetrable. This is Marvel Chillers number 3 featuring Tigra. It is a werewoman. This is her origin. And that one is a $25 book for $12.50. Steve says, not only do I have the original Hasbro Mega Supreme, I also own a handful of third-party upgrades. Wow. Like what's an upgrade?
What did they make for it?
I don't know. What else does he get? Giant guns? Yes. Now we just found out that in order to become part of the Josh team, you have to have big guns too.
Big guns.
Big guns.
Council Joshes have big guns.
Mm-hmm.
Big guns and shirts.
Dark Horse presents number 10. This is the first appearance of the Mask. That is the one that ends up having the big movies. They spelled his name differently in his first appearances. That is a $25 book for $12.50. I'll eventually find something y'all love. Here we go. So Batman. Okay, this is Batman number 281. It says, I came here to avenge a friend's murder, and no secret police are going to stop me. A chilling tale of espionage and death. Murder comes in black boxes. This one is $10. Batman. You just tell me how many times if I get close, Kyle. Also, Batman number 272. This is a fine, very fine for 10. We hardly ever get old DC anything. It makes me sad in my heart. Batman and Batgirl number 415. There is some lynching on this front cover. I apologize. It is a fine, very fine. That one is a $35 book for $17.50. Improvements, modification.
That make it more animation accurate.
Oh. Now I know that you collect Transformers. A couple more detective. This is a fine number 425. I'll do that one for just 10, which is half price. And number 431. This is a beautiful cover. Fine, very fine. Normally 25 for $12.50. Man, there's some glare going on today. There. Cool old Marvel book. This one is Fear, number 4, and fine. The Earth is doomed when Lokar stalks. He turned into a Martian. That one's a $35 book for $17.50. There's what he looks like. Sorry, that waviness is in the plastic. How about House of Secrets number 125, featuring a big cat in a window, the little girl. It is a very good to find, $10. Kenneth is here! Yay! Okay, got World's Finest, number 176. Got to figure out who this is on the chair here. That's a $55 book for $25 because I don't want to do the rest of the math. Steve knows his
Planet
stuff.
X, okay. I was looking, I'm like here quickly looking these up, going, all right, what third-party stuff is there? Okay, Planet
Here
X.
goes to Nick. Gotcha. Here, 17 a day.
Oh, look at that.
House of Secrets goes to Nick. Anytime you can get a Kaluta for $10, you should. World's Finest, number 173. This one is fine. It is the first appearance of the Silver Age Two-Face. First Silver Age Two-Face. That one is normally a $60 book. And that one is going to be $30. I'm going to get you eventually a glare-free one. World's Finest, number 169. This is the third appearance of Batgirl in fine condition. That's a $30 book for 15 bucks. She is.
All right, Miss Jen. About 5 minutes left.
Okay.
So we'll give you 5 minutes to sell. But before we do, Josh, where can people follow you on social media? Where can they support your work? And where can they follow AMP?
Yeah, check out AMP at ampcomics.com. And you can follow us on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitter at ampcomics.com. You can follow me, Joshua Starnes, on Facebook, and at Josh Starnes Film on Twitter. I can't remember where else I am. I think I'm JB Starnes1 on Instagram. Check me out there. That's right. Hand selling on the live stream. Never stop. Never stop.
It is easier to buy things for people who actually make them.
Right. And then everyone follow Miss Jen at Space Cadets Collection on all the places and on the EXP and those places. So, you guys, 5 minutes.
Perfect. You can also follow me as a person, Jen King. It's pretty boring. I talk about comics all the time.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Terminus Giganticus. All right. 80-page giant world finest. This one is a number 161 in fine. Normally $25. $12.50.
I'm going down some rabbit holes here.
We're making them spend money. The council Josh isn't made of money.
We are not. We got to keep making all these T-shirts, and it's expensive. Jeez, Louise. Look at that.
Okay. Does anyone like Our Army at War? I've got a bunch of those I could show. Our Army at War, Sergeant Rock number 23. This is a kind of a mid-grade copy for a 10. And number 240 in fine. He's getting run over by a tank. That doesn't look comfortable. That one is also 10. Do you like romance? Was there the 3 Never Wars that were local comic shop day? No.
No.
Those were just regular releases. Sorry, unknown. But we can get you regular 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Our love story number 3. This one's a fine condition. Normally a $50 book for $25. Romance ones are harder to get together. And My Love number 7 in VG, normally $15 for $7.50. Trying to get you guys a little bit of this, a little bit of that. How about Invincible Iron Man number 6 in fine? Normally a $60 book for $30. That's crazy right there. Jump around a little bit to different people. Captain Marvel number 2, Spaceman and the Super Scroll in VG, $10. Green Lantern number 36 in fine, normally $45. So $22.50. Hard doing math after you've been sitting in the sun. And last but not least is a crazy book from the Silver Age called Flyman. This is the November Flyman in just fine condition. Fine or a little bit lower. Normally $40, $20. All right, we're going to wrap it up. Thanks, everybody, for being here for our wacky local comic shop day. You got to see that our store is really busy, and Bash has been taking care of everything. Thanks for Josh taking time out of his day, and hopefully not in trouble with Teresa.
No, not in trouble.
Okay.
Needed to tell me some important stuff.
That is an important
This time,
thing.
so you guys almost got Teresa instead of me. She would have made you buy stuff. So count yourself lucky. And for the person who asked what was Chevy Chase's best performance, it's in Fletch.
Community.
No.
What do you?
It's in the cold opens of Saturday Night Live.
Or Seems Like Old Times. I'm gonna go either Fletch or Seems Like Old Times.
Wes Easton, the resident filmmaker who's here, says Fletch lives technically and Funny Farm as well. But this is a debate we can host whole
Fletch
panels
lives.
on.
Fletch lives.
I got you, Nick.
Anytime he falls through a table, he's the funniest he's ever been. Can we agree on that, Wes?
I would. I mean, that was kind of his gift, was sacrificing his body for the bit, right?
We've got so much fun stuff happening next. Go.
All right. Thanks to Miss Jen and Josh Starnes for everything. Guys, check out Space Cadets Collection. Check out Amp Comics. And thank you to those guys for, Jason Smith claims Mega Supreme.
What?
Well, there was one here.
Where's the Mega Supreme?
Where is it? There's a Fortress Maximus.
Jason, just send me a message, man.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Jen and Josh. We will. We're gonna see those guys out because we are gonna start what has become the cornerstone of our broadcast today. This is the moment that I built the whole day around, and when it got to be 24 hours, I went, "Hey, this is awesome! I get to watch this movie and eat at the same time." Which it wasn't something I was planning on being able to do. So that works out all right for me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in my friend over there, Wes Easton. Wes is a director and filmmaker who just won a great big award at San Diego Comic-Con. So I'm sure he will talk about that. But I'm going to turn it over to Wes and let him introduce this film that I'm very excited for you guys to have a chance to see here on Local Comic Shop Day.
Thanks so much, Kyle. It's an honor to be here, really. You're all about to watch an 86-minute movie, so you can do the math in your head. You know, it's not quite an hour and a half. You're welcome. We save you a little bit of time because movies are just too long nowadays. But this is a love letter to comic book shops. It started back in 2014 when I first moved to Los Angeles and found myself surrounded by a lot of the comics industry and a lot of the people that I admired and really respected. And I could harass them through social media and through their websites. And for whatever reason, they decided to sit down with me. And I thought, you know, am I charming? That can't be. No, they really love comic shops. They love this culture. They love these communities. And it makes all the sense in the world that they'd want to talk about it at length. And so, yeah, it's been about 10 years since we started. I always say deduct a couple for COVID. For sure. Also me trying to find a 9-to-5 and moving multiple times. And a lot can happen when you're self-funding a film. Luckily, we've had a lot of support through crowdsourcing. And if any of you are here watching today, thank you so much for your support. And the movie would not have happened without people really caring about comic book shops. I mean, there's no question what they provide to their communities. They're safe spaces for marginalized voices. They are some of the biggest champions for literacy, both for childhood literacy, adult. It keeps people reading and engaging with art and keeping their mind fresh in so many ways because we're playing a movie. Every comic we pick up is another visual that our brain has to take in along with text and make into this amazing story. So I really appreciate all the shop owners that are out there, what you do for your communities and your regulars. It really can't be quantified. I tried to with this film, and I tried to show just how important stores are and just what they mean to me. It's very much through the lens of one weirdo who grew up in Georgia, where you got called certain terms for reading for fun. Thankfully, that's not the case anymore. And thankfully, comic book shops are these welcoming spaces full of material that is for everyone. You can go into just about any comic book shop and find a story that is 100% made for you. And the fact is, there's never been a better time to be a comic books reader. I mean, there's such incredible stuff out there that you go back 10, 20 years, people wouldn't have thought you could have this much amazing writing, this much amazing art on the regular. You know, every month you have some incredible books coming your way, and there's always new voices being added to the mix. So All that is to say, thank you so much for those who decide to watch the next 86 minutes of movie. If you'd like to take it home with you, you can buy or rent it at a number of platforms like Apple TV, Google Play, YouTube TV, and Amazon Prime. If you go to our website, shoppingforsuperman.com, you can find the links to all these different places. You can also pre-order the Blu-ray, which will be shipping in October. And we have a variety of merch items, stickers, enamel pins, posters, T-shirts. I'm definitely not the guy wearing the name of the movie on himself today. I'm not that cheesy or cornball. But actually, this design was from Megan Hutchison, who's in the film. She's amazing. Her art's amazing. And yeah, this was a huge lift for mostly one guy. But I had an amazing team that I found along the way, and I really hope you guys enjoy it. I can keep pulling taffy, Kyle, or we can switch over to the movie. Your call. A couple of times I've seen the movie in larger crowds, and every time I just freeze up. It's like when you run full speed through the woods and then you stop moving because you want to hear whatever's happening behind you. Maybe that's a singular experience, but I'm listening for laughs. I'm listening for that one person who has that little sniff, because that was the goal. Like, am I communicating just how important this is and how much this means, you know?
Yeah, I say to people all the time, I love my job, but I love the people who love my job more than anything. Like, it's you and I share a mutual affinity for local comic shops and the local comic shop people.
Yeah.
And so again, like the first time I watched the movie, like I think I sat like quietly in my living room for like 45 minutes thinking about all of the people I saw, and well, how I don't get to do what I do today if Chuck Rosansky doesn't do what he does 35 years ago.
Yeah.
If Gib Bickle doesn't open the Ogre when he opens the Ogre, right? Like, that's a shop that like plays a huge part in my life. Big Ben's in Allen Park. Like, I saw the footage of Big Ben's. Like, that's a shop I go to once a month. Like, nice. All of these places that mean so much to me. So, guys, if you have a question for Wes, throw it in the comments. Because I'd love to talk. I want to talk to him more about Shopping for Superman, about the film, and about what went into it. But you said it here in the chat that you really love. I really love comic shops, and I wanted to make something that spoke to people that do too, but also the people that don't know much about them. Hopefully, we rose all ships together. What was the impetus for this? Because I know you've done other film stuff, you've done other stuff. What was the impetus for doing this?
I've said this on a couple of podcasts, and sorry if it sounds like a broken record to people who've listened to the other stuff, but honestly, I wanted to make something that I had control of. Documentaries allow for that. And so I said, well, if I wanted to examine one thing in the world, I started thinking about what's been the most important thing in my life, and comic shops were really always there. I say always. I discovered them, in my late adolescence, early teens, and it was a place that I walked into and immediately just said, "Oh, this is for me." Someone built this store for me. It was Quest Comics on Lake Harbin Road in Morrow, Georgia. I found them in a phone book, Yellow Pages. I assume everyone here knows what that is. And I couldn't believe it because I had a spectrum. I had, the books that I was reading at the time, the Batmans, the Supermans, the X-Men. And then I saw posters for things that I'd never heard of, like Spawn. I've mentioned Concrete before. That was a formative book. It's just strangely beautiful. Something that, like, as a kid, I was like, well, there's no like superhero, every week he's fighting a new creature. It was a human story with a person who's been removed from what we understand as humanity. There were these notions that were bigger than anything I'd been faced with. And it was incredible. It was somewhere that I could go and see a lot of art, some of it racy. Thank you, Adam Hughes. Some of it, just jaw-dropping, like David, my brain's suddenly gone, David Mackey from the Sandman covers. There was some of the truest art that I'd ever seen as a kid. There's also people with a lot of pouches and big guns and big boobs and muscles and all the stuff, but that spectrum was just incredible. And I could walk through there. My grandparents, at the end of the film, it says for Norma, and that's from my grandmother. She would take me to comic shops and she would just drop me off. And she would come back after an hour and be like, all right, you need to get out of these people's hair. So all of that's going through my head. And I said, I really love this. And if I'm going to make a movie where I don't have all the resources I need to make it immediately, because, you know, with narrative, with, you know, a tight comedy or a fiction, you need to have the actors, the script, the equipment, and money. And it needs to happen in short order for everything to actually materialize. But a documentary can take as long as it needs to take. And this is one of those films where the story came to me over time. It seems, when you watch it, it seems very much like this is all it could be. It had to be a history lesson mixed with this understanding of what it kind of is to run a comic shop. But that's so superficial. For anyone who really runs a comic book store, you're like, oh, that's cute. You did not get into blah, 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 blah. You know, there's so much more to it. But I wanted to convey to people who don't know about comic shops and what they offer, and try to engage with those people as well. So it became a balancing act over time. And it, just because I had started it, I couldn't finish it. It's a thing that I love, so I couldn't quit it, you know. And that's where it all came from. It's just really wanting to tell this story and understand it for myself, because those stores that I love, Quest Comics that I mentioned, I knew them for a year or two, and then they went out of business. And then I moved to the next store a little further away called Vengeance of Excalibur, and they went out of business. And then Titan Comics, that was much closer to me, not near my grandparents. And that was a chain in Atlanta. Now I think there's only one, and it's more removed from the city than the two that I would go to. So I had suddenly found this wonderful thing as a kid, and it was being taken from me at the same time that it was a thing that no one that I went to school with, for the most part, because they were smarter than me, would admit to. You know, comics were just such a geeky, dorky thing for you to love, and to do it publicly was also not shameful, but you were kind of asking to be bullied a little bit. Like, it was kind of, you know, oh, you like reading comic books. And then now you look at it and shops are just so different. They're not, someone mentioned in the comments here, TJ, he said, if there's a sequel, I'd bring up how the comic shop changed from a dark hole in the wall reputation to what they are today. Thank you. Yeah, 100%. Like, they're about customer engagement. They're about, we're going to have a kids section. We're going to invite everyone that could possibly want to be within these walls inside. Whereas when I was a kid, it was a little more gatekeepery. Like, even with, and I know I'm going on here, but one of the stores, Dave's Comics in Fayetteville, Georgia, great shop. The store owner gave me a little crap one time. Preacher was ending, and I finally had a car so I could go to the comic book shop. I finally had money because I worked at a Southern themed theme park. It was terrible and as racist coded as you might think. And I would go into a store and I was like, Preacher has 4 more issues. From what I can tell from Wizard Magazine, I'm going to start buying the trades, but I'm going to start buying the single issues so I can just have them, because this thing's ending. That matters. It's going to be collectible, you know, speculating at 16. And he saw me bring up, you know, War in the Sun, and then the 4th to the last issue of Preacher. And he's like, wow, you really got in under the wire, huh? Like, he's giving me a little crap about it. I'm like, man, I don't know. Like, I was raised Southern Baptist. Like, this is blasphemy and amazing. You know, it's such a good comic.
Right. For me, and you know, we haven't talked about this, and I feel like maybe this is the time. For me, it was Great Eastern Comics, 1995. Like,
yeah,
Great Eastern closed, I don't know, 8 months after I went in the first time. But in that one shop, in 8 months, I was introduced to Preacher. I was introduced to Sandman.
Wow.
I was introduced to, like, really the main line of Marvel and DC, but also Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering.
That's the devil's work, is the
right. And it was all my dad taking me in there going, do not tell your mother.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You know,
that's the
like,
surest way to get me to love a thing is like, don't tell your mom
right.
that I'm doing this. Like, oh,
right.
Rad. Okay.
Right. Mom, again, you said you're brought up Southern Baptist. Mom is a Lutheran, you know, straight-laced church lady, still works for the church. And Dad's like, oh, that's an angel and a demon knocking boots and having a baby. You'll read it. Don't tell your mother.
The proper phrasing is porking softly. That's the how we just define.
It's true.
If anyone remembers Pirates versus Ninjas, that was a term I learned from the internet. Back issues that wouldn't be at the grocery store. Yeah, that Metal Elf Collectibles mentions this too. It was a thing as a kid where like, what's happening in comics? Well, I'll find out because my mom's gonna grocery shop and I'm gonna stare at the magazine rack. And well, also my family owned a picture framing store next to a newsstand, which had a spinner rack. They had all the magazines and books you could want to find, but then they also had all of the affidavit returns under a shelf with no covers. And so I would just flip through and occasionally find stuff. I'm like, oh, this is a Deep Space Nine comic book. Star Trek has comic books. And then, you know, an older me would go, yeah, don't, just keep moving. That they're fine. They're
well, and that was the thing. By a few years later, you know, Great Eastern had closed and we were driving across town to get comics, or we'd go to see my great grandma and we'd stop at the Ogre in Columbus. Cause it was, Kyle, will buy you comics if you promise not to be a jerk while we're trying to visit your great grandma. Like, cause I didn't want to go sit at a nursing home. Like, I'm bored, but they'd buy me comic books and then I'd sit there and read the whole time. Right. Like, so my mom would buy me Spider-Man at the grocery store because it was still there. And then Dad would take me and buy me the cool stuff at the comic shop. I'm going to ask this question early in this conversation because I feel like you spent a lot of time making this movie and in this film, and in the time since it's been released, the amount that has changed, you could almost make a whole nother film.
There was a time where I was talking to my wife, she's the executive producer for a number of reasons. One reason, in fact, when we first started dating, I was telling her, I'm making this movie. I know I can do it. I have no other precedent other than to show you. I've worked on feature films. I've worked on television. I am competent in a number of ways. So believe me, it's the there will be blood speech. I come from a long line of royal men. And she was the first person who said, okay, I believe you. And she cut me a check at one point. And years later, I said, you gave me like a many $1,000 check for this movie as kind of a strange gift. She said, well, at the time, I also thought I was paying your rent. And I said, that's beautiful. She said, no, but really, like, I hadn't met a filmmaker. Her background's science. You know, she's not an artistic, creative background. She's very much into facts and figures. And she said, but you spoke about this anytime you talked about it with this real love and reverence. And I thought, well, if you're going to do it and I believe in you, I should show that. And it's one of the reasons this movie got done. It bought the first bit of equipment that really changed the game for me. It's been an incredible experience, and it's been a while. It's taken a little while, but it's needed the fiscal backing, and as that progresses, times change, things change, and people have even said to me, well, what's the next one? You have to talk about what's happening with Diamond and so forth. And I'm like, look, I told my wife, this movie has to end now because it's going to change so much more in the next year that this movie will almost be irrelevant if you're trying to track what the industry's up to right now. I don't talk about Penguin Random House, Lunar. There's so many other wrinkles in this process. When you hear the music and you see Diamond Comics in the frame, some people are like, oh, that's ominous. It's like, I didn't know when I cut it together and the music came through. And then suddenly Diamond is being parted out and being a huge problem and, causing all these issues for Fantagraphics, and it's this whole nightmare. And I didn't know at the time. The movie had to finish because it's such a living thing. Anyone who's tried to tackle this subject in the background in the years past, if you don't make it about the struggle at the time and you're trying to cover large swaths of the history of comics, good luck, man. Like, from the time you finish shooting to the time you get the movie out, everything can change.
Right. This is why when the documentary I'm working on, everybody in it's been dead for 50 years. So it's settled history. I don't have to worry about it. But yeah, so safe. Except for, the fact that I have to go back and find history of drug arrests of jazz musicians in small town Ohio. Anyway, which is a weird, very weird documentary, but it's fine.
That sounds groovy. I dig it. I'm already in.
So I've been working for about 2 years on the history of jazz in Northwest Ohio, which
it would take a white man from Ohio to make a documentary about jazz.
Well, that's the thing, is that there were a lot of guys who looked vaguely like me playing a largely black music in a town like Toledo because they had gone to Chicago and heard black players play it and brought it home. And then those guys started moving from Chicago to Toledo, and all of a sudden this community became this very amalgamated sort of jazz community that still exists in an era where not a lot of people listen to jazz. So it's a very interesting kind of look that all started with me trying to make a documentary about punk rock music. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
It does change. Well, this film started as, I talk about it being about comic book shops forever, and that was always the heart of it, but I wanted it to incorporate fandom. I wanted to talk about a little bit Comicsgate and how that's affected people, the notion of gatekeeping as a part of fandom. Because I talk about Dave with Dave's Comics. It was a very big part of the culture for at least the 90s, where, oh, you're a comics fan, so I'm going to name some things, and if you don't get it, are you really a comics fan? And that had been my experience, because it was such a guarded thing to be, we suffered a little bit to be comics fans. And so, there was a shibboleth for, oh, okay, so you're hip to the scene, you know about comics. If I mention like Terminal City, or I mention like, well, keep cities in my Astro City. If I mention Supreme, if I start bringing up some topics that aren't like mainstream comics, are you going to get it? Because that'll tell me, like, are you here because you like the look of Lady Death, or are you here because you like really dig like what comics can truly offer? And I mean, that's silly because it's such a huge spectrum of experiences and stories and all this stuff that, like, there's no such thing as a true comics fan, I don't think. And so that quashed that idea. But it's been such this like multifaceted notion that it's been hard to like peg, like, okay, you're only going to talk about the history of the shop. You have to keep it very specific. It was McKenzie, because David Mackey is, he works with Fox Searchlight. He saw an early cut of the movie, and he's seen a lot of feature films from every state of being, worked on Fight Club, worked on a lot of big titles. And he emailed me and he said, I have some notes. My only main note is this movie does not need to be longer. And at the time it was over an hour and 30. And I just said, okay, that's a great note to have, because there's so much content. There's so much stuff you could talk about in the world of comic book shops, and not just their history and not just benchmarks in time. So that's why I really wanted to focus on like their significance and the things they still offer, because that feels timeless. That's affected my childhood, and that affects kids today, like what comic shops do and provide for their communities. It's the same, it gets kids reading, it gets them appreciating art, critically thinking. And there's an inherent notion in most comics to want to impress upon people the need to do the right thing.
Right. And TJ James, don't be that guy. We're talking about gatekeeping, and now we're trying to parse.
Are you talking about Liefeld Supreme or Alan Moore's Supreme? Actually,
worst Supreme ever.
Worst Supreme ever. No, so as far as Supreme goes for me, and I know he's not super popular because of a lot of reasons, but Ellis, I gobbled that up. Maybe not so much. Was it Blue Rose? Not Blue Jasmine. That's another guy that's not so popular. Got an LOL out of TJ James. Yeah,
there we go. But no, that was one of the things. First of all, I want to go back. Big ups for using shibboleth. That's not a drop everybody gets all the time, but I like it.
Know your Bible, baby, or West
yeah,
Wing.
Exactly.
You learn shibboleth.
Yeah, if you don't know it from West Wing, then you don't know it. But let's be real.
Right.
So let's. One of the things that you did a really good job on, and I think it's super important to understand now, again, in the incredibly rapidly changing world that is comics right now, is going all the way back to Phil Suling.
Yeah.
going all the way back and saying, this is the course of action that caused this. And I think I messaged you after I watched it going, man, I wish I'd have known that you were using that talk show clip, because sitting next to Phil Suling is a huge comic book fan in Jamie Farr.
Yeah. Oh, Jamie loved comics. And like, it's one of the things I actually cut out of the movie, because a little after that moment, towards the end of Phil and Michael's conversation, Jamie just sticks his head in. He's like, oh no, we got to talk. If anyone needed a hype man about comics, Jamie Farr was there. But, you know, at the same time, I'm like, I was raised by Nick at Night. I'm kind of a square kid, you know, I'm pretty vanilla as a human being. And I'm just like, hell yeah, Jamie Farr. And that voice in my head is like, no one knows who that is. That's under the age of like 38. We'll be kind and say 38. No one knows MASH, you know, like it as much as this movie is about me, it really is. Like, everything here is framed through my perspective. So I had one note from a writer here in Columbus who watched it at Film Columbus. Wait. Oh, come on. It was the Columbus Film Festival that it played at. He said, so you don't really talk about the significance of manga and the impact it made on comic shops, how it, in a lot of cases, really saved a number of comic shops because it brought in a new kind of interest and a new kind of readership. And I just said, you're right. Next question. Like, I didn't experience manga the way history would tell you that manga was significant. I can tell you that it still is, that it is an incredible influence in the world of comics. It's not a thing that I really focused on a lot in telling this story. And whoops, I guess.
Filmmaking requires a perspective, and if manga wasn't part of your perspective, how can you honestly tell that story?
Inuyasha's dumb. Also, like, let's just come on. Like, Akira, I'm rereading it now, and I'm just like, this person's insane. I love the movie, and then I'm reading the book. I'm like, this man's mad, because people are like, oh, he did this. Like, oh, he had a team up. No. This guy did this. And I'm just like, this guy is a Japanese Ted Kaczynski. There is no way this man doesn't have plans to bring down the government. This is incredible. Are you kidding? Like, this is insane. Yeah, manga rules, but also, you know, don't tell any girls you like that. That's my
and see, that's the thing that, you know, I'm a few years younger than you, not a whole lot, but a few years younger than you, and like, I experienced manga in that we were tape trading anime, and we were running out to Media Play, like with our one friend who had a car, because they would get a couple copies of Dragon Ball.
Nice.
Like, it was this thing you had to know when the truck got there.
Sure.
Like, so that you, like, the way people were hunting Funko Pops 5 years ago, we were hunting manga and anime.
Dude.
And
yeah, for sure. Like Ninja Scroll, someone just gave me a VHS tape, and they said, watch this. Make sure your parents aren't in the room. You know, this was in like late middle school, early high school. And I watched it, and I was like, why are their chins and jaws so big? I don't understand. But the rest of this is insane and amazing. And then from that, it led to a love of anime and a love of manga, but also this perspective of like, it's still somehow separate from, and that's not true. You go into most comic book shops, and the manga section is a very popular one. Like, you get the most bang for your buck from a manga comic, and the style of which is also incredible. They had a Columbus Cartoons Crossroads. I'm going to ruin it. It's CXC. Did you go to that this year?
I didn't go this year, but I've gone many, many years.
They had an incredible exhibit about manga and just some key books from that world. And I went through the exhibit. I looked at everything because I do want to know more. And while doing it, I'm just like, this is insane, some of this stuff. And I knew nothing about the culture broadly. I knew about the titles that I've known, Lone Wolf and Cub, Samurai X, I think it made a debut. Of course, we all know like Cowboy Bebop and the things that I presume just kind of came out of the ether rather than Shonen Jump or wherever they originated. But there's some amazing stuff there that's not just One Piece. Sorry to denigrate anyone who likes One Piece, any show that is on for 10 years or whatever. I'm just like, can it be that good if it's on? Like, where do I start with it looks like, you know, a kid show. Like, why would I watch this? And then the wife comes in when I'm watching Gurren Lagann, and I'm like, no, it's cool. They have drills.
Right.
We got way off the thread here.
Well, no, but like to get back to the thread is if I were telling my story, my version of this story, I would have to include manga, but that's because that's my version of this story. And again, my version of the story might include more Jamie Farr because I helped the man buy his comic collection back.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, I tracked down the cousin who his mom had given it to, and the cousin knew who he had sold them to, and that guy knew who he had sold them to, and we tracked down as much of it as we could.
So cool.
It's just a weird like circumnavigation of this fandom. But if back to the original question I was going to ask, if you were going to do a prelude, if you were going to do a thing, what part of what's going on now would you include, and what part can be left to history?
That's a great question. I come back to the distribution question all the time because I think one of the key things that fascinated me most that I don't go into too deeply, it's kind of a footnote, is how, the distribution market consolidated. I didn't want to go into too much detail because there were more distributors than who I even indicate. Some of it's hard to track down, find imagery for, and not just have a person, naming off distributors. But now, when everything changed, and that's when DC decided, hey, Diamond, you're not going to be our exclusive anymore. That was a big moment, and that was closer to COVID than not. And I remember I was still trying to fine tune this film when that happened, and just took a beat, and I was like, oh, I missed it. I missed this movie being relevant because this is such a huge keystone moment in the history of comic shops and so forth. How can I not mention that? But it's not settled, and it's still not settled. And I think following that thread to its inevitable conclusion now would be a beautiful time to strike. It's a very niche topic, but the ramifications of it are so significant, because if you look at when shop owners are ordering their books, they're not doing it through one, maybe two suppliers. And that's still kind of figuring itself out. I mean, the market will eventually balance out. There will be either you have to order through three, or you order through two, or inevitably one. We've learned from Diamond that that's maybe not the best way of doing business. Competition is great for this market. All of that said, I'd really kind of love to talk more about this. A prelude, no, but a follow-up, maybe. It's so niche and so specific in the way that this feels incredibly niche and specific, And so that's even more fine. I was talking with Adam Freeman the other day and said, I'd really actually love to kind of pivot and talk about Wizard Magazine and what it did for the industry and why it was so significant. And also, I can't think of too many people my age within, a 3 to 4 years difference in either direction who didn't read Wizard Magazine and didn't talk about it and didn't swap them and didn't collect them. Like, I know people who have all of their wizards still. And I think, oh, but how badly can you want to read about, what was it, Battle Crashers or whatever the attempt was at a comic there? Like, how many times can you be reminded that the best-selling comics were Wolverine, Batman, and Spawn from month to month?
Right.
But
right.
It was that significant to so many people. And a lot of the people in this movie, Scott McCloud, Jim McLaughlin, I knew about them because of Wizard. Forget about what they're doing now and the significance they've had to the industry as a whole. Wizard Magazine's where I know you from, and that's why you're important to me. Todd McFarlane. Okay, you bought some baseballs and you made some money, and your Spider-Man probably has a terrible spine. I don't know, but you were in Wizard Magazine, and Spawn was this thing that I was reminded of regularly. So now I'm going to read Sam and Twitch. Now I'm going to read Spawn or Curse of the Spawn or Medieval Spawn or all the different Spawns that come out. It all stemmed from Wizard Magazine. And I still love that price guide because I look at it and then I look at my collection and go, yeah, no, it's still worth what you said it was, Wizard Magazine. I love you, Wizard Magazine.
Well, but at the same time, Wizard Magazine is why we get Jeff Smith. It's why we get some of these people that Wizard Magazine was putting over people that otherwise might not have stood out in a market that was so dominated by Spider-Man and Captain America and Spawn.
Right. Oh, 100%.
So-
I mean, Bone was a regular feature in Wizard, and I never read it as a kid. I looked at it and said, well, that's cartoonish. I didn't even get why they're called Bone. And then as an adult, I'm like, oh, the head and the mouth. Oh, it's a bone.
Yeah.
Duh, you know. And it's one of the best comics I've ever read. And as a, you know, bound volume, I was at a place in Atlanta called my parents' basement. It's a bar/comic shop. And talking with a friend of mine I've known for years, she told me, I never read this book series Bone. I said, sit right there. Went to the comic shop, brought her back the collected version. I was like, you're going to read this and shut up. It's amazing. And sure enough, she did read it. She did not shut up, but she loved the book. And it's one of those things that it speaks to so many generations, because like you and I could read Bone, love it for all the reasons we do. But as a kid, when you're brought into that like fantasy element and the art style, and it's amazing storytelling at its heart, you know.
Right.
And Wizard got that immediately. I don't know if they were being paid by Jeff or, you know, threatened by Jeff, but they definitely knew immediately this is inherently an incredible book.
Absolutely. So thinking about watching the film, and you know, we were kind of chatting backstage a little bit. There are so many people who are featured in the film that say so many profound things, and their status and their position has changed so much over the years. And it's sad to me that some of these people are no longer in the business, or some of these people's positions have changed so much. When you look at the film now compared to when you started, or compared to when you shot those things, do you have an emotional response to it?
No, every time. It's rare to watch it with a group of people or even by myself where some moments don't resonate. I keep saying this, and I put it in writing, and you know, I think it's clear from the vibe of the film. I really love this stuff, and it feels so strange to. It's almost like gonzo journalism. Like I feel like I've become a part of the story I'm telling in a way. Like Joe Field's daughter, who he told me, you know, she's coming to the LA Film Festival. She'll be the most beautiful woman in the room. And I thought, okay, Joe, you know, every father is proud of their child. And then I met her. I was like, this woman is lovely. This must be Joe Field's daughter. Also, she was wearing a Flying Colors t-shirt, but she was also beautiful. And so, you know, one doesn't cancel out the other. I don't know if she prepared this. You know, she's a musician, and they have a way with words and sound and all the things. And she said, you know, I just want to thank you on behalf of people involved with comic shops. I grew up in a shop my whole life, and you've made an historical account of this. She referred to me as a comics historian, and I stopped. I was like, oh, what? No, I didn't write a book like Dan Garino did. I didn't, you know, put in the time like so many people who've written articles in Wizard. I'm not that guy. I just told a story about a thing I love. It's not meant as a historical account like that. I didn't really know how to square that circle, if that's the expression. I just kind of stared at her blankly. I'm like, what? And I realized, like, no, you did the thing, you made the stuff, and that counts for that. And it was kind of a mind blower. It was never the plan. I just wanted to prove to people I can make a feature film for less than X many $1,000s, and I did. And I wanted to show that I can tell a story competently, cogently, and I did. And it's about a thing that I love, so I would return to it. I didn't think about the ramifications of it, meaning you've kind of added to that historical legacy of comics. And that sounds very grand, and I'm not trying to elevate myself in any way. It's just what some people have said. And I say, that's okay. I'm from the South. That's weird. Don't praise me in any way. That's strange, and I don't like it. We don't take those kind of compliments well. It gets icky, and like, okay, I just wanted to tell a story about a thing I love.
So we played earlier in the day the speech that Joe gave at the Stockton City Council when he had Stockton declared the home of Fantastic Four, and he sent us some outtakes that he had from the documentary. And you know, Joe looking like Jimmy Carter is always funny to me. Promoting, you know, talking about Fantastic Four. So I'm really glad he was involved in the movie, and I'm really glad that he's coming on in just a few minutes with Jeremy Shorr and Nancy McCann, 3 people who together have done this for over a century, like have been retailers for a long time together. So, so I'm excited to hear from them in a minute. If someone were to watch Shopping for Superman who didn't have the undeniable connection to local comic shops that we have, I can't think of a word big enough to describe our connection to local comic shops, especially those of us here at the EXP. What would you have them take away from it?
I think in some ways the comic book shop represents hope. And I don't mean to make it too grand, but children are typically assigned the value of hope, whether they want it or not. It's kind of the heavy burden of being new. And a comic book shop provides a spectrum of understanding and experience and story, and all these things. I've likened it to a museum that you can take home that kids have access to. Bookstores work the same way, but I feel like comic book shops have in a lot of ways replaced the neighborhood bookstore, the small town bookstore, either sadly or thankfully. Who am I to say? I love comics and I don't see them as less than. Like Phil said, I see them as in addition to. If you're a lover of prose or narrative fiction, comics fit right into that and should not be something you're embarrassed to embrace. So that said, my hope is that when someone sees this, they say, if they're not already familiar with comic book shops, that they stop and say, these do have more value than I thought. That the Superman character with the cape and the underwear on the outside and fighting the crime and so forth, that there's more there than just the feats of strength and the silly entertainment, that there's actually depth and breadth, and that there's so much that when I take my kid to a comic book shop, I'm opening them up to the possibilities of more than just saying I should beat up poor people, Batman, that there's something there that can teach them in a way that really speaks to them, because we all, like Morgan Perry says, we all learn in different ways and we all take in information in different ways, and comic book shops really provide an access point that I think is unique. And it's very much any comic book shop you walk into is the characteristics of that individual. You look at something like Chuck Rosansky's Mile High Comics. He wanted grand, he wanted big. He has had probably the luckiest career of any comics dealer of all time. We can talk Lone Star, we can talk about different stores across the country. I don't mean to denigrate them, but Chuck has for some reason been just the divining rod of collections and fortune. And even the warehouse he has is now suddenly worth more than he found it for. Like, what comic collector could ask for more? Is like, oh, this is suddenly a collector's item, this warehouse that is now zoned to grow weed. It's an insane story. And there's so much of that in comics, where there's very unique representations of hope and possibilities. I feel like I'm repeating myself, so sorry for that. This is full of stout beer, so
no, you're good. You're absolutely good. And you're right. I think anybody who finds themselves making their career in this is incredibly blessed.
Yeah.
100%. We could be digging ditches, but instead we talk about guys who wear their underwear on the outside and fly. Like, there is much worse ways to spend your life. But I really appreciate that idea that comic shops represent hope. And for me, comic shops have always represented, beyond hope, they've always represented the chance to be greater than you are.
Exactly. 100%. Yes.
When I had my shop, I was not particularly successful as a business owner, for many, many reasons, mainly because I wanted to keep more comics than I sold. But the thing that I was always really good at was finding a kid, having a kid and giving them a book and putting a smile on their face, right? Finding the right book for the right kid, or finding the right book for the right grown-up. And that was always the blessing, was seeing somebody find a love for something that they didn't know they would love, and being greater than I was as a person through that. We need to do business.
Yeah.
Because we're running out of time. I'd love to keep waxing philosophical about the direct market and about comic book shops. And you know what? We've got some people coming up here in just a few minutes that can certainly help us do that. And Jeremy and Joe are backstage. Nancy will be here momentarily. Where can people buy Shopping for Superman? Where can they spend money? Where can they support you doing more of this kind of stuff?
The easiest answer is go to shoppingforsuperman.com. We have a little button. You press it. It gives you links to places like YouTube TV, Google Play, Apple TV Plus, and of course, Prime Video from Amazon, oddly enough. They'll take you to a place where you can rent or own the movie in those collections. But if you want to keep it for yourself forever, we also have in our shop, under our merch link, an ability to pre-order the Blu-ray DVD. It'll be available in weeks. It's shipping in October. We already have a huge pre-sale now, so we're halfway sold out. And I'm currently working on a way to provide a window for retailers. If you want to carry the Blu-ray, there'll be a minimum order, obviously, but we're going to keep your margins pretty high for you and keep the cost pretty low in an attempt to help you make some money. Hopefully you can maybe sell my movie for me. We'll have some more opportunities on our website later on, but shoppingforsuperman.com is the best way. There's also some merch. I've mentioned t-shirts, pins, posters. It sounds lame when I say it, but when you go there, you'll say, oh, this art's pretty great. And that's the effort of people like Thomas Andrew Lawson, one of my designers, Stephen Christic, of course, Megan Hutchison, who I mentioned before. They all really put in a lot of work and made some beautiful art that, if you want to wear a shirt that says I support comic book shops, but you still want to keep that kind of gatekeepery ideal of like, what is Shopping for Superman? Well, now you have a conversation to have with a stranger. Well, I'll tell you what Shopping for Superman is. It's a metaphor. And if you're not already asleep, I'll explain a little further.
Okay, so we're about to transition into the panel I've been looking most forward to since I came up with the idea months ago. But in order to do that, I'm going to let you pick. We're going to play a clip from some of our local comic shop partners that they sent in to support the day. But we can either show a clip of Joe Field from the movie that maybe didn't make the cut, or we could show a clip of Joe Field from the 80s convincing Stockton to name Superman. Name the home of Fantastic Four. Sorry.
Oh, I'm self-serving, so let's go with the clip from Shopping for Superman that didn't make the cut.
All right, guys, stick around. Wes and I will be back to talk to Jeremy Shorr, Nancy McCann, and Joe Field in just a few minutes after we watch this clip of Joe Field.
My name's Joe Field. I run Flying Colors Comics and other cool stuff in Concord, California. We've been here since 1988. Why comics? Yeah, why comics? My origin story of getting into the business, the why comics. I was in radio before opening the shop. Worked for a radio station about 65 miles from here in Stockton called KJOY AM, one of the last of the top 40 stations. And while I was there, it was Marvel's 25th anniversary. And I thought, you know, Marvel had given real cities to all of their heroes except the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four were from a place called Central City, California. Arcane history from the Marvel comics, but it's true. And so I thought, let's petition Marvel to have them change it to Stockton, California, which is the most central city in California.
We no longer want it to be a fictitious city. We want to put it in the real world with the other big cities and get Stockton on the map.
Field says no other city matches the description of Central like Stockton, and he's going to prove it to Marvel editors. Assistant sales manager for a local radio station and a comic collector, Field says he's an avid reader of Marvel comics. Other fans have joined in his pursuit of comic fame for Stockton. More than 300 have signed a petition to be sent shortly to Marvel chiefs.
When the proclamation was delivered from Marvel to the city politicians on the steps of City Hall, Stan was there. He said, you know, kid, you did a really great job on this promotion. And I said, well, Stan, if you ever need a PR guy, just give me a call. Never thinking anything like that would happen. But a few months later, he called and said his wife's first novel was being published, which was a steamy little romance called The Pleasure Palace, about love on a cruise ship. Something I was not very familiar with, let me tell you. I spent the next 3 months or so talking to Stan and his wife Joni on the phone every day, telling them what interviews we were getting, what I was working on, and that sort of thing. San Francisco Bay Area retailers saw what I was doing. They were also starting a convention in the area, which became WonderCon. They hired me to do advertising and promotions for WonderCon. Within 2 years, I was a co-owner of the convention, and that's what led me to looking around to see what was going on in comics in the Bay Area, and I'm from this area, so it was always my desire to move back closer to home. 2 years later, Flying Colors opened. The Y Comics was sort of a roundabout kind of thing, but I'd been a fan since 1967. Here we are more than 50 years later, and I'm still playing with the funny books. When it came to opening the shop, I knew I needed to do something a little bit different. There was pressure on me because I'm from a family of high achievers, number one, and I wanted to do things absolutely the best way we could do them. I decided to use my wife and my 3 young daughters at the time as our sort of marketing research team. And what we did is we went out and shopped a lot of different comic book stores all over California, and then other kinds of stores. And after we would shop those stores, we'd get back into the station wagon, and I'd ask them questions. What did you like? What did you not like? What was appropriate? What would you do differently? And I'm asking this of a 4, 6, and 8-year-old, along with my wife. The insights I was able to get allowed me to be able to open a shop that, well, I knew I was going to get all the fans to come in. I knew that if you open a store with comics, that you'd find comics fans. But I wanted the store to be accessible and open to everyone. One of our regular shoppers is a retired teacher. What he does in his retirement now is he teaches other teachers. During the summer, he will take them on field trips around the Bay Area to cultural landmarks. 3 years ago, he decided that we were a cultural landmark, that Flying Colors was a cultural landmark in the Bay Area, and wanted these teachers to be able to bring comics into the classroom and do it in an informed way. So he brought his class of, at that point, 30-plus teachers out here for me to talk to them about bringing comics into the classroom, what lesson plans they could do. It's kind of cool to think that someone saw us as a cultural landmark and something that's important enough to make sure that new generations of kids coming into schools are going to learn about comics and learn about what we do here. I think businesses like Flying Colors all over the country, all over the world, add something. They add, you know, look, we've got characters all over here, but we add a lot of character to our community with what we do. It's a very unique, very different kind of a business, but it's one that adds a lot of happiness to a community. And when people are leaving the shop on their visit, I want them to be thinking of the next time they're going to come here. That they've had such a good time here that when they leave the store, they're already thinking about what happens when they come back. Anything that goes out of here that's reading material, we want it read, you know, and we hope that we have a higher percentage of stuff that gets read leaving here than other comic shops. When people get into it thinking that it's rare, collectible, or whatever, they're always going to be disappointed. Old comic example here is years ago, I brought in someone sold me a collection of comics, and one of them was this comic from the early 1940s. And it was in kind of beat up condition. And so I looked at it and I priced it according to the guide, and I put it up on the wall, and it was $50. It sold to a guy who was so excited to get it. He said, I can't believe you got this for $50. Oh, this is great. And so he bought it from me, and about 3 weeks later he came in and he said, man, that was the best thing I could have done. I bought that comic for $50 and I was able to sell it for $500. I went, Hey, good for you. I made my money on it. You made your money on it. About 3 months later, he comes in and he goes, man, I'm so mad. I go, why? He said, you know that comic I bought from you for $50 that I sold for $500? Well, the guy I sold it to sold it for $2,000. I could have held on to that. I could have. Okay. If you're thinking about just the value, you're never going to be happy. Enjoy the experience. Enjoy what's in the comics, what their initial intended purpose is, and that's to entertain. And you're going to be good for the long haul.
Welcome back into Local Comic Shop Day on the EXP. I am your host, producer Kyle. 16 hours in, 8 more to go. Everybody pray for me. The Mountain Dew is no longer working. But talking about comic books is, and I'm very excited for this next panel. This next panel was something I dreamed of when we first started talking about this event. And I'm so glad that Wes decided to stick around with me to do this panel, because I think he and his thoughts about comic shops and his stout beer and my punchiness and exhaustion and thoughts about comic shops are going to make this super fun. As this is history class, we are going to bring on 3 retailers who, if my math is correct, and I'm sure it's not, have been doing this for like a century, if not more, combined. So we're going to start with, she knows everybody. She's on the EXP every Friday night. She's the home team. Ladies and gentlemen, Nancy McCann from Comics Unlimited in Cleveland, Tennessee.
Hi, everybody.
Then from Dallas, Texas, one of my favorite people, because we never talk about comics. We only talk about shared ailments and getting better from those ailments. But still one of my favorite people to talk to in the world, Jeremy Shorr from Titan Comics.
Good evening.
And the man we just saw explain why Stockton, California is where the Fantastic Four are from, and really play a big role in Wes's film Shopping for Superman. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Field.
Hello, everybody. Good to be with you.
I was waiting for it to pop up like the Brady Bunch, just in the middle. Like,
I wish I could do that.
It is more than 100 years, too, by the way.
I had to count on my fingers how many hours I've been doing this today, so I was taking a stab.
I think it feels like 100 years for you, Kyle.
Hey, I'll be honest. I'm going to struggle to sleep at 6 a.m. Just because I'm so jazzed about everything we've done today. So, Wes, I'm going to let you take the con on this one. You guys, I just read your private chat. And you take the con. You talk to these guys. I just want to sit back and listen to the stories.
I have the con. Hey, everybody. So, of course, I know Joe. We've had a few chats. Joe's also kind enough to come out to San Diego Comic-Con to see the film. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you both. So let's talk about Cleveland, Tennessee. For one, a city that really needed to borrow its namesake from Ohio, the best state in the union.
We get confused with Ohio all the time because when everybody says Cleveland, they always think Ohio. So we have a little complex about that here in Cleveland, Tennessee.
I'm sure among others in Tennessee.
But my story in comics started here in Cleveland, Tennessee, when I started selling comics from my desk in high school and from my bedroom. But I traveled around the country as a show dealer during my teen years, and I visited 45 of the 50 states before I was 18. So I ended up going to work for Russ Ernst at Glenwood Distributors. And so I keep touch with him still on Facebook. But but I worked for him at Glenwood, and they actually transferred me to California in 1983. And so that's how I ended up out there. And I was there until 6 years ago, when I just brought my store and my family. We all moved back to Cleveland, Tennessee, because my dad needed me. And so Cleveland has had comic stores, many comic stores over the years, but none of them really lasted all that long, except for one that's really kind of morphed into being more of a game store. And so coming back here was a big challenge, because the market for new comics and the market for trade paperbacks in this town were terrible. And so I really had to build that, but I have. And in 6 years, we're doing well. And I'm, doing what I've loved doing my whole life, selling comics and introducing people to comics.
You're really trying to prove that namesake of Comics Unlimited.
Well, Comics Unlimited has quite a history. The store goes actually back to the early 70s in California, one of the earliest stores in California. And at one point, we had 8 stores all over the state. We had them from Northern California, Santa Rosa, all the way into down to near Disneyland. So I used to have to travel to all those stores, and everything that your film was very emotional for me, because I know almost all the people in that film, and a couple times I had to I teared up, especially Carol Kalish, who I just loved, and and a lot of the stuff that you showed, it was just awesome.
Thank
I'll
you.
let you talk now.
I came out of this. I came out of this talking about Carol a lot, and my wife's like, "Who's this Carol?" I'm like, "You really do not have to worry about Carol Kalish, but it's hard to not love her. She's fantastic in so many ways." Sorry, not to make it about me. Let's talk about Jeremy, Titan Comics, Dallas, Texas. Things are bigger in Texas. I'm sure comics are too.
Hi.
Okay. Just to ask you off the cuff,
we do okay. I don't know about bigger.
Is the how long have you been in the industry, Jeremy? In the biz?
Well, it's kind of a multi-pronged answer on that one. My wife Cecilia started her first store in '85. I started working for her somewhere in '86, and let's see here, and then we got married in '89.
Oh wow!
We opened.
Not a lot of people marry into it,
And we've been doing that ever since. So here in Dallas, we've been open for right at 35 years this year.
That's incredible. From a maths perspective, Joe, how long has Flying Colors as an entity been a part of the, I won't say Stockton because you were Concord.
I don't know what to tell you. It was just the way it happened. Well, not only did not many people marry into it, but there's not in the mid '80s, as Joe will attest, there's not a lot of female owners of comic stores.
100%.
We used to joke years ago that we would hold the meeting in a phone booth, but nobody knows what a phone booth is anymore.
Yeah.
Refresh your page, Jeremy.
Do I need to refresh?
Yes.
On the way.
Hey, how about that?
And then there were 3.
Hi.
I think he was on the 22nd delay.
This kind of stuff takes practice. I've been on the experience now for like 4 years, and it gets easier.
Sure. Were you dealing with a delay from me, Jeremy? Because I had mentioned a couple of things and you stared. I'm like, I'm not going to presume. Let's see how long this takes.
Lots of people.
Why Titan Comics? Titan was a store in Georgia that I was very fond of for a long time. What led to the formation of Titan Comics?
Well, my wife's first store was called Phoenix Comics in Houston, down in Houston. And when we opened this store, we had a long discussion about what kind of name we wanted to come up with. We wanted a name that we could use as a in a sentence like I'm going to Titan's a great place, that kind of or that kind of stuff, and that was the name we seized upon. There's actually from my experience, there've been something like 15 different Titan comics scattered around the country. The one in Atlanta is the only one that I'm aware of that's lasted very long.
Yeah, that was a chain when I was growing up, but the name alone taught me a valuable lesson, which was that they're not afraid to eat their own
still
children.
Having delay. Do I need to refresh again?
There is a delay.
Yeah, there's always a delay. This is satellite TV, man. But we're doing all right. I think we're good.
Okay.
Good deal. Joe, we're going to move to you. Joe Field. Okay. You've been in the business a while. A lot of people know your name. Your contributions. Why Flying Colors Comics?
Oh, the name?
Yeah.
Okay. The name serves two purposes, really. That when you passed the test in Flying Colors, you did the absolute best you could. We wanted to be the absolute best we could at what we do. Then there are all these colorful characters that fly. So that was another kind of Flying Colors. So it worked on both levels. It worked it also is a very expensive name to have, because if you're called Flying Colors, you have to do things the best way, and you have to do things colorfully. So, I may have cost myself some money by coming up with that name.
That's understandable. I completely get that. The people want to talk about comics and the zenith, the epitome, the greatest. Jeppy, he tells me that's why they landed on Diamond Comics, because Diamond, that was in his mind, the most expensive, the rarest, etc. So we're going to be the best. We're going to be Diamond Comics. And so many stories you see across the country when you travel. You see your Titans, your Flying Colors, your Unlimiteds, your Comic Zone. Like, it's going to be the ultimate experience. It sells this great dream because comics do provide that. That's what you're hoping for, to bring people in to say this is going to be one of the best experiences you're going to find with your comic book store. And you all have an incredible wealth of experience in comic shops. Right now, it has to be so alien compared to the earliest days of doing this business. What are the greatest troubles in your minds day to day in terms of distribution, in terms of bringing people in? What are some of the biggest challenges you're still facing?
Who do you want to direct that to?
I'm going to start. We'll go clockwise here. We'll start with our comics. Nancy, if you wouldn't mind.
No, not at all.
What's been your experience?
That was a lot of questions in one.
True. Yeah, there's not one answer for sure.
Challenges for us is that for the last 30 years, we've been trying to put a point of sale system in our store. And when we first started to do that, hardware didn't exist that could cover all the number of items that we had. And so they kind of gave up on it. And then finally, about 2 months ago, we actually, because of Diamond going bankrupt, we had to do something about our subscriptions. And so we ended up, now we just started a Shopify account. And so we spent the last couple months just trying to enter everything in our system. And it's been a lot of work. So right now the challenge is dealing with the fact that we don't have one distributor we deal with. We have to be more aggressive at buying from multiple distributors and figuring out, exactly how they do things and making all the computer parts of it work, in terms of the ordering process. And every day I learn more stuff about it and it's getting easier, but it's been, the last couple of months have been kind of rough. In terms of getting customers in, people keep finding us every day. A lot of it is the location of your shop. We moved to a location that's on a very heavy traffic street, and people drive by and they see us and they go, oh, there's a comic store in Cleveland, and they drop in. But also we promote ourselves a lot, on Facebook Google and stuff like that. So we're like reaching out to try to have, you know, a diverse clientele. We have a pretty wide variety of things in the store, and we, you know, try to get everybody in. But it's always a challenge to get customers. Any business will tell you that.
Sure.
You know.
Well, to your point, and I want to direct this at Joe, because I know that recently you switched locations for your store that had long held its place elsewhere. You're all set up in a new spot. This is a common theme I'm hearing among comic shop owners: the rent. You're stuck with a landlord who just wants to constantly raise the rent, and it's not tenable. So you end up having to move, but location is everything. So how do you deal with something like that?
Well, for us, it was not just a matter of how much it was going to cost at the other place. It was that they didn't even want us there. After 36 years, the current management at that shopping center decided they wanted a long-term lease from a bagel shop, and they wanted to take our location. And even after they told us that, we still went around and around for a year and a half with them saying, yes, you can stay. No, you can't stay. This is how much it's going to be. No, you're going to have to find someplace else. And it was a total disaster, which cost us a lot in terms of sales over the last several years. So when we finally made the decision to move, it was actually a fork in the road. It came down to, do we retire or do we move? And we could not give up on the community we built. I didn't want to retire, but finding an appropriate location that wouldn't take us, you know, in this slow slide down the drain, but would actually do something new and different and better. We zeroed in on one space. The city helped us in terms of making the contact with the property owners, and they wanted us to be here. Now we're in a bigger space. It's less expensive. There's more traffic. We are next to one of the highest grossing Trader Joe's in the chain.
Awesome.
Yeah. And we're dealing with professional property management. And it is an absolute joy to come to work every day now. Now, there are tons of other issues behind the scenes with running a comic shop these days, but there are more people engaged in comics now than there have been in a good number of years, and they're excited about what's coming in week after week. There are times when we'll have 10 or 20 people waiting to get in on a Wednesday morning when we open, which is awesome. There's just a good buzz about the new shop that we really love. And we're very, very grateful to all those people who helped us with the move, either by joining our Hero Society or by actually bringing a truck to help us move stuff from one location to the next. This is definitely a community business, and we're very happy to be in this community.
I was tempted to show up with the truck. I've wanted a Flying Colors T-shirt since I was in your store, and one day I'm gonna land that. Jeremy, talking about Dallas, Texas. As far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong. Texas, kind of a big place. Dallas, kind of a big place inside of a big place. So when we talk about locality, has Titan been faced with these same issues in terms of strategic placement? How is traffic down there in Texas?
It's good.
Bandwidth, not amazing, but traffic, fantastic.
We're doing just fine in that regard. I signed a long-term lease about 7 years ago. I've got another 3 years to go. No. Yeah, it keeps telling me I need to hook straight into the router, and I don't have the capacity for that. Sorry, I'm on Wi-Fi, which is probably going to cause additional problems.
It happens to the best of us.
I'm going to keep plugging along and seeing how it goes.
You're doing great.
But we're not really having any trouble with the landlord and that other fun stuff. One of your first questions, one of your first questions was the things that we're seeing problems with, which is, in my opinion, it's shipping from the different distributors. There's all kinds of, I have to have employees show up on days they're not scheduled for to cover whenever my shipments show up from various distributors at unknown times and places. And sometimes they show up a week ahead of times, and sometimes they show up the day before they're supposed to arrive. The day before New Comic Book Day, and it makes it quite stressful. So that's my current excitement with that sort of thing. So hopefully you got some of that through the excitement of the internet.
That's a typical frustration from what I understand. I mean, most of what in this process of making this film, obviously over 10 years, there's going to be a difference in people's experiences. The most common frustration that I had was the lack of consistency that people faced when dealing with Diamond Comics, because they would get shipments either late, or the product that they did receive would sometimes be wrong in amount and or damaged. And now that everyone's had to shift to multiple distributors, I'm curious if that's still a major issue, because you have a lot of people shipping a lot of books through a lot of different avenues. Is that still a concern, that you're receiving products either too late, damaged, or entirely wrong?
I don't think that's our biggest concern these days. We didn't have a lot of problems with Diamond, because when we were in Los Angeles, all of our books got air freighted into a freight forwarder, and we picked them up once a week. And because we had multiple stores, we were able to pick them up a day before. So we had a day to process everything, and we had a separate warehouse where we took them to and broke for all the stores. So we didn't have that big a problem. And there's always going to be overages and shortages and damages in any product when you're a retailer. It doesn't really matter what business you're in. But now we get packages just kind of dribbling in all the time, just because of the nature of the way that our current suppliers ship. And so we just kind of rolled the punches. We just open every box as it comes in every week, and we do everything through the computer, and we're using Managed Comics through Shopify. And that system allows us to just do receiving on whatever boxes are there that day. And then we're just dealing with it. And everything seems to be going actually pretty well. So I don't have a lot of complaints, and things haven't changed that much. We still have overages and shortages and things that get damaged, but it's not, I wouldn't say that's like a big concern for me. So.
Great.
What about you, Joe?
Consistency is an issue only in that I think we could use more consideration on the part of our suppliers in terms of the number of days we're required to be able to do these things. We're getting shipments almost every day because we're dealing with multiple distributors. Instead of having a crew to be able to handle one day, like Jeremy said, we're now dealing with having to process things on a more daily basis, and that makes it difficult to take time off. It makes scheduling a little bit more challenging, and it does create a little bit of fatigue. So I think there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. We just hope that none of it is visible to those who are coming in the shop. We still want to create a great experience, but things on the back end could be somewhat smoother.
We'll take a moment of silence for Jeremy's connection. What do you think, Jeremy?
I try to think as little as possible because it's safer to not think. But at the same time, this is very much, since we were talking about history, this is the same thing we ran into back in the 80s and the 90s when you had multiple distribution sources. Stuff just kind of showed up whenever, and you just kind of had to deal with it. And it wasn't until you had more centralized warehousing and distribution sources that we had a much more certain time of when things would show up. Remembering that I started out in Houston, when we first started up, Houston did not have a warehouse from any distributor. Everything was either trucked in or flown in, or trucked in like UPS trucked in. And it wasn't until I believe Capital City opened their first warehouse down there that suddenly, whoa, we have a regular schedule to deal with. And it was much easier to process things in a timely manner.
That makes sense.
And hopefully some of that made it through the internet.
it funneled it right through. We were talking about when you're referring to like historical precedents, all these different distributors, and there's no consistent timing. It's interesting to see that a company like Image, who in my mind, despite some of the worst parts of the worst issues you confront with distribution, have recently said we're going to create exclusives for comic book shops. And remembering when in the documentary, Sienna talks about how it would be great if distributors, publishers made a greater effort to advertise for shops or really advocate for shops. And it feels like an exclusivity of, I think it's 27 days. I could be off by a day, but that you all will get the books in all their many forms before Amazon, before these other groups will, actually gives you all a little more of a finger on the scale of sorts. How do you all feel about that? And we can start with Comics Unlimited. Nancy?
Well, as I'm sure Joe would also attest, although I've never talked to Jeremy about it, we've talked about the fact that, you know, comics needed to be promoted outside of the comic market. We've been talking about that for decades. But it's always been not really all that practical, only in the sense that the amount of money it takes to really do that is money that the publishers can't and won't put into it. There's certainly things publishers can do to help us. A lot of the stuff that's hurt us the most is probably the fact that the internet, they get things quickly. They sell things sometimes before the street date. They sell things at under the market price. They discount heavily. All of that affects us. But we just choose to just soldier on and provide our customers with the best possible service and the best possible community so that they have a reason to buy it from us, even though, like they said in the documentary, they can buy it from Amazon cheaper, but they choose to buy it from us. And it's very heartwarming when customers tell me that, but that's just the reality. We wouldn't be in business if we didn't have customers willing to do that.
Joe?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Image giving us a little bit of an edge in terms of the book product, and it's one of those things where I think the reason this came about is that the book market couldn't handle it, needed more time to be able to handle things, and our market is a little bit more nimble, so that's the way we get the advantage on it. But whether it was just a problem with the book market or something that's actually done to benefit specifically benefit comic shops, I'm good with it. Anything that gives us a more of an exclusive sales window is a good thing, even if it's not an exclusive on its own. It's really just a head start more than anything else, and I'm okay with that. I do think publishers have it a little bit challenging because they are trying to serve so many different markets at once, and we are not the big growth market at this point. We're the more mature market. We're kind of like now we're kind of like the newsstands were in the late 1970s. They're there and they're still selling, but there's not a lot of exponential growth happening. But you look over at the comic shops at that point, that's where that huge growth was coming from. So they gave us their attention. If we showed publishers that kind of growth, we'd get more attention. And I think what we've seen over the last year with a lot of larger releases, particularly from the largest publishers, is that we do respond to product being good and being able to push it out to a lot of people. So hopefully that that will give us a little bit more fuel to get more done specifically for our market.
And going back to the image thing, I think that one of the problems for image in our market is that they publish such a wide variety of things, and for like a shop like mine, I can't afford to bring every image book in. When we were in California, we did, because we carried every book that was in print. It was a humongous amount of books that we had. But it's not possible in our shop here. We don't have the space. We don't have the clientele to support that. So even though we're trying to grow it, but I carry all the stuff people ask for. I carry all the best-selling books. I restock bestsellers. Right now we're selling a lot of the compact editions, and there's just a lot of things that are moving. But every single image trade, not really realistic. That could change if people come to us for the stuff. I just really don't know what effect this advantage will give us. Historically, that hasn't always made much difference.
Nancy, one thing I'll throw in there is that the more we have that book format comic available, the compilations, the more they act like periodicals.
Correct.
So we not everything's going to sell, and so we're not going to order everything. And sometimes when they do sell, they will only sell that initial week or 2 weeks, and then there's nothing after that. And part of that is that there's so much of a gush of product coming from so many different sources that it's really hard for anything to stay in the sunlight for very long.
That was always interesting to me. I've only been to one ComicsPRO meeting. Thankfully, everyone was fine with me being in the room. And this was back in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago. And it was very curious to me to hear a number of people voice that certain titles were evergreen, that they would always make sure these titles in bound volume trade form were always in their store. I can't speak to the value of that longevity, because when you talk about a Watchmen has a lot of significance to a lot of people to a certain age range. But then when you look at younger demos, I don't know what necessarily speaks to them as broadly that you would say, okay, people between this age range are always going to walk into a comic book store and be affected by this type of book. Is there anything that stands out to you right now that's a little younger than something like an Alan Moore's Watchmen that is going to speak to those age groups that you want to always keep in stock?
Well, Saga would fall into that.
Sure.
And now that's 10 years old or whatever, 12 years old, but it's not 40 years old like Watchmen is. These things need time in order to be able to get up that reputation that they need to be read. I think there's a lot of good material coming our way, but a lot of it is going to be very transient. It's going to come and it's going to go, and we'll move on to the next thing. And even some of the bestsellers now, who knows how long the market will be for Ultimates trade paperbacks under this current incarnation, because they're going to be supposedly ending that line soon.
Right.
That's always the sort of way that things start to trail off, is when the end of a big story comes. That's, it's hard for us now to kind of get up the head of steam for Saga, because there's so much time in between volumes, and not everything lasts.
Well, here we didn't have that much. We don't have that much of a clientele for Saga, because there really weren't very many stores in this area that carried it, and so people aren't familiar with it, and we just don't sell it very well. However, stuff like Watchmen and Batman Hush and all those things that would be considered classics, I am selling those to college kids. The university just came in. All the students are back and like they're coming in, and that is what they're buying. So I think if you have a really good book, it doesn't matter how old it is, you know, people still love it, because people have been buying Watchmen way before there was a movie. And it's one of those books that sold crazy amounts. And I remember one meeting that we went to when Bob Wayne was at DC, he made up a topic for discussion that was called, who's buying all these Watchmen? Because DC was looking at their numbers and they were going like, how does this book sell this much? Like, doesn't everybody have a copy by now? And the answer is no, everybody doesn't have a copy, you know, and there's still college kids who want that book, you know? So, you know, I really think quality is what sells, and it doesn't matter what it is. Well, but we do sell a lot of manga too.
I went on at length about manga, probably too much, or maybe not enough, because the documentary definitely didn't cover manga at all. But the in the chat here, someone is from the XP Live. Gen Z and Gen Alpha are nuts for Arkham Asylum.
Yes, that's selling like crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it was good. What do you think drives that kind of? What's that, Jeremy?
Good stories keep selling, and if you are willing to talk up the points that apply to people, the selling points of a good story are universally applicable. They really are. And I in my opinion, it doesn't matter if it's a 40-year-old or 50-year-old or a 30-year-old book. If it's got some topicality, if you can find something in it that you can apply to the person who's asking you about it that they can identify with, they'll be interested in buying.
Does that explain maybe the resurgence of the original Hush? I mean, I know that with Hush 2 and Jim Lee coming back to that story, I haven't kept up with it personally, but I remember reading it and loving it when I first read it on the way through. There's definitely an attraction with this kind of almost curveball Batman story, sort of like when Snyder had his Court of Owls. Like, it was a different take on a common theme. Are you finding that's more the interest, or people are trying to catch up, or it's just that they finally learned about it and they're saying, "Oh,
they finally learned about it," because well, particularly DC in recent years has not been particularly good at merchandising their own product for various and sundry reasons. You know, losing 2/3 of their personnel doesn't help. Sure. That kind of thing. And there's a lot of industrial memory that got lost in the midst of all of that. And the people who could have driven the conversation for a lot of their storylines just aren't there anymore. And that relies on people, on stores in general, and people like us who remember all of the good stories like that to get behind them and push them. And you know, one of the number one questions I get every single day is, okay, that was good. What else can I read that's good? And Hush is a great example of a good story. Not to mention the compact editions really help it sell because it's inexpensive, it's the right size, manga size, and or more manga size-ish, and it really helps it sell better.
The compact editions, that was a case of unintended consequences that worked out for us. Those were basically made to fit on the manga shelves in mass market bookstores, but we're the ones who were selling the heck out of them. But it also gave consumers another reason to look at stories like Hush and Watchmen and New Frontier and Court of Owls, and you go down the list. That it's another reason for readers to take a look at something. And if DC is getting behind it, saying we're not only putting the compact out, but we're keeping the regular size available, that is an indication that they're behind it. And whether that's obvious to readers or not, I think it's more obvious to retailers, and we see that these are the ones that they're going to that they're sticking behind and really supporting.
Yeah, they've been making some interesting choices, I think. But we're seeing people buy them sometimes for nostalgia. Like the Batman Hush has been popular as a trade before they announced that Jim Lee was coming back to do another run. There's people that remember it as their first comics they ever read because the numbers on Batman Hush when it first came out were huge. So, and people love Jim Lee's art, so there's been sales on that anyway, but the compact edition certainly is helping. And all these ones that are about to come out are also going to just sell big numbers. When we get V for Vendetta, we get Long Halloween, all those books are just going to sell because people are hungry for good comics, and they're asking us what to read, and and those are just so easy for us to sell to them. So it's going to be, I think we're going to have a great year.
It's interesting you mentioned V for Vendetta. I had a conversation with Gib Bickle over at the Ogre the other day. One of my favorite things about V for Vendetta is the price point compared to the time invested in the book. Because if anyone who's read V for Vendetta remembers, it is so dense, and a lot of Moore's stuff is. You can argue that Moore is an incredible storyteller, and I always feel that when we have these larger conversations, if his name's mentioned too often, it's almost like a hack comedy bit. Like, yeah, we know Alan Moore is great. I can talk at length about his breadth and incredible work. There's other incredible writers and so forth, but I've noticed in the last, I want to say 5 years, there are a lot of writers out there that rely on the artist to lead the book more often. And your $4.99, in my head it said $2.99. I'm like, that's not the price point you pay anymore. Don't pay too much attention to what you're paying per book. But there are some books that I read in 10 minutes, and I go back and I will look at the artwork if the art is phenomenal. But if not, why am I, a reader, going to keep coming back to a book that isn't really demanding that value anymore? When you say $5 for a comic book, why do I want to sit and read a book for 5 minutes when that $5 could have gone towards something that really demands more of my time for longer?
Yeah, I think there really was a kind of a time where writers just started putting less dialogue in their scripts and just expanding the stories out to fit the graphic novel format, because comics that maybe should have only been a few issues, they were thinking, okay, we have to make this story long enough to make a graphic novel out of it.
Gotta get 7.
To me, that's what I think they've done. And so a lot of times they just have expanded out. So there's fight scenes that go on for pages, and that stuff, you're flipping the comic so fast that you're not getting the value, because you are done in 5 minutes reading a comic that costs $5. And I was telling a customer just this week that I like to go really slow and look at each panel and really take in the art so that the experience lasts like 20 minutes. 5 minutes is too much. It's too much money for 5 minutes of entertainment.
Entirely.
Well, you mentioned V for Vendetta and how dense that is. That's not necessarily conducive to that compact format, because you really need a magnifying glass in order to take it all in. And so some of those things will work better in a larger size book. And then when we're talking about the decompression of storylines, this is something that we've been dealing with now for like the last almost 25 years. And that's okay. Would it be nice if we could get an occasional single issue story that was a little bit more packed? That would be really awesome. Just to show readers that can still be done, and give them something. There are some great single issue comics that are really packed with all kinds of stuff. If you look at the volume 1 of Ultimate Spider-Man, Brian Bendis told the origin story of Spider-Man over the course of 6 issues, 120 pages. Steve Ditko told that story in 12 pages. But the experience was probably just as great for the kids who were reading Steve Ditko in 1962 as it was for the readers who were jumping on Ultimate Spider-Man in 2002.
It's true. Yeah, that's very fair. It's been a strange shift for me. I'm very selective of the titles that I read. I don't read a lot of superhero books unless I'm reading the absolute, I think it's late enough to swear, the absolute crap out of Absolute Batman. And I don't care for Batman personally. I love Batman. I have a shelf of Batman. Batman was a friend of mine as a child. But then I started examining Batman like we all do when we get older, and like, this man needs psychological help. This is not good. But then you read Absolute Batman, and you take a dynamic and you turn it on its head. And it is a story that is just, the art is beautiful, the story is profound in its way, and it takes time to digest it versus something that takes, again, 5 minutes. I don't want to name names. I have them triggered. I just don't want to do that because I do respect writing is hard, and I get it. But you really want your customer to come back and say, this was worth my allowance. This was worth the money I put aside for my disposable income for the week. And if people are spending $60 a month at your store minimum, then they need to be getting a good bit of value in return for that time that money they invest for their time.
I think it's pretty obvious that Absolute Batman is a really good value right now, because every time a new issue comes out, there are people lined up to get it, and
Sure.
we're selling a lot of them. I didn't think 11 or 12 issues into this it would be the kind of numbers that we're doing, but it's pretty phenomenal, and that entire Absolute line has been a home run. Well, let's take it back. A couple of them have been good solid doubles to the opposite field, but Absolute Batman is definitely a home run. Props to all of them, because it's also stylistically different than the regular Batman comic. It gives the reader something very different than the other Batman comics, and you could read it and, like the Ultimate line, do that wink, wink. I know what the real continuity is, but sure, you're really doing that a whole lot less with Absolute, because it is something that's really fresh.
Well, I could argue that continuity is poison for any long-term franchise. Like, I'm a Star Trek kid at heart. And when people start telling me like, well, when it's yellow alert, they can't, the shields are technically raised. So it's like, no one cares, Kevin. What matters are the characters, the story. So with like Absolute Batman, like I don't need to care about how many years of Batman that we've had. That's nonsense. And finally, someone gave Zack Snyder a storyline where he doesn't have to have an ending in mind, because they've never really given him a lot of runway for that. They've just been like, this is done tomorrow. And he's like, and then everyone lived happily never after. 0 year is happening or whatever. Look at Swamp Thing, look at Batman, look at Witches. Like, there's a lot of instances where Zack Snyder was just not given the runway he needed, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Absolutes have been selling like crazy, and a lot of the Absolute Batman readers are new readers, where they're discovering it, and they don't really know a lot about Batman other than what they've seen in movies. So right, having it be a departure has been good for them, because they don't feel like they are burdened with not knowing everything. So that makes you feel stupid. People don't like to feel stupid, So Absolute's been great. But we also are seeing huge numbers on selling Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah.
Huge.
Oh, yeah.
And that's bringing in older guys that used to like Conan, and now they're all want to fill in their collection of the old Marvel stuff, but they also are just loving the new stuff.
Yeah. No, it's a solid. I got to meet Jim at Gen Con. Introduced to him through a different, just a mutual friend. And I used to know a guy who did the covers of Conan for the books for Tor or whomever did that. And that guy gave me my breakdown on Conan, because I'm like, oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's a big dumb idiot that swings a big sword and is naked. And he's like, no. Conan is a very specific and involved. And like, when I was done with it, like, I think I want to read Conan now. And then reading Jim, I'm like, just talking with him for 5 minutes, I was like, you are the guy to write Conan. You know, the Cimmerian should be these things and not just the archetype that we all kind of easily have digested. Again, probably from the Conan movie, if we're being honest.
Yeah, props to Jim Zub and Rob Della Torre and that whole team at Titan for and Savage Sword. I mean, there's great stuff being published in the Savage Sword of Conan magazine. Looking forward to a 64-page Liam Sharp story that's coming up. I've seen a lot of the original art to that, and it's mind blowing. So yeah, there's good stuff going on there.
How do we bribe Tom King and Billy to bring back Helen of Windhorn to sort of complement this Conan resurgence with storytelling? And I only say this because when I read the final issue, I was like, no, this can't be done. How dare you? This is insane. Like, there are some books like that are magical that we are only given it feels like a taste of. Like, so many comics these days feel like they're written to complete that 7-issue arc so we can put out the trade. You know, this is the business model of comics, whereas we can sell these issues monthly and then we will get the money on the back end really when it's bound as a trade, an omnibus, etc. But stories like that feel like they could go on a while. Like Local Man, I still hope to see more of. There are a lot of books that it feels like we're getting a taste of, hey, we want to have a more long running arc, and then others where it's like, you're gone too soon. Why are you doing this to us?
It's a crowded market, and it's very difficult for titles to get to be sustained over a long period of time. So props to the writers and artists who are able to pull that off. And we hope that the good stuff that we like comes back in one form or another. I think it took me 10 years to get Huck 2 out of Mark Miller, and glad that was back. But
finally, yeah, out of nowhere it comes back.
If that can happen there, it can happen with Local Man, and it can happen with Windhorn and some of the other good series out there.
Absolutely. Jeremy, I'm really sorry. I have just kept bloviating here.
You're fine.
I kept wondering, like, is the bandwidth going through? What have we missed? What have we missed from Dallas, though? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm putting you on the spot. I just felt bad because I'm like, I haven't turned to Jeremy for a little while.
They're doing a great job. I can nod and say yes. They're doing a great job.
And just to wrap it up really quickly, you all have a breadth of experience that is left. I hate to reuse a phrase, but an indelible mark on your communities. I mean, what you all have been able to do in the time that you've been doing this is incredible. And I really hope your communities still come to you hungry every month for more and want to figure out ways to bring in new audiences. And you also have the same instinct. I mean, young readers are typically the target, which when I was younger in the 90s wasn't always the case. And I'm curious, have you seen a consistent line of books to continue bringing in these young audiences? I know a lot of people turn to Telgemeier or Dogman, Cat Kid, etc. Kind of the well-known stories there. But are you still seeing a regular line of books for younger audiences to bring them into your stores?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's quite a few things that we continue to sell well. Things like Sonic the Hedgehog, and there's a lot of kids comics that sell really well. But there's also a lot of nostalgia for the old kid comics. And like on my Friday Night Live show, anybody who watches will see that I sell far more Archies and
really?
Richie Riches and Disney comics than anybody would think possible. But I do, and in the store I sell them as well. And so we get parents coming in with their kids, and that's the kind of stuff they're looking for. A lot of times stuff they're familiar with, stuff like Scooby-Doo and and Archie's, because it's what they read. And so it just keeps cycling around. And those kind of titles sell better than new books that are not as well known, because parents don't feel as comfortable with them. So
that's fair. That makes
so
sense.
That's kind of where we focus our attention.
Little golden books in your store, you're doing it wrong because
yeah, we sell a lot of little golden books too.
Yeah, the kids market is pretty vibrant. During this conversation, we mostly stayed on the traditional comic specialty market axis, but the mass market has a ton of stuff out there that it is well worth putting in front of young readers and getting them eager to come back for more. I'd put Max Meow in there. That's when the kids have finished with Dogman, we got to move over to Max Meow. And you know, or Investigators is another one. There's a lot of good stuff out there that is outside of that the Marvel DC axis. But we want to get to the point where we're selling them those too. So yeah.
All right, guys. Well, that is all the time we have for this illustrious panel. So we're going to do a thing. We need to do business before we move on to the next thing. And doing the business is this. We'll start with Jeremy and go counterclockwise because nobody cares about me. Tell us where we can follow your stores, where we can support your stores on the internet and other places.
Well, I'm at www.titancomics.com, and I'm on Facebook. I'm on all the appropriate things. I'm usually some version of Titan Comics, which of course means that I get lots of solicitations for the publisher Titan Comics because everybody thinks I'm them. But that's okay. I respond very nicely to those people and point them in the right direction of where that publisher's at.
Is that why they didn't respond to me when I asked them to join today? I probably emailed Jeremy.
There you go.
How about you, Joe?
Well, hey, you can find us at flyingcolorscomics.com. If you go there, make sure to go to my blog. There's like 18 years worth of stories up there, and there's a lot of comics history. So, and a lot of photos and stuff. I want you to check that out. Instagram and X, I'm at FlyCoJoe. And we also have a very active Facebook page as well at flyingcolorscomics.com. So, and you can find me in the shop 6 days a week.
All right. Hashtag Nancy knows everybody. You're up.
First, you can find us at comicsunlimited.com. We have a Shopify site on there, and you can buy things and we'll ship them to you, or you can come by the store, or you can order things and have it sent here. We also, I'm also live on The Experience every Friday night from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern time for Friday Night Live. And I not only show comics, but I tell stories and I answer questions. So if people have questions about the industry and things that have gone on over the last 40 years, you know, you can feel free to watch the show and ask questions. Because I like to talk. I've been told that since I was little. I talk too much, but it pays off now because I can talk for 2 hours, and I could do this for another 5 or 6 hours if Kyle asked me to. But we also are on Facebook.
I would love to do that one of these times.
Yeah, sure. Facebook, we're Comics Unlimited. We're on Instagram, not as much, but you can find us there too. But the best place is comicsunlimited.com or here on The Experience.
And by the way, when Nancy says she tells stories, her story is like, so this one time Jim Lee did a signing at my store and 75 million people showed up. And it was just like, you know, this day that we had. And like, it's no big deal. Her stories are absolutely insane.
She knows
sometimes I show pictures too. Like I have pictures from like signings that we've done. And, you know, and yeah, I do have a lot of stories that start with like, and then Stan Lee said, you know, and people like go, you know, that's the advantage of staying around a long time.
Sure.
It's true. All right, Wes, how about you?
Shoppingforsuperman.com is the best way to find us. Links to everything else I put in the comments here how to find us on the socials. My wife told me it should have been Comic Shop Doc. I'm like, that makes too much sense. Shop for Soup Doc. She's like, how do you spell that? I'm like, the most difficult way possible. But you go to our website, you'll find all the links to the various things, and please rent or buy the movie if you want to see it a little more crystalline than what YouTube can give us sometimes, and also show it to a friend or a loved one, and it makes a great stocking stuffer as a Blu-ray. And Kyle,
where do we find you, Kyle?
Follow at the EXP. Search the EXP everywhere. Some places it's the EXP one because Jen did the social media and I don't know why she chose what she chose, but it's the EXP, theexplive.com. And all of these links from all of these people will be available on theexplive.com in just a little bit once I code it all up at the end of the show here. So hang out, check all that stuff out. You'll be able to find all of these wonderful people. I want to thank this panel. Like, Wes, thank you for letting us stream Shopping for Superman. It was truly an honor to have it on the channel. It's something I've been looking forward for a long time. Nancy, Jeremy, Joe, I believe it or not, none of us would be here without you guys marching ahead of us. So we appreciate that from all of you too. So thank you for being here. I'm going to do the thing that feels really weird to do at this point and make myself big and tell everybody to hang out for just a minute as we head over to, well, the nerdiest group of guys you ever come to love. Brian Garside, Django Boren, and Jeff's here too. And we are going to get deep in the weeds on Comics Place Presents here on Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP. One of you clicked the button and didn't follow my explicit instructions.
Oh no! That was me. That was me.
I maybe did a button. I don't know. I don't think it was. Hey everybody, welcome to A Comics Place Presents, a perfectly acceptable podcast episode. Strange time for a comic shop assistant walkthrough, and great that we've got Brian here. Excellent. I'm so glad to have you all here.
Into what? Wait, what?
We are a comic book podcast that comes weekly to you through audio means and now video means for the last couple of months. And we're all people who run a comic book shop, and we like to discuss the things that we take home every week and read and love as a way of, you know, staying in love with one another. As always, I am Jeff, and Roman, you are looking good.
I'm bald and Canadian.
Roman!
I'm actually Brian from Earth 519 in Canada.
And I'm Django from just south of Canada.
Well, and you're like the northernmost comic book shop in the contiguous United States, aren't you?
That's true, we are. Yeah.
Pretty much an honorary Canadian.
Love it. And I love whatever's going on with Django's bad audio here tonight.
I'm working on it, you guys.
He was the one that clicked a button. Hey, listen. On the Comics Place Presents, a perfectly acceptable podcast brought to you again from the Nerdle of Crade Civilization, Bellingham, Washington, and Canada, despite what everyone thinks, brothers. We always start our podcast barely even almost at war by reaching out to the fan club, the fan base, you, the dear listeners, with an invitation to contribute to our podcast. And sometimes we get a lot of folks doing that, but other times we get just our steady good friend, William Elmer.
Hello and happy episode number 405, my friends. Happy local comic shop day. We love you. We love supporting you guys. Hey, I've been watching Peacemaker season 2, and you know what? Really good. I think, season 1 was enjoyable. It's fine. Greatest, one of the greatest intros to any TV show ever. But overall, just, was fine. Season 2, though, great emotional depth, great ideas they're exploring. Just really good, really thoughtful. And, John Cena's flexing some acting chops that The Rock wishes he had. Anyway, what's something in comics that started off, just kind of fine, and then found its footing and turned into something much deeper, much better that you guys love? Turn up. Love you guys. Awesome.
Crossed. Wow. Clearly crossed.
That's true. It did. Okay. Crossed. A great answer. B, did it ever meet the heights of the first volume? game?
I was just talking with my mouth. That's all.
It was a
an
good
audio
game.
test. It's fine.
It was a good. Oh wow, the audio is real good.
Thanks, buddy.
Brian, what's something that has started in comics that maybe had a soft start but became something that you loved? It's a kind of tricky question.
Okay, I'm gonna go. It's like the answer I want to give, I would give, and I'll give off the air because that person has been canceled, so we can't talk about it anymore. But I think you probably
Red
know
Hood
what I'm
shot.
talking about. I would say, for me personally, it was Starman, the Tony Harris and I want to say Jack Robinson's, but that's not right. Robinson,
James Robinson and Tony
James
Harris.
Robinson. Why am I saying Jack Robinson? Yeah, the Jack Knight Starman, because like it started as part of the 0 Day spinoff, which like there was no hope for that thing. Also, had there ever been a Starman that like was worth reading? I loved the Will Payton one, but I think I was probably an audience of one that liked that comic. And I loved Starman so much that I actually have a big Starman tattoo on my shoulder because it's literally one of my favorite things in the world.
Which begs me to ask the question, how is your Batman family tattoo coming?
Oh
But
my
we
God.
won't get into it right now. I can't wait to
it.
see it and hear it. Lest Brian strips his clothes off. I think, which would be great. I think I'm going to say, because, you know, that's a unique question and I'm about it. Thank you, Will, for shouting it out to us. If anybody listening or watching ever wants to contribute to our fair podcast, you can send an email to jeff@thecomicsplace.com. It's a new email address Django set up specifically for the Papcast, and we will answer any questions you send there directly on the air. Thank you, Django, for doing that.
Wait,
And
I thought it was going to be like podcast at the
No.
Oh, do you need me to show you how to do that? Because it's real easy.
Animal Man? Animal Man.
Oh,
Animal Man starting kind of as like a throwaway character back in like the 50s or 60s, and then you get Grant Morrison coming in there and redefining what you can do with breaking the third wall, fourth wall in a comic book, and kind of paving the way for that character to be way more interesting, but also kind of type of meta-ness prevalent in the DC universe that I love now.
And is it the 5th episode? Issue? Is that the Coyote Gospel? Is that the 4th or 5th?
That's somewhere in there, and that's a
But that was like that was when you knew you were reading something special. Like up until then, it was Grant Morrison doing superheroes, and it was kind of cool. And then the 5th issue comes around, and you read the Coyote Gospel, which is literally about Wile E. Coyote being in the real world, and it's like, what am I reading? Like, this is awesome.
Also, Flex Mentallo would be the thing that I thought it was a joke, and I liked it way back in the day, and it started as back, and now like I confidently say it's my favorite comic book of all time.
Fast and the Furious.
Oh, great one, buddy. Good one.
I would say pretty much any major superhero. Like if you, we have kids come into the store sometimes and they're like, I want to start at Superman #1. And you're like, no, you don't, buddy.
No, you don't.
Like that book was written for people 85 years ago and you're going to hate it. And like, you know, I think any major Marvel or DC superhero, if you start at the beginning, it's pretty rough by modern storytelling standards.
Yeah.
So before we get into our comics, thank you so much, Will, for sending in an email. As always, everybody else should do that same thing. But a huge shout out and a thank you to Kyle for organizing this and bringing us on for it. And it is amazing that the entire comics industry has a go-to tech guy. Like,
right?
You're serving an entire medium, and I love it. So thank you so
fabulous
much.
Facial hair this week too.
And it's true. That's true.
Hey, the go-to tech guys are there and there. I'm just a hanger-on.
Yeah, but when it comes
to talk about
stuff,
just a hanger-on. So we are going to get into an issue #1 that came out this week. We usually like to start the podcast with some of the bigger releases that came out this week. And for those listening at home, unaware that this would be possibly outside of the norm of a normal podcast for us, we are on a live video all day thing for the local comic shop day, which was the shout out to Kyle. So we're going to move a little bit quicker, keep it to an hour this week. This week, we got a big #1 from Robert Kirkman. It's Skin Breaker. This is one that had been announced a number of months ago. And it had been kind of an issue in the comics industry for the last couple of years. I would always occasionally hear from people and being like, this book was just announced and I really want to be able to read it and reserve it, but we hadn't had the data come through comic shops yet, couldn't create requests for them. This was one of the more loud instances of people being excited about a book that we did not have the data for subscribing for yet. But it is here now, and based on that buzz pre-existing, I think a lot of shops got this, and probably a lot of people read it as well. And it's pretty cool to get David Finch doing the art with Robert Kirkman, who you all know, Walking Dead, Invincible, Inner John universe, all the good stuff. So this is a pretty new novel Kirkman story, especially when you look at it compared to what he's doing over in the Inner John universe. But we're introduced to sort of a feral wolfy culture on a planet. And in what Kirkman does so well within one issue, he introduces us to a very alien world and sets up a lot of foundational work on the contents and structure of the world. So what governs this culture here, and the rites of passage within the youth and people. And while we don't get to really know a character super well in it, I think that we get to see kind of the rules of this world. So yeah, he's really good at that. What did you guys think of Skin Breaker?
I liked it a lot. I thought the Kirkman often does a thing, especially in Walking Dead and Invincible, where he'll have characters describe their existing emotions and their motivations instead of just letting the reader sniff them out. And I thought that he steered clear of that a lot in this and had other characters and actions kind of take care of that. So I really appreciated that from a writing standpoint. The art is gorgeous, and like the world is really cool. It's kind of like Avatar, but with barbarians in yellow instead of blue. I don't know if they filmed this whole thing in Mexico or not, but that seems to be the universal. We're in Mexico now is turning the filters yellow.
I'm excited to. Django and I met up on Wednesday morning after both having read this and agreed on liking it a lot, but had one thing that kind of got in the way of it. So before we say that, I'm curious to get Brian's unfiltered opinion on the Skin Broke.
Yeah, absolutely. So it feels a little bit to me like David Fincher has alopecia, and some of this feels very, very much like kind of him and Kirkman having a chat about kind of how he felt as it was kind of taking its shape, if you will.
Interesting.
So yeah, it was. And it felt like it feels a little bit like World of Warcraft kind of in a way. And as I was reading it, like, I don't know why, but my cynical side of me always like says, okay, this is a movie treatment, right? Like this is going to be a movie at some point.
Totally.
And never felt that way with this. It felt more like it was an original story that I can't see you doing elsewise. So it was, it was really, it was great. Like I loved it from beginning to end. And I went into it not thinking I would like it. So by the end of it, I really did. And I think I read it twice because the characters in the beginning are very, very similar. And I didn't really understand that the old dude and the young dude had done a thing that I thought the old dude was doing. And I was like, what? And then rereading
just holding dino jaws, right? He was just holding dino jaws.
Exactly. And yeah, I thought it was the old guy that was holding the dino jaws. And I was like, wait, no, wrong way. So it was really good though. I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to where this is going.
Yeah, he's just so good at like setting up a first issue. And Django mentioned some of like Kirkman has some unique pacing ways of writing a comic. And I think when he's had the success that he's had and the things that he was successful in doing were paced slightly antithetically to a lot of what the industry was doing at the time, like Walking Dead, like quick issues with big cliffhangers and stuff. He just gets to write a story at whatever pace he wants. And that type of success and therefore freedom makes his comics always really interesting. I love David Finch's art, but the thing that Django and I talked about is there was something about it, especially the first like half of it, that was really muddy. And in the environments, it was very hard for me to distinguish what was going on. And what we landed on is that the coloring, while fantastic, for the first half of the book, it is like 80% shades of tan, brown, orange, mud, yellow. And it's really, as you're getting visually introduced to an alien planet and the flora and fauna on it, it was very difficult for me to like fully grok the world physically just because of the colors.
And maybe we'll get more colors going forward. Maybe the seasons change and we get that with the colors, or, you know, like there's another book. I don't know if we'll get to talk about Sleep today, but the newest issue of Sleep,
so good,
adds a color and it changes the story in an interesting way. And I think, you know, Blue Skies would have done something different to this book. I still liked it a lot though.
Totally.
Like, just had to exercise my eyes.
So Brian, you've been on this podcast before and many other podcasts with us because brothers in arms. But as you know, we like to drop a 1 to 10 score rating for the comic book. So on a scale of 1 to 10, what did you give Skinbreaker #1?
I would give this a solid 9. It was a great first issue. It established a lot of good stuff and it looks beautiful. And like, even I love the cardstock cover and stuff like that. So yeah, I give it a solid 9.
I'm going to be a copycat and also give it a 9.
And I will stretch my courageous muscles and give this book a 9.0.
Oh,
whoa.
Blazing
Crazy.
New trails.
Well, I've recorded that in our system and our website
database.
will reflect it now.
Before we go on, can I just do one little thing?
Please.
I have a very special guest here.
Oh.
What?
Who's this?
It's Gigantor.
Oh, Max!
What up,
my son
dude?
Max is here to say hi to Jeff and Django, two of his favorite humans that he's
And his
never
dope
met.
Swamp Thing shirt. Max, I got a brand new guitar last week. I can't wait to talk to you about. Probably not in this moment, but
can't wait to tell you about.
Yeah.
And I'm really pleased that Max is still showing off his ability to grow hair.
Dude,
Congratulations,
it's
Max.
so good.
It's so big. It's
Love
so
it.
bigger.
Max is
Congratulations on
welcome in the background of a studio I'm in any day of the week at any given time.
Thanks, bud.
Another #1 that came out this week, but is not the beginning of a new series, and instead, as I understand it, just a one-shot, is the first issue of Ultimate Hawkeye. This issue was written by a couple folks, as the story itself was divided into 2 bits, sort of 6-page sort of warm-up, and then a different writer and artist telling the adventure story that beginning kind of set up.
Okay, all right. That explains things.
So the precursor story was written by Dennis Camp, who had created the character in the pages of the Ultimates, and that artist is the artist who has been doing the Ultimate universe, and I'm a bad boy who forgot the artist's name. But then we switch over to a different artist and writing duo for the bulk of this issue, and it is written by B. Earl and Taboo with art by Michael Maria. STA period. I don't know what it means. This character is really cool. I think it was issue 5 maybe of the Ultimates that they were introduced in. And it quickly became a character I was very excited to get to read more of. But the way that Dennis Camp's Ultimate story has gone in the like 12 or so issues that there are is like, there's not just like one linear plot that you are following. We have like fractured into a lot of things going on at once. And we don't get to spend a ton of time with small, moments in characters. So this is a cool opportunity to do that. I do think I would have loved if the artist who had done their introduction and, the Ultimates did the bulk of the art in this story. Yes, Taboo from the Black Eyed Peas. Yes.
That is super cool.
Yeah, and they had done something not too long ago in comics as well. This issue did some cool things. We get a glimpse, spoilers everyone, of Clint Barton in the Ultimate Universe, which I don't think we had been seen yet. And yeah, I think all in all, it was a pretty good issue. What did you guys think of it?
I think that Taboo is from the Black Eyed Peas, and that's all I know about this comic because I haven't read it yet. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
I really enjoyed this. There were a couple times though that there were some scale issues where I was looking at things and trying to figure out, especially this panel with all the people in the chains. I was like, why is that girl so big? And then I realized, wait, no, this is a perspective, and I'm not smart enough to recognize that it's perspective.
It looks like a scene from Saw.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Overall, it was really great. I really enjoyed it. I like this character so much, and I love the fact that like the bow actually does the work, and he's not.
Oh,
even
me
very good
too.
at marksman.
3D
It's
printing
such a
different
great-
arrows.
Yeah, it's so great. Yeah, I like. I'm so sad that the Ultimate Universe is going to end soon, and it sells really, really well, and it feels like a mistake ending it this soon.
Brian, are
especially
you
the
being
Ultimates.
jokey?
No, I'm serious. I'm like super sad.
There's no way they're ending the Ultimate Universe.
Oh no, the end game stuff is going to end this stuff, and then something new is going to happen. But they're going to restart everything with number one.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
right. Yeah. And with
these
the
series
way
will
the Ultimate series has gone so far, this most recent issue really did give me a feeling of like, oh yeah, they're gonna like reboot all of this. Like the maker's gonna get out and we're gonna set this universe right or something, and then start telling stories.
Which could be really, really interesting and could be really exciting. And I
Totally.
hope it is.
Yeah, and I hope Dennis Camp is still a big part of it. He has said he will be.
It's funny because 2 years ago, I remember asking you guys who Dennis Camp and Figari, I think is the other guy, is the artist's name. I was like, do you guys even recognize these? Like, Ultimates was a pretty high profile book to put two then absolutely unknowns on. And now like Dennis Camp is probably one of the biggest superstars we've had in the last 10 years.
Read whatever he does.
In the last year, he has probably done more books that are my favorite books. He's become one of my 3 favorite writers in the business right now. I think that this is like one of the most excellent executions of using creating a non-binary character within here, and like down to the language within all of it is wonderful. The 2 different artists on the issue, Juan Frigeri has done a great job of capturing the androgynous nature of this non-binary character. The backup artist really drew them with a much more like masculine facial structure and body, and I think a lot of the ambiguity of that was lost. But within the writing of the story, Taboo did some really cool things to demonstrate subtly that, at one point they have to choose between going into the sun room or the moon room or whatever, and they're like, F that, and they bust through the middle as of this, like, I don't have to choose a binary life or whatever. I really liked this, and especially for bringing in some smaller creators like that, I was pretty impressed. So I gave Ultimate Hawkeye an 8.5.
Nice. I see a Kyle here.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say a couple things. One, when Dennis Camp was put on Ultimates, he had only written maybe the best Bloodshot story we'd seen in 5 years. Which isn't, I mean, not a high bar, but it's a bar. The second thing I want to say is, I tried really hard to get Dennis Camp and Taboo on the show today. And I got as close as getting an email that may have been Fergie's that I didn't get a response from. So I think this book gets a 1, but only because I from Will I Am is the Roman numeral 1.
Well played.
I don't think we should count that for your official scores, Jane.
I haven't entered Kyle into the system. What kind of score do you give it? Right. I haven't entered you into the system. I'm sorry.
This is weak sauce, Django. Weak sauce. I'm going to give this a solid 8. I thought that the art in the main story was just a little bit uneven, but it was overall like really, really good. And I didn't realize that Dennis Camp didn't write all of it. So that's kind of a testament to how good the actual story
I agree.
Was. Yeah.
So
wait, we don't have Django didn't read it.
He didn't read it. Yeah.
I didn't read it.
I was giving it a 1.
Give it a infinity 0.0.
Not a number 1, but maybe one of the other best books that's been coming out over the last year, with some Eisner-winning creators on it, is Absolute Wonder Woman number 12, continuing the epic, amazing book written by Kelly Thompson with art by the undisputable, incredible Hayden Sherman, a titan in the comic industry who looks like he's very, very young, and I cannot wait to see the future of this artist in this industry who has blown our minds on this podcast for the last year and a half, looking like a fully formed artist that has one of the most versatile styles that I've really ever seen. Abs Wonder Woman, my friends.
Excellent issue. We get to see her rescue a bunch of people and also a dude with a bull for a head.
Mm-hmm.
And like just over and over, she solves problems with empathy and compassion.
Yeah.
And smarts, and like doesn't rely on her ridiculous strength all the time, which is really cool. And like you said, Jeff, the art is fabulous. And I really like the setup for whatever's going on next. There's like 5 pages. It introduces us to, spoiler alert, Ultimate Zatanna.
Cannot wait. Absolute Zatanna.
Yeah. Absolute Zatanna. But she also might be the ultimate Zatanna.
That's true.
Absolute Zatanna.
In like Silence of the Lambs muzzle.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, amazing. And that shot before that, where you see like all of these
cheetah tail on a mirror.
The rogues gallery of Wonder Woman that are just like all locked up. It's amazing. So what I loved about this issue is, first of all, they're doing a really good job with these Absolute books of keeping them to like 6-issue arcs. Absolute Batman right now is probably going to be a 2-issue and then a 6-issue arc, but you're seeing these like really great tight 6-issue arcs. And this entire issue, and I'll have to go back and read it again. I might be talking on my butt here. I don't think a single fist is thrown in this entire issue, and it wraps up a massive battle storyline. Like, is that not absolutely insane? And also the ultimate epitome of this version of Wonder Woman.
She's wrestling around a little bit with the Fishmen.
She's doing some fighting, yeah.
She's not she's doing it kind of to keep them all at bay.
But to that point, like she deals with problems with, kind of like you said, Django, unrelenting compassion. And so to Brian's point, like it's not enough for her to solve this large battle with physical destruction of the opponent. It's to give them a second chance and freedom.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing. She doesn't beat them. She lets them free. Like it's such a great ending.
I love the line where the guy says, "I can't leave you alone here." And she's like, "I am not alone. Look at all these fishmen who are attacking her."
Yeah. My favorite moment in this, and maybe my memory is cloudy, but we are introduced. Well, we see Wonder Woman's sister disappear at one point, and where she goes, we get to see, and she goes to Themyscira, where she mentions that Wonder Woman is still alive, Diana is alive, and Hippolyta like just starts celebrating and is like telling the entire island to begin ringing the bells and stuff, because like she was taken as a little one. And so that's the answer to this culture that, oh, she's still alive, and just seeing the joy and celebration there answers a lot of unspoken questions about the last 12 issues and where she came from. So I loved that.
Yeah. Really, really good wrap up to what's been a surprisingly good story, given that 4 of the issues have taken place in basically the same setting. Like a Labyrinth seems like a 1 or 2 issue setting to me, and to have it be entertaining this whole time has been great.
You sound like a man who hasn't played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, because I can assure you I spent a year in a Labyrinth once.
Ryan, I was a bad DM and almost lost all of my friends in junior high because of it. So I haven't played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons since.
You know what I absolutely love about this series is like Wonder Woman has this unconventional beauty. Like you look at that incredibly Romanesque nose, and she's still a beautiful person, but like that is a very Romanesque looking visage, like profile. And
even though he's not on the podcast this week, it is worth mentioning Roman is our usual third guest, and she does have a Romanesque nose.
I'd give that a 9.5 right there for Wonder Woman number 12. Easy 9.5 from me.
I'm going 8.5 on Wonder Woman 12.
Nice. Not a fan of Fishmen, huh?
I love Fishmen.
Wonder Woman has been like my 3rd favorite Absolute lately, but this might be my no, it's my 2nd favorite Absolute of the month. But it's still a solid 9.5 for me.
Nice.
Heck yeah,
Ganging
buddy.
Up on Jeff.
Yeah, Absolute Batman 12 was probably one of the best comics I've read this
pretty
year.
rad.
Yeah,
and similar to this.
your message about it caused me to go down to the store and crack the box and grab it earlier than I normal would.
It's so good, dude.
Yeah, it was really good. Hey, Django, you alluded to a comic earlier that I really want to talk about because it's a thing I don't hear talked about a ton in the comics industry right now. It is Sleep #5, done by Xander Cannon. And when I say done by Xander Cannon, I mean every aspect of it. And to the point where in the write-up, in the letters of this one, he goes through all of the aspects of writing and creating a comic book and gives a letter grade to the process for how much he enjoys it. So like lettering was surprisingly like his favorite part of it. I got to speak to him briefly at San Diego Comic-Con, and he was younger than I thought, considering he's done work with Alan Moore and whatnot. But Django, you said a new character or a color was introduced in this. Tell me about Sleep. I had to read 4 and 5 today to get caught up.
Yeah, so this has been a story about a guy who is waking up seemingly having done a bunch of bad things, killed people and run roughshod across town. And there have been little bits of red that seem to be hinting to us what is important in the mystery of what he's doing. And in my mind, even if he's doing it, I'm not 100% convinced that he's behind it. He might be getting beat up by whatever it is. But it's been a black and white series with beautiful black and white art with gray tones and then red bits. And halfway through this issue, we walk into a room and the sky is blue. And actually, even before that, there's little blue rim lighting around the characters. And it was wild to kind of turn the page and be sort of jarred by this new color in this universe. And dude, I thought it was really, really well done.
I didn't even notice in the act of reading it that blue had appeared for the very first time. And
really,
I really wonder, what it means. But to me, in looking at where it is, it might even like represent like hope or a glimmer of hope or something, like because that blue accent is on them as they're about to walk into this room, and then the blue is in the sky where they're in the room where that they kind of start maybe making some connections about leads to how to deal with this. And actually, Brian, are you reading this as well?
Not, guys.
Okay, sorry, I didn't.
You're gonna love it when you do.
Yeah. I'm going to.
It has such a wonderful sense of dread to it.
Yeah. A little more on the blue there, Jeff. I don't know if you noticed, but it is raining when they enter the building and when they leave the building. But the window in that one room is bright blue skies.
Yeah, where they're getting some hope, some answers, some leads.
Yeah. So is it literal or is it just a color to give you a feeling?
Right. I mean, or embodying that there is hope introduced in the story. And interestingly, when they go down to the cave in the mine where there's potentially some hope and answers, instead of having spot red, everything in the comic in that environment is red. So really interesting usage of colors in here. And I love that the method for the usage of colors is still a mystery 5 issues in.
And he's not red. No, even when he's in the cave, right? So I don't know what that tells us, but I have a feeling that this is going to be something I'm going to want to read when it's all done, once I have all the bits and pieces.
You know what it reminded me of while reading this issue was like a Mark Flanagan TV series. Is it Mark? Is it Mike Flanagan?
Mike Flanagan.
Yeah, Blythe Manor and Hill House and the religious Vampire Island, and just like the religious overtones, the using it, and then also kind of bastardizing that religious value, right? Like having a real anti things within it. So just an amazing book. And Xander Cannon is really interesting. And the art is a little bit cartoony. The people are hard to discern what age they are. And then that juxtaposed with the guilt and dread and fear is just a really interesting juxtaposition between the art and the actual content of the book. So I'm really impressed by Sleep 4 and 5. And I'm going to give 5 a 9.
I can't think of any reason not to give it a 10. Like there's nothing I don't like about that issue.
I'm excited. It makes me think about what I think my favorite book of the week is.
You guys, my favorite thing about this podcast is that you force me to read stuff that I would never read, like news. What is it? The
news from the Fallout.
News from the Fallout. Just things that I wouldn't normally pick up, and then I hear you guys gush about them, and now I have to go back and find 5 issues of Sleep. So thanks a lot, you jerks.
Anytime.
Anytime. Hey, Brian, do you want to shine a light on anything specifically from your stack so far? We are going to do buckshots, everybody, in about 5 to 7 minutes here. But before we do that,
yeah, we're about to jump into a bunch of stuff I haven't read. So I would love to throw maybe my favorite comic of the week out.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees Rites of Spring, issue number 3 by Patrick Horvath. Wow. Like this issue. So for some reason, I've never considered Samantha the bad guy until this issue. Like, she was kind of a Dexter bad guy. You know, she's bad, but she's not that. Like, she's not really. But then this issue is like, oh no, she's terrible. This is a horrible human being. Well, bear. It's a horrible bear that needs to be stopped.
Yeah. Bad news. Okay. So do you think that is something that Patrick Horvath had in mind when writing the first one?
I kind of do, because he like alluded right from the beginning that her parents were in Florida, right? Like that was right there. And obviously she'd been doing this for a long time. I don't know why I never clued into how terrible it was, right?
Yeah.
It's probably the anamorphic side of it. Like if we would have seen a human divided the way that duck was the first issue, I'd probably be disgusted and want to vomit. But for some reason, it wasn't nearly so bad. And this is just like, this is a terrible, terrible creature who needs to be stopped.
It's kind of like, you know, when you talk to people about Breaking Bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think most people, if they're being honest, didn't think that Walter White was a total monster in the first few episodes.
Yep.
It's very popular to say, oh, I always thought he was a jerk. But I think they did a really good job of being kind of subtle about that and distracting you with all the fun stuff that he's doing and losing his pants and these wacky characters. And I think the first volume of Beneath the Trees was kind of the same thing. Where you're like, oh, wow, this is beautiful. It's kind of what James Gunn does too, where he's like, oh yeah, here's a string of the worst things that have ever happened to these characters, darker than anything you would ever watch on HBO, but you're laughing at it the whole time.
Yeah.
And it isn't until you leave the theater that you realize, oh, that was really messed up.
That dude lost his face.
Yeah.
I just saw my 13-year-old son was sitting next to me as a dude lost his face. What bother am I?
Yeah, man, this continues to be one of the best comics out there.
Jeff, are you reading Beneath the Trees?
I'm not, but it's one of the very few books that my wife has read in the comic world.
Nice.
You know, what sold me on this book entirely was when I heard that it was the line from the Teddy Bear's Picnic, Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees. And I was just like, oh my God. It's so genius. Like, that's such a malicious sounding song when you actually read the lyrics. Yeah, this is my gooey duck of the week, guys.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time that a comic completely turned my axis on how a character is perceived as this one did.
That's awesome. I give it a 9.
Excellent. Carrying on the train
this
of
week.
Anthropomorphic animals, just for the sake of getting my gooey duck into this, I sat down to read Escape number 2 by Rick Remender and Daniel Acuna. And as I opened it up to the first page, I was thinking about what had happened in the previous issue, and we're introduced to some characters, and they crash behind enemy lines in like a World War II kind of feeling thing, but in Nazi Germany, except for they're all animals, like dogs. They're all dogs, the good guys and the bad guys.
Bad guys are bats.
And aren't they like hounds or like I thought they were still dogs, but they were referring to them as bats.
You're better at animals than I am, for sure.
A big animal fan. Things happening bad to animals are one of the reasons I avoid some fiction. So as I started this issue, I was like, I don't know how much I really, in this moment right now, want to read a story of a good guy behind enemy lines in World War II. I was like, I really liked that first issue, but jumping into like a war vibe for where I was at didn't feel super appealing, but I got into it. And in the first issue, we were introduced to the cast in a vague way as their kind of plane crashed, but we didn't get much backstory on them. And very quickly, like on page 2 or 3, we jump into a flashback of our main character. And he's a bit of a barnstormer, a phrase I learned because of Scott Snyder's miniseries a year or two ago.
Oh, you mean barnstormers?
Yeah, barnstormers. We spend almost the entire issue learning about this protagonist and how he met his wife and how, why he ended up getting into World War II. And it is such an effective way of totally getting me on board. I was already on board, but like the singular nature of the vibe of the story going into this made me feel like I didn't know. This opened up the kind of continuum of the type of story that it is, and I love it. And then Daniel Acuna's art is just stunning. It always is, but it's really, really incredible here. And that's tactic of kind of introducing you to the characters in issue 1 and giving you the feeling that you think you know them and stuff, but then waiting till issue 2 or 3 to like really get you to know the character. You have to be a pretty great writer to, for me to feel like I don't know a character all of a sudden, even though I thought that I did. So I loved this. Django, what did you think of it?
I thought it was awesome. I'm not as afraid of animals getting hurt as you, so I'm rooting for some violence against the bat dogs at some point.
You're such a terrible human being, Jacob.
They're the Nazis. It's okay.
You're just a bad person.
They're the bad guys. They're clearly the bad guys. They have better outfits, obviously bad guys. I thought there were some pages and panels in here that were either colored or drawn a lot like Smallwood.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. Like some of the fair stuff. It gave me some real nice Human Target vibes. And
totally.
I don't know. I would never have guessed that I would have a real soft spot for animals that walk like people, like Black Sad and this. So I've booked a couple of trips this year. I'm going to go to some furry conventions and just kind of look into that. So,
oh my gosh, you need to meet yourself. You need to meet yourself.
See what's happening.
Yeah.
Rick Remender, oftentimes, especially in first issues, will do a really honest and interesting write-up at the end of his issues about kind of who he is and what's causing the story. Long time ago during Strange Girl, he sort of wrote about how his dad and mom met, and then his dad kind of just like took his mom away from her family. And throughout this story, as we're introduced to these characters and how they met and whatnot, there was all these echoes of Rick Remender's parents' relationships that I read in Back Matter a decade ago through here. I just love when art allows you to get to know somebody and see how their brain and thoughts work. So I love this. It blew me away. And, I do love World War II fiction. And so this is just incredible. So it gets a gooey duck from me. 10 o'clock.
I'm going to give it a 9. And like, I have kind of a hit or miss relationship with Rick Remender. And if I had to guess, this is going to be one that I finish. I probably I start all of his books and I often drop off by issue 6 or 7. Somewhere we don't get an issue and I just don't come back to it or whatever. But I think I'm going to pursue this one to the very end.
So on that topic, Django, you have 90 seconds. Go.
Buckshot. Oh my God, I have a buckshot. This is something we do on our podcast. I'm going to talk about the Twilight Zone #1 blanks by Dan Waters and Morgan Beam. I thought that this really hit the Twilight Zone nail on the head. I really enjoyed the story. The art was solid. It was nice and creepy. I don't know if these are based on existing Twilight Zone stories, but it doesn't matter because this one was good. I also read Viking Moon #1, Joe Pruitt and Marcelo Fruzen.
Joe Pruitt.
Joe. I really don't care about Vikings, and I really liked this book. I thought it was really awesome. The art is just spectacular. I think this artist did a pretty long run on Hellblazer, and I was iffy on the story and really enjoyed the art on that one. It might have been the Mike Carey run. He did a handful of maybe. I also read Superman Unlimited #5. I don't know what's going on in the world that I'm reading more than one issue of Superman in a row, but I'm 5 to 15 issues, 30 issues deep on Superman the main series right now. Just digging the heck out of it. I think it's some of the best Superman stuff that we've had in a long time. This one has they've got the Kryptonite town, and Superman has to go there, and just good peril. It's been a long time since we did buckshots, buddy.
A buck shooter. Yeah, it's nice to be back on the firing range.
Back on the buck.
Yeah.
Twilight Zone, solid 8. And by the way, Dan Waters is just doing great work lately.
Love him.
Maybe he always has. I think he always has. I don't think I've disliked something he did. Viking Moon, give that a 7 just because of the Vikings. I love the moon part. And go ahead. Oh, you took an inhale like you were going to make fun of me, and I was bracing for it.
Oh, no, bud. Nothing but love and support. However, I will say I'm always setting you up for failure. So moving away from your buckshot, I want to make sure Brian knows that in just a couple seconds, I'm going to start your timer for 90 seconds, and then you'll get to do your buckshot. Are you ready?
Yeah. Has Django finished his scores?
Superman Unlimited 7.5.
Ooh.
Nice.
Brian, get ready and go.
So I don't remember if we said that we were going to do X-Men together, but if we didn't, I'm doing X-Men 22. I haven't read a lot of X-Men, but I'm trying to catch up for the Age of Revelation. Interesting. I like where they're going with this whole Doug Ramsey thing. It was a quick read. It was very dense. I forgot how dense the X-Men books are. There was a lot of characters in here. But yeah, it's a good setup to the Age of Revelation, because at the end of it, a big thing happens. Very, very surprising.
Revelatory.
I'm gonna go Justice League number 11. It is a prelude to the DCKO event that's happening. So apparently DC is doing like 3-month arcs, and so the next big arc is going to be this whole DCKO thing. The art is not Dan Mora, which was surprising to me, and it kind of suffers from Dan Mora's got a very clear kind of feel, and this was lacking that. But the actual, like, I felt like the Justice League was in peril the entire time, and it was really, really fun. So I'm a huge Legion fan, as you guys know, and the fact that there's like a whole alternate Dark Legion is so awesome. And there's a time trapper and like all my favorite things rolled into one. So I really enjoyed it. And then I'm going to give you a little bit of a womp womp. The DCKO preview. Oh, really?
Goes fast, baby.
This preview is the exact preview that we've seen in the back of all the DC magazines this month.
Oh,
it's like
bummer.
literally it with 4 pages of back matter.
Nice.
Don't. But I'm going to give X-Men. Man, I should have taken half the time on that X-Men. I'm going to give that X-Men a 7. I'm going to give the Justice League an 8. And the DCKO gets a womp womp. I don't know how you score a womp womp, but this is a womp womp.
It's a lazy 8. Jeff,
let me do a quick little bonus.
Yeah.
This is the New History of DC Universe issue number 3. You can just call this Homework the comic book. And you'll be fine.
I love it.
So
or
much.
Cliff Notes the comic book.
It's so dense. It's just and reading like the chatter on Reddit from people like debating. On page 32, the Supergirl's re-entry, and it's just like, who cares? Just read comics and have fun. Why
Roman,
you gotta make it? Oh god,
that is Roman's type of homework fun. He loves those annotated deep histories, and I have loved it so far, but I haven't read this issue yet.
Like I have the omnibuy of who's who in the DC universe. I'm that kind of nerd, but man, it's tough. It's tough getting through this stuff.
Well, thanks for listening, everybody. Jeff, podcast Buckshot Go.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
You got a minute and 30.
I read Star Trek The Last Starship by Colin Kelly and Jackson Lansing at the Ignition party at San Diego. I got caught up in a conversation with one of the two of those guys. They're both very nice. Can't tell them apart. and was talking about just Star Trek. And like, I love Star Trek, but the barrier for me to the comics is that it always seems to be building on a specific story or maybe one of the series that I haven't seen or something. So it never feels like I have my feet fully on the ground in a Star Trek comic. And he was saying that like, that's what he hears a lot. So the point of this one is we're hundreds, maybe, hundreds of years in the future of any Star Trek series that we've had, television or anything else. And the dilithium crystals all go inert and 96% of Starfleet is destroyed. And we're down to just a couple people left. And they're like, oh crap, we got to do something. And then this crazy Borg lady shows up and they're like, well, the Borg has been dead forever. Like, what's going on? She's like, we've been evolving too, man. And I'm going to be on your side. And all I got to do is we're going to go to the ship and you have to give me something that I want off of it. And they're like, okay. So they go there and she finds the DNA of Captain Kirk. And with the new technology the Borgs have done, she's able to bring him back to life and like reconstruct his body. So we're like way in the Star Trek future. Everybody's dead and Captain Kirk is back. So that's really cool. It was 34 pages, huge book, really, really good. If you're Star Trek ambivalent, go for it. And then I also read The Phantom by Ray Fox and Russell Olson. The Phantom, everyone, the purple guy with the skull ring. Can't remember a time where I read.
Timer's up.
Oh, okay.
My phone's too quiet.
All
You
right.
like that? You like
I
that?
did like that.
But please finish your thought. Don't let me interrupt you.
Well, the Phantom, this is just a really good introduction to that character. There has not been a lauded Phantom series or thing that everyone knows. So if you're going to do a new Phantom thing, Mad Cave who's been killing it for the last year or so. I think you're starting in the correct way, introducing aspects of the character and how the society views this character. I really like the Phantom. Since I was a little kid. So I'm going to give Star Trek The Last Starship a 9. Okay, maybe a 9.5, but I liked it a lot. And I'm gonna
great.
It's pretty great. And I'm gonna give the Phantom an 8. It was nostalgia is the thing that was making me enjoy that and coming to reading it. But I'm excited at the aspect of being able to read a Phantom book and not just have the one touchstone in my brain of the movie, which is awesome.
I mean, Ray Fox is pretty solid.
Yeah, and interestingly, in the text in the back, it has his pitch for it, which is always kind of interesting to see how a creator pitches a book to a publisher.
Yeah.
So that's the books we read this week. If you enjoyed your time with the comics podcast, Perfectly Acceptable Podcast, you can find us weekly every week. We live stream our video podcast on our Facebook page, and then you can find it on our YouTube store, our YouTube
store
for the Comics Place.
I think you can find it on Jeff's Venmo too.
Yes, we got it all saved there. But yeah, and then it's on the Perfectly Acceptable Podcast in your podcast feeds. Usually we go a little bit longer than this. We're a little less rushed, and we've got somebody instead of Brian. So I'm really grateful that Brian is here this week, stepping up and filling the hole of the Rome Doggy Millionaire.
If you want to get in touch with us, Jeff at thecomicsplace.com. And yeah, man, this has been really fun. I'm super stoked that the EXP had us on. They've been trying for a while, Kyle, and it's not you, it's us.
What a cool thing that you all are doing, though. This is an exciting thing, and Local Comic Store Day needs to be, celebrated and have some fanfare put up around it. So I'm really grateful that something like this is going on.
The whole ability to go global, like literally we're live in every time zone at some, like we started at 6 a.m. or at noon in Spain and we're ending at noon in Spain.
Nice.
Like that's a weird thing for me to say as a human person. Like 6 a.m. Eastern to 6 a.m. Eastern doesn't sound as cool as no. We started at noon in Spain. Right?
So that was like Django and I, but who else was the third person here?
Our friend.
That was Brian's best Roman impersonation ever. Just sort of like
I'm prepping for the next episode, guys. I don't have time to talk to you. What are you doing?
We're signing off.
Yeah, I was gonna make a big in Japan joke, and next thing I know, we're comparing Brian to Roman, and like my brain just—I'm so tired, I can't shift gears anymore. I'm
I
like top
appreciate
tier
this
in
forever.
later seasons. Like,
A Big in Japan joke belongs everywhere. Tom Waits' new poetry book is going to be on my front porch from the post office man in a couple of days. Pretty excited about that. Speaking of Big in Japan, I hope you're talking about the same Big in Japan that I am.
I was just going to talk about how when I go to Japan, I look like Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
But also, you know, big in Japan like Tom Waits, or big in Germany like I'm David Hasselhoff, or, you know.
Bloodhound Gang.
Yeah, the Bloodhound Gang. Yeah, absolutely. All right. All right.
Thanks so much, everybody. And Brian, I love you, buddy. Thanks for being here.
Love you, buddy.
And stay tuned for
Can't
the
wait until our
Data Bros.
countries aren't at war anymore.
I know.
All right. All right. We're gonna do a thing. All right, guys, check it out. Because Meta and Facebook and YouTube and all these guys have rules, we have to reset every so many hours. And we went an hour and a half over what we're really supposed to do to get everything in this section. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to end the stream. Okay. Then in about 30 seconds time, we're going to start the next stream with this same group of dudes. All right. Same group of people are just going to leave this broadcast room, go into another broadcast room, and do the same thing again, except under a different title and way more mathy. Or maybe not. I'm not sure what they're going to do. But we're going to be right back after these words from the reset button here on Local Comic Shop Day Live.